Hello and welcome to IO Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Jeff Dean, the head
Well, good morning, and welcome to Building Healthy Technology, an inspiration session on digital well-being. I'm Maggie Jackson. I'm the author of Distracted, a book about the fragmentation of focus and the ways we can recapture our attention today. I'm a journalist by background and a former Boston Globe columnist. And joining me is, on my left, is Adam Alter. He is a NYU professor in marketing and psychology and writes widely for the media and has written most recently a book on society and tech influences. As well, joining me on the stage is Glenn Murphy. He's the director of UX Chrome, and he has been a creative force behind many Android products, from Android Auto and TV, and behind a creative force in the digital well-being front, of which you've heard quite a bit this week. So we'll talk about that. And I'd also like to thank Helen Hutton and Nancy Baker for putting this together so well. Just for a minute, let's start by stepping back in history, stepping back in time. The year is 1905, and picture Freud, yes, Freud, standing on the Piazza Colonna in Rome on a warm September evening. He's watching a lantern slideshow, and it's a medley of short films and still photographs projected on the roofs of the houses in the piazza. And as he writes later, every time he tries to turn away, a certain tension in the crowd keeps him riveted. This great thinker, far from home, was entranced by the media, the precursors of the media that envelop us today. He was conflicted, and so are we. Fast forward to our century, and we're wrestling still with the promise and the drawbacks of technology. So today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges, some of the ways in which we can harness the benefits and also begin to take more responsibility, all of us as makers, developers, citizens, and parents, for what we're creating. So to start, of course, it's really important to understand the landscape, understand what we're experiencing. So Adam, maybe we'll start with you to talk a little bit about the history of technology. And for millennia, people have been associating new technologies with something fearful, something challenging. You know, ever since Plato complained that, you know, the written word would undermine our memories that were so important in oral culture. So how serious are the problems of our time? Why should we be paying attention?
Well, I mean, if you think about evolution, human evolution, things that are novel are obviously very scary because we haven't yet tested them out. We don't know if they're there to help us or hurt us or if they're neutral. And so anytime something new comes along, there's an instinctive panic in some sense. And that's where we are here again. And we've had that all through time. In the 20th century, it was TV and pinball machines and video games and all sorts of other things. And one of the questions people ask all the time, I think quite validly, is this different? Are we talking about something different now in the last 10, 15 years, or is this just the latest moral panic that we're all dealing with? I think there are some things that make this different. I think for sheer scope, we're talking about experiences that billions of us enjoy or sometimes don't enjoy for hours and hours and hours of the day. So the average American adult spends 4 hours every day glued to a phone screen. So that's taking up a huge amount of the waking day, so we should understand that, I think, quite well. Another thing that's different, I think, is that if you think about these past technologies, we've left most of them at home. So even if you watched a lot of TV, that was bound to a particular place. But now we wear our devices, and so if you ask again, adults in the developed world, how much time do you spend with your phone? 75% of adults will say that 24 hours a day they can reach their phones without having to move their feet, which is not hugely surprising, but again, it suggests there's something a bit different about what we're experiencing now. It's not the pinball machine at the arcade, it's the phone that's actually almost a part of you, it's an extension of you. So I think there are a number of features that make this different. We're also much more sophisticated in developing technologies than we ever were. We understand human psychology better, as a psychologist who's consulted on a number of these projects, I know how much we know, how much we understand about what drives humans. So I think there are some features that make this a bit different from what we've experienced in the past.
Right, the degree of penetration, the fact that we're inhabiting this in it's total, as well as the rapid change. I think that's a really important point.
Right.
So Glenn, in order to come out with all of the new changes, you have to keep your finger on the pulse, and tell us a little bit about the research that, for instance, has gone into the announcements this week related to digital well-being. Are people feeling helpless in their devices, or empowered, or both?
Yeah, so it's a really exciting time for us. You probably saw Sundar the other day talk about fear of missing out and the joy of missing out. The joy of missing out was actually the title of the research that we had done. And it was really interesting. We went out, we saw how people engaged with technology in the world, and we saw many of the things that we see, which is sort of once your head is down in the phone, it's sort of very easy to sort of stay there. There are many things, many exciting things in there that keep you in there. But I think the other part that we saw that was really interesting was just how social factors became a large part of this. Unlike TV or even desktop computing, which were generally relatively solitary things, a phone is an inherently social object. And so one of the key things that we saw was that even if there was nothing for you to do on your phone, you still kept it nearby because there were other people who were trying to reach you. And so we all became part of this big mesh of humans contacting each other. And I think that was something that we had underestimated in all of this, the role of each other in this area. So, yeah, it's really exciting.
I think, well, actually, when cell phones first came out, I used to joke that people who are buying them, maybe you haven't heard of Radio Shack, but we used to buy phones at Radio Shack that the guy at the store should take you in the back and give you counseling, just like the minister might when you get married. Here's what you need to know. So I think, that's really important. And what about the emotional factors related to these feedback loops? Can you just elaborate a little bit about, because I know it's really complex, and we're right in the middle of it. And it reminds me also of books. When you're reading a book, the content is where your attention lies, but there is a technology around it that affects you. It's a lot less static than people think. So, what are we not aware of in terms of our emotional responses? And were you surprised at the the myriad responses that people had? Yeah,
it's this whole space is like really interesting because there are some deeply individual responses in here. I think it's really hard to draw broad generalizations, but the feedback thing I think is really interesting. Adam talks a lot about this actually in your book, about how we use these devices and they are immensely useful to us. They've replaced maps, they've replaced clocks, they've replaced writing letters, they've replaced all these things, and you do those actions and you feel good. They're performing an essential utility in your life. But then it's sort of very easy for those interactions to then bleed into other behaviors that are maybe less useful, or maybe they're entertaining, and then you can kind of keep going because there is this feedback loop of like, oh, just one more thing. And so that's why we think about how a lot of that is very invisible to the user. Yes. I think you've talked elsewhere about how sometimes our own use of technology can be very invisible to us. And so a key thing for us is how we can provide awareness to people. I don't think it's a total number of hours thing, although that's a good indicator. It's like how you felt about that time. And I think often we find when we show people how much they were actually engaging, they're often surprised. And I think that's a really interesting component.
Yeah, the reflective component.
It's also interesting, there are sort of scripts that different people follow. Like I know I have one. When I open my phone, there's a certain set of apps, and I'll go in this loop. Yeah. Back to the same one again, and then I'll go through 5 or 6 of them and go back. And there's something, you get into a sort of lulled sense of calm when you do that. And that's, I think, a really big part of driving you to keep engaging over and over again.
Yeah, I think backstage we were talking about the automaticity of the human being as being such a crucial factor in everything we do. It underlays expertise. We have to do things without really thinking about them. On the other hand, we have to be aware. We evolved to be as reflective as we did to be automatic, and that's really important. So we're kind of learning as we go, and we have these conflicted senses, and I think we don't have the option to get it wrong. Honestly, I think we need to have technology and humanity come together in better ways to make us more compassionate, better discerning thinkers. So let's turn to the crucial first steps. Again, Glenn, maybe you can kick it off by talking about the Android announcements. And you know, I thought it was interesting that some key words that you had mentioned in our preliminary talks were control and awareness. You mentioned awareness, but how are some of the, you know, wind down and shush going to give people more control? And do you have a sense that how effective will this be, or is it a question mark?
Yeah. So the Android announcements that we announced the other day were oriented around awareness and control, giving people visibility into the what they're actually doing, so they can be aware of what's happening, and then giving them the tools to be able to change that behavior if they so choose. And I think it's really been interesting for us as we've approached this space and thinking about the right ways to handle the responsibility that we have. In some ways, we have been thinking about where should that regulation lie? Should it be technologically regulated? And we sort of came down to many of these things start with self-regulation. I think in many ways, that feeling of control is really important to people. And so we haven't provided that in the platform historically. There's little bits here and there, but we want to take that further and to give people that feeling of awareness and control so that as people are having these feelings about using their phones, they have the ability to change how they're using it. And to your question about like whether all of these things will work, I think this is an ongoing thing. I think we were talking backstage about how many of the things that we all use in our life, like to-do lists and other things, often they are effective for some amount of time, and then we kind of adapt, and then we sort of find other ways to do things. And so I expect this to be a long-running effort for us as we learn. It might be that we encounter sort of different cultures that have different attitudes towards the phone.
Yes.
And how we deal with that is really interesting. Even going back to the pre-smartphone era, we found that there were many places where the attitude to dealing with a ringing phone was very different. In some places, you always had to answer it regardless of what you were doing. And others, it was okay to let it ring out. And so that sort of responsibility of respecting the cultural norms and helping people think about those cultural norms is sort of where we're at.
Yeah, well, I used to think about attention, which is a multifaceted, scientists used to ask me when I was first studying attention, the trick question of, what kind of attention do you mean? Because, you know, it's a messy, big thing. But I used to think of it, I think of it now as arrows in one's quiver. You can use focus, you can use awareness, you can use executive attention, but they're tools, just as perhaps these tools. And I think that your announcements are a very, very big deal. Yeah. I do have to say that, I mean, the mantra or the overarching societal push has been towards seamlessness.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been an unbroken thing. You must engage, or it's beneficial to engage. To break that at all is really momentous. And I think that that's a huge step forward. As a very critical person about technology, I think it's a big step forward.
I think, sorry, just on that, I think it is really something that's interesting for everyone here who is a developer to think about, is that we have been focused on immediacy and seamlessness for a long time. Like, we clearly know that that's a key aspect to sort of empowering people. But thinking about that in a social context, creating something that is immediate for you as a sender also creates something on the other side for the receiver. And so as we've developed all of these things that are very immediate, there is another side of the equation that we've got to think about. So,
yeah, I think that's important. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think there's always going to be the sort of, not the backlash, but the other side of that the quicker the transfer becomes in the one direction, the quicker you'll expect to get the reply. And
that's right.
It's a really interesting idea. And also this general idea of the role of frictionlessness and the absence of pain points. We talk about this all the time in business. I'm a professor in a business school, and one of the mantras in business is make everything as simple as possible. One of the best ways to spend your money is to remove pain points or friction points. And that makes total sense, because that's the best way to ensure not just engagement for 5 minutes, but for sometimes weeks, years, even decades. And I think we've now pushed that to a point where we're starting to get the initial backlash, and it's great that these new introduced tools allow people to manage that a little bit, to introduce frictions where they might be valuable.
That's right.
Yeah, and I also think that it's really important to think about the idea of disconnection, which might be a change in the tempo or the rhythm that allows you to gain friction. But to think about that in a way that's not just in an on and off way. So in other words, maybe we can open up the space for these questions so we're not just thinking about the little pause points as being away from technology, but importing that discussion into the very digital space. And I think about that currently in relation to the idea of technology. In relation to the idea of uncertainty. Uncertainty seems like a very negative thing, but just consider one of the unintended consequences of having answers at your fingertips all the time. This instantaneity, which actually came in the 17th, 18th, 19th century. I mean, this has just, been rolling along for hundreds of years. Efficiency is it. But now there are studies that are showing a little bit of hints here and there about what it means to have that instantaneity all the time. For instance, after briefly searching online, people are seen to be less willing to tackle a complex problem later. After briefly searching online, they become a little bit more confident, overconfident, about what they know. They don't really know what they know and don't know. And I think these are really important hints because, and why does this matter? I think it matters because there is that side of ourselves that's automatic, the quick mind, thrives in the routine, needs instant answers, does really well in the familiar. But then if we exist on a steady diet of the neat and the packaged and the downloadable and the instant all the time, we're beginning to possibly forget to tap into the other side of ourselves, the reflective, the questioning, the skeptical, the so-called slow mind. And in fact, there's a really exciting new explosion of research into various forms of uncertainty as actually connected to good thinking. For instance, and this really does, I think, connect to technology and well-being, but ambivalence in CEOs in a crisis is shown to induce them to do deeper research, to look at multiple perspectives, to include more voices, and then to take bolder action. Wow. And then confusion in students. Again, people have always thought the easy lesson, that what's good, easy to digest is better for learning, but it's shown in complex situations that confusion leads to deeper processing in students. So these sort of factors fly against a lot of what our society values. And I think that why not develop a digital world where the human is more inspired to say, oh, I don't know, or to pause and then jack into that kind of discerning self that they have. And I'll just leave this point with one other piece of research, which is that when people in the United States are surveyed and asked, what's positive about technology, 60% say speed, instant access to information, convenience. But just 10% say a positive about technology is that it promotes knowledge, understanding, and curiosity. So that's a really big disconnect. And if we could propel our other side of ourselves into that space with developers' help, I think that would be really powerful. And it has everything to do with all the, the hardship, et cetera. So.
Right. Yeah. If you think about the way we stored information, say in the early 80s when I was growing up, I probably knew 100 phone numbers off by heart.
Right.
And that was that seemed straightforward, and I think all kids at that time did. They knew their, you knew your friends, you knew your family members' phone numbers, you knew some other ones. And what that did was it meant that certain memory faculties were always being used, and they were being trained without you even realizing it. And there's a lot of research now extending what you're suggesting into a concept known as hardship inoculation. And it's the idea that if you use your mind in certain ways, if you think about things in certain ways, in small doses, you become much better prepared to deal with major tackles, major problems, major creativity hurdles, times when the way you've been thinking about things in a traditional sense are not going to work. How do you get around that? Turns out having those 100 numbers in your head, training your memory, that also applies to how we use our minds in other ways. And so when everything is absolutely seamless and we don't have to memorize, we don't have to try to think about what we're going to do next because we have a device that's going to deliver entertainment, in the next 3 seconds if that's what we want, I think those faculties wither away a little bit, and so it's important to have occasions when we do use them even in a low-grade sense, just so that they're kept alive. It's like a muscle that's withering away. So you want to make sure that life isn't so straightforward and seamless that we're always our automatic selves and never our reflective selves.
That reminds me a lot of the discussions about discipline and how that sort of leads to sort of developments later in people's lives. But I think a key takeaway for me is thinking about how technology in many ways can be used to, I think the ideal is, and in many ways it's true, it helps us become more active in other areas. As we make some things easier, that allows us to devote our time and attention to the things that matter. And I think the danger is that where we don't elevate ourselves in that way, and we can end up becoming purely passive. There's plenty of time, there are times for that in people's lives. Like I was in hospital for a week once, and I was very passive for the entire week. But I think finding ways that we can help people be more active in productive ways so they can feel empowered is really key for all of us.
Yeah, I like some of that. Mindfulness is a really, messy word, and everybody and his brother has a new definition about that. But I came across a definition recently that mindfulness was not giving in to simplifying things, to actually dealing with the complexity. And I like that idea. So I think, we're exploring how to get a grip on this landscape. We're also talking about well-being, which is a very also messy, ill-defined topic. But we've talked about control. We're talking about awareness. We're talking about hardship and uncertainty. I mean, these sorts of motifs or notions plug into psychological ideas about well-being. Mastery, control, accomplishment, as well as social relationships. And health, those are really important components. I mean, what would you think digital well-being, what would it look like if the United Nations in 5 years was, or the Kingdom of Bhutan, came out with the new GDP for digital DWB. We can all scale mountains there and see what it feels like. But what do you think it should look like, Glenn?
That's a super deep question. I do think that there may not be a global view. There may not be a countrywide view. And I think that the thing that we grapple with is at what level is there a shared view? Mm-hmm. Like, is it even at the friends level? Is it at the family level? Is it different within different social contexts? We talk about use of technology, and it can mean, the exact same usage can mean different things to different people. It can lead to sort of a different sense of satisfaction. I think there are key metrics about like whether people feel that their use of technology was overall beneficial to them, whether they derived value from it. And I think it's, there's a lot of debate about what that value should be. I think we all impose our own values upon the world as we think through these things. And I think it is, for some people, the value is you produced something. For others, it's you've developed social relations. For others, the value can just be pure entertainment. And I think that's okay. Mm-hmm. But as long as you are artful and intentional about it, and you feel that you're in control of it, I think that's what well-being looks like.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Do you have any flourishing? What does it look
Yeah,
like?
no, I think it's interesting because science generally resists subjectivity. You want a test. You know, you can give people a test. There are 12 items. You answer them. You add up the score, and you can say your well-being level is, you know, average.
4.2.
You're a 4.2. Yeah, exactly. And I think that what's been interesting for me in studying this topic for a while is that people have a really good sense subjectively when they introspect about how they feel about their relationship to technology. And they're all using very different metrics, as Glenn said. So for some, it's about social relationships and facilitating that. And that, for me, is a big part. I live, as I imagine you do, a long way from a big part of my family. And so technology has allowed me to connect with them in a way that is very, very enriching. So that, for me, is a key factor. For other people, that might not be a factor at all. Either you live near the people that really matter to you, or it's more important to you to create or to automatize or whatever it may be. And so I think there is no one definition, and I think it'll be very hard to find just one definition. But I think the best thing we can all do is have a list of questions to ask ourselves. And the answers to that, I think, will illuminate for each of us individually whether we've got a high or low level of digital well-being. And often for me, digital well-being comes from augmenting our real non-digital experiences. That's much of it for me. So I like social connection. I get more of that social connection and better social connection with people I couldn't have it with using digital tools. I want to know where I am. I can do it better with a map on a device. All of that, I think, is a really big part of it.
Right, and there will be trade-offs. You know, in New York City, it used to be that you'd turn to someone on the street and say, where am I? And I'm very directionally challenged. Sometimes I'm even map challenged, so I turn to human beings. And they look at me as though I'm crazy. Where's your phone? They really look, and they don't know where they are. They have no idea where they are. So they're really good, you know, there's so many trade-offs. It'll keep us guessing for a long, long time. Well, I think that I had an interesting situation with a friend that I'm still trying to figure out, where I sent him an article, but instead of answering that he had gotten it, and it was something very close to my heart, an article I'd written about tolerance in today's culture, but he waited and waited and waited, and he was naturally going to read it and then get back to me. But I felt like, wow, can't you just say you got it?
Yeah.
And so it was really, I just throw that out there. There are no answers, but I think that, you know, acknowledgement, communications, maybe this will keep us all, it should keep us on our toes in a better and better way.
I think that exact case was something that we saw in our own research that was deeply surprising. Going back to the discussion of technology being a social tool, I think one of the aspects of it that we found really surprising was expectations of how we use it with each other haven't really been set. Right. I think with telephones, we kind of created a culture like, don't call after this time because you're probably asleep, it's going to ring in the house. I feel that, and we saw this, that we saw many of those situations where someone would send a message and they would not get a reply, and they didn't know what that meant. They didn't know if the other person was hurt or hated them. We saw someone who, it took her 3 hours to get back to her friend, some amount of time because she was busy. And when they finally got in contact, the friend was very upset that it had taken 3 hours to get back to someone. And I feel like that is a sign that we haven't developed quite that shared understanding of what our use of these communication technologies really means. And I feel that because we haven't set that, we often pressure ourselves into being polite about it. You know, it's like, oh, if someone sent me a message, I have to respond right now because otherwise they'll worry. And that social dynamic and that cultural dynamic, I think, is really interesting for us. And so I think that's something that we're going to spend a lot of time thinking about, and how we can help, through technology, nudge things in the right direction.
I think with letters and emails, so with letters you only got a certain number, but emails some people get hundreds a day. Yep. And so we've tried to apply the grammar that we use to determine how to deal socially with letters, which is you always reply, it's the polite thing to do, to email or to text, and that doesn't work if you get a certain number. You get inundated. And I was having this discussion with my wife recently. If I get, say, 100 emails a day, and I don't respond to one of them, I make an active decision not to reply, that seems really rude, but also invite conversation with everyone who's emailing. So you just never know where to draw the line.
That's right.
It's really tricky. And I don't even know if there is a set of rules you could draw up that would allow you to deal with that.
No, especially for the different types of people that are emailing you.
Right.
Work emails versus emails from your parents, different expectations, but your habits may be the same. So
Different generations have different expectations, certainly.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe we have to welcome that type of uncertainty. We'll keep working at it because it took 1,000 years for the book to be hammered out as the technology we know today. In Shakespeare's time, there were 150 different versions of Twelfth Night, and you could buy, all sorts of different plot lines in London's bookstores. So in our remaining minutes, let's try to look ahead, perhaps. We've guessed a little bit about perhaps what digital well-being might be, but what's exciting, what's coming up in the pipeline, either as a sort of throwing our minds forward to the future in terms of technological well-being, digital well-being, or what's really exciting now for you? Adam.
I'm excited that there's a conversation now at this level. The fact that I was invited to speak here is very exciting for me, because I've been thinking about these issues for a while, and I used to spend the first 10 minutes of any conversation or any talk convincing people that this was something we should even be discussing. And we don't have to do that anymore. I think that's a really good first step, that when you look people in the eye, we all recognize that this is something we should be focusing on. And that goes all the way up to a big company like Google and all the way down to individual people that you meet on the street. So I think that's very exciting. And then the question is where we go from here. And I think we're really at the beginning, and I wish there were better scientific research out there that suggested this is what the damage will be, this is what we need to change, if we don't, this is what will happen, and this is how we deal with it. And it turns out I'm at a very exciting point, because I'm doing some of this research, but I think it's some of the earliest research. There isn't a huge amount out there now. Mm-hmm. So we're at the bottom of a very tall, steep mountain, and we will learn a lot along the way. But not much has been done. There's a huge amount of low-hanging fruit, and that's what I'll be doing with the next few years, is trying to work out what should we be really concerned about, what are we just talking about because there is some degree of panic, and then how do we deal with it? How do we fix it, not just as individual consumers who are managing our own use or our kids' use, but also how do companies like Google introduce new options, new technologies, and obviously that's already starting in a very, I think, encouraging way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think what I'm sort of excited about is and I think many people here, like, the reason why we work in this space is that we want to build experiences that people love. I think just delivering something to someone and seeing the joy on their face, I think that's a deeply motivating factor for me, and I'm sure many of you. And I feel like part of this discussion is an understanding that we don't quite know yet what it means for people to love software. I think historically we've sort of measured that very coarsely in terms of, if people are spending more time using the thing that I've built, clearly that must mean that they love it. And I feel like this whole space is about understanding that that's not necessarily true. And so what I'm really excited about is finding more of the evidence that you talk about, and more of those tools and means, so that we can all go and build more lovable software.
Mm-hmm. That's great. And I too would second the idea that it's so exciting, having been in the space of writing about technology for nearly 20 years now as a humanist, to see the maturation of discussion and the unease. I think that's really important too. I would say that, just to throw out, I think that it's a little bit different, but it's part of well-being, this issue of tolerance. And I've seen some very early evidence that in the space of the digital world, more can be done than one would think to kind of push back on the hatred that's out there online. There's a professor at NYU, actually a PhD student, who's done some amazing work in the space of helping people speak up. And on Twitter, he's found that when there's a hater, someone who's really espousing horrific things online, and then a person from their in-group. So if there's a white male espousing hatred, and a white male who's influential, has followers on Twitter, makes one comment about, hey man, think again, or these people are human, what are you doing? One comment lowers dramatically the amount of hatred from that person for 2 months. And that's really a remarkable thing. So it speaks to a lot of research right now. There's an exciting research on prejudice on and offline, on combating prejudice, that shows that little points of speaking up are important. So technology that could help us learn that, or help us speak up, or understand when we're needed to say something in the realm, I think is really important. Another study out of Europe showed that if people are given a kind of adventure game and perspective taking, a day in the life of Roma, a person who's a Roma, and the kinds of troubles that they go through, very short game has extraordinary effects. It lowers their likelihood to vote for a far-right party. It lowers their prejudice against the Roma. It also, for up to a year, lowers their prejudice against other minorities or other, pariah people, like people with a lot of negative sentiment about, like refugees. So I think these ripple effects are really important to tap into in the virtual world. What is, ripple effects are there, and that's really important. So I think we've covered a lot of ground, but I hope we raised some good questions, something to take away, to think about, to chew over. And I'll just say, to wrap up, that we've certainly come a long way from the days of lantern slideshows and the telegraph as the state-of-the-art communications tool, and yet we're still wrestling with the tensions and promises of technology. All of what we're facing demands creative spirits, open minds, and a lot of questioning. And questioning is the opposite of complacency. And unease is really a central route to progress in a society. So I think we have reason to be optimistic that with your help, we can create a more healthy digital world. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome back to I/O Live. It's our third and final day of our developer
APIs are integrated with the IDE too. For instance, Android Studio now includes a navigation editor, which works with the library. You told us, work on emulator boot time.
Ready, set, go. I was not cheating. It was not running in the background.
Slices are a cool new way to drive re-engagement. We wanted these to be easy to build, so you'll find templates that are rich and flexible. And because it's Jetpack, slices work on 95% of devices.
These are hyperlinks that you can use from anywhere that point directly into your action. Once users opt in, Action Notifications gives you a way to connect with them about new features and content. These notifications work on the phone even if users don't have your Android app installed. And you'll be able to re-engage with your users on speakers, smart displays, and other assistant-enabled devices. After somebody engages with your action, you can prompt them to add your action to their routine with just a couple of taps.
And we're incredibly excited that Service Worker, the underlying new API that makes PWAs possible, is now supported on all major browsers, including recently Edge on Windows and Safari on both desktop and mobile. This is probably the most important leap forward for the web in the last decade. Today, we're launching Lighthouse 3.0, which makes Lighthouse's performance metrics even more precise and its guidance even more actionable. I'm happy to share that AMP is evolving in some big ways. Now, all AMP content benefits from a fast, free, privacy-preserving cache that optimizes page loads. But they've had these google.com URLs. So we're fixing that with a new standard called web packaging. We're expanding Chrome OS to support
material design system. Today, we're also releasing 2 new tools to make it faster to go from design to implementation. Material Theme Editor. This plugin for the popular application Sketch helps designers create and customize a unique material theme. This is the tool used by product teams at Google to review and comment on design iterations. To make material yours, get started at material.io.
Cloud TPUs are now available to everyone, and getting started is as simple as following this link. We've released the MLKit in beta, an SDK that brings Google's machine learning capabilities to mobile developers through Firebase. We believe success in AI should be determined by your imagination, not your infrastructure.
Predictions applies ML to your analytics data and predicts the future behavior of your users so you can take proactive actions to optimize your app. For example, you can lower the difficulty of your game for users who are likely to abandon it, or send special offers to users who are likely to spend. We're bringing together Google's machine learning technologies from across Google and making that available to every mobile developer working on Android and iOS. And since MLKit is available through Firebase, it's easy for you to take advantage of the broader Firebase platform.
We're rolling out a major update to ARCore to help you create even richer, more immersive and interactive experiences. That's why we've created Sceneform, a brand new 3D framework that makes it easy for Java developers to create ARCore applications. Today, we're introducing augmented images, a new capability in ARCore that makes it possible to attach AR content and experiences to the physical images in the real world. With Cloud Anchors, we actually allow multiple devices to generate a shared, synchronized understanding of the world so that multiple phones can see and interact with the exact same digital content in the same place at the same time.
demonstrate what's going on, I did a one-take video recording of developing an AR app last night, and we'll see how I did. Let's jump to the next slide. And Tom, are you ready?
Ready.
We'll see. All right, so let's go. Start. All right, so I'm getting my asset from poly.google.com. To make this as illuminating as possible, I'm going to search for a lamppost. We'll see what I find. OK, so this first lamppost from Naomi Chen looks pretty good. Let's have a closer look and see if I like that. This is pretty much exactly what I'm looking for. So I'm going to download the model file. And as you can see here, I've got it downloaded, and I've got all the files here in my downloads folder. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the Hello Sceneform sample app, and I'm going to see if I can get this lamppost being used instead of Andy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag all of the model files into my sample data folder, and then using our just released Sceneform Tools Android Studio plugin, I'm going to import that asset into my project. As you can see, as soon as I click Finish, we've got a Gradle build going that's doing the import of our asset into our project, and we're going to see it pop up in the viewer in just a second to see if we like what we got. There it is. So that's looking pretty much exactly like it did on Poly. And so let's see if we can get that added in place of Andy. So we're going to jump into the code here. And as you can see, Andy is loaded using a resource ID. Now, you might have noticed I actually put this file into the assets folder. So I'm going to change a little bit how I load it. I'm going to load the file from the assets folder. I'm going to drop that in. And I'm loading the file now. And I press play, almost play. OK, done. All right, hang on with the time. Let's see what this looks like. Back to the slides. So let's, there we go. OK, so here's our app. So we're done. We have an app that's running in AR. We've got a lamppost. We can place our lamppost. We can place a lot of lampposts in our office and make our office, you know, as decorated with lampposts as we would like it to be. It's looking great. And so that was our speed run. And so let's see, Tom, how did I do there?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
1 minute, 45 seconds. That's minutes, not hours. OK, so that's how fast we can build with AR. But now we're going to slow down. And we're going to talk through all the tools that we've built that make this possible. So the first thing I'm going to do is talk to you about assets. You can get your assets that you'd use in an AR app from many different places. You can source them online. You could have an artist create custom assets for you. But what I'm going to do for this talk is we're going to get our asset from Poly. Now, Poly is Google's library for 3D assets. On Poly, you'll find thousands of 3D assets that you can use in your apps. As you saw, I was able to easily search for a lamppost and find exactly what I was looking for. But if you want something else, like a tree, you can search for that, and there are lots of trees available in all sorts of colors, shapes, sizes. There are maybe some dangerous-looking ones. Whatever you want, you'll find what you're looking for. But if you don't know exactly what you want and you just like to be inspired, you can browse by category. Maybe you'll find an asset there that will inspire you to create a whole new AR app. So have a look around and see if you can find something that you like, and I think you will. Most of these assets, or many of these assets, are licensed under the CC BY license. And so that means that you can download model files for these and use them directly in your apps. All you have to do is credit the author, and then you can use them. So here I'm downloading the model file. And look at this. I have an asset. As you saw in the speed run, here it is. Now, if you look closely, you'll see that this asset has 3 different files. Now, you want to make sure that you keep all of these files together, because each one of these files is important to actually be able to render this asset the way we want to. But what do we do with these files now that we have them? Just for fun, let's crack one of them open in Android Studio and see what it looks like. So this doesn't really look that much like a lamppost. Maybe a little bit, but you probably were guessing that this wasn't going to look like a lamppost if we just opened up the raw files. As you can see, we've got an image, we've got some text, which is showing what all the vertices are in this object. You might love a file like this if you're a graphics developer, but and if you were using a game engine like Unity, it would know exactly what to do with this. It'd be able to render this. You'd be able to tweak it. It'd be great. And I actually want to stop for a second and let you know that at 11:30, right here in Stage 7, or of course streaming on YouTube, there's another session called Building an AR App with a Poly Toolkit for Unity. And you can learn a lot more about Poly and more about using these assets in Unity. But for now, because we're not building a Unity app, we're going to build a native Java app. We want to see how we can use these assets in Android Studio. So let me talk to you about SceneForm. So we can work with 3D models in Android Studio using SceneForm, or using the SceneForm Tools plugin that we just announced and is available now. We announced it at the developer keynote on Tuesday. So SceneForm is our high-level 3D framework, and it makes building AR apps in Java easy. Now, SceneForm includes a runtime API, and that handles all of your rendering. It handles doing things with AR Core and making your app work on the Android side. But SceneForm also has a set of tools that interact with Android Studio and let you import, view, and tweak your assets right in your IDE. So where do you get this plugin? Well, like most other Android Studio plugins, you can get your plugin right from the Android Studio plugins page. You go to Preferences, Plugins, Browse for Plugins, and just search for SceneForm, and you'll find it. So once we have the plugin, it's super easy to get your assets imported. The first thing we need to do is place our source files in our project. We're going to drop them in the sample data folder. Now, this is a little bit important because the sample data folder is a folder that does not get bundled into your APK. Now, you might wonder, why would I want these files not bundled into my APK? Well, as you can see here, well, actually, hang on. I missed one thing. As you can see here, we support OBJ, FBX, and GLTF files. And so we're going to focus more on OBJ files right now because that's what I got from Poly. But this exact same flow works with FBX and GLTF, which you might find other places online or sourced from artists, things like that. But anyway, so we drop these files into our sample data folder, like I said, because we don't want them bundled into our app. Why don't we want them bundled into our app? It's because we build runtime optimized binaries that SceneForm will be able to use to render your assets in Android. Now these binaries are optimized so they load fast and they look great. They include all of the data that you need in order to render, or in order for SceneForm to render your models. So that file, actually, can you go back one slide? So that is the SFB file. And so you're going to hear a little bit more about SFB files later, but just suffice it to say that SFB files are the files that we want bundled into our APK. OK, so now that we have our file, or our set of files in our sample data folder, we're going to right-click, and using the SceneForm Tools plugin, we'll click Import SceneForm Asset. This will trigger our import wizard flow. So this is the import wizard. As you can see, this is fairly simple. We have 3 fields to fill out. The first is the file path to our model, and that's already filled out for us. The second 2 are outputs, and both of these files are created by the import wizard. The first file you'll see is an SFA file, and I'm going to go into that in detail in just a couple of minutes. But this, for now, you just need to know this should be placed right next to your model, because this is going to become one of the source files that will show how your model is rendered. Your SFB file is what you want bundled into your APK. And so you're going to want to put that somewhere that gets bundled. you kind of have two options here. Your options are your assets folder and your res-raw folder. You can put it in either of these. The loading is slightly different when you get to the runtime. But other than that, they'll both get bundled, and it doesn't matter. You can pick whichever one you choose. So that's all we have to do in the import wizard. We click Finish, and we're done. Let's see what happens next. So as you can see, as soon as we click Finish, we're going to have a Gradle build kicking off. We're compiling here the SFB that we just imported. Now what's going to happen is we'll get these Gradle tasks added. We're picking these defaults that we're going to fill in the SFA that I'm going to tell you about in a second. And we're building this runtime optimized binary. But as soon as we finish this build, as soon as we finish this build, we're going to see these SFA, SFB files added to our project. And so you can see we've got our SFA next to our model and our SFB right here. I think I have it in res-raw right here. But that's not all. We also have a viewer. And so the viewer is going to pop open as soon as you get your asset fully imported. And as you can see, we see exactly what our model is going to look like here. Here it looks just like it did on Poly, which makes sense because that's what we implemented, or that's what we imported. And you don't have to deploy to your phone. You can just see it right away. You don't even have to have an app built yet. You could just import it right into your project in view files without having your app built. And this uses the exact same renderer as our runtime. And so what you see is what you get. This is going to look just the same on your phone. OK, so this looks just like it did in Poly. But I was thinking I wanted it maybe a little bit different for my app. In Poly, it sort of looks maybe like it's kind of rough, plastic maybe. And I was hoping it would look maybe a little bit shinier. So let's see how we could do that. So I talked to you about the SFA a couple of times. So there was a text file that you saw in the viewer. And so that file is your SFA file. The SFA file defines how SceneForm will render your asset. You can see it has a bunch of different parameters. And if you look closely, you'll see that these might affect the way your asset is going to look. So we're going to look at a couple of these. One of them here is metallic, and one of them is roughness. And so by default, when we import from Poly, we get something where the roughness is 1 and the metallic is 0. And that's going to make it look like it's sort of made out of plastic. And what I'd like to do is turn the metallic up, maybe to 1, so it looks really metallic, and turn the roughness down. Maybe not all the way to 0. I don't want it too shiny, but I'm going to turn it down. And then I'll see what happens. So as soon as I save the SFA file, we're going to rebuild the runtime bundle. And as soon as that is complete, we're going to see that reflected in the viewer. So here you can see, I guess this GIF is sort of looping a little bit. But you can see once it completes, the viewer is looking a little bit different. It's looking pretty metallic. And this is basically what I'm going for. So I want to point you to this documentation online. So I mentioned a couple of the parameters. And there are actually a lot more parameters that you can edit in your SFA file. There are a lot of parameters that affect the look and feel of your asset, but there are also parameters that affect things like its scale or the way its collision works for when you're tapping on your object. And if you check out this page, you'll see all of the details on all of those parameters. Now, one thing I'll mention, I mentioned how we support GLTF, FBX, and OBJ files. When you import each of these files, the parameters will be slightly different that you can edit in your SFA. And all of the details are on this site, so I would strongly recommend you go see which things you can tweak in each of these types of files. OK, so we've got our asset looking the way we want it to. Let's see what we need to do to get it in AR. Now, you remember I talked about placing the runtime optimized binary, the SFB, in the assets or res-raw folder. So let's look at how we would load that in our runtime out of each of these. So as you can see here, this is an activity that you guys are all very familiar with. We have an onCreate method, and what we want to do is our model renderable is an object that in the runtime is going to describe all the details of how to render our lamppost. You could think of this as the runtime representation of our file that has our optimized model. And so what we need to do is we need to load our file into the runtime here, and we're using that using the model renderable builder. Now, loading can take a little time, so this API is an asynchronous API, and all we have to do is create a builder, set its source. Here I'm setting it to a res_raw, or a resource ID in res_raw that points to the lamppost, and build. Now, the model renderable builder returns a completable future. And so that completable future, we're using this then_accept method so that after that's complete, we can go and store the renderable that's loaded into our lamppost renderable so that it can be used later. So this was for loading out of res_raw. If we were to load out of assets, it's just slightly different. This code is almost exactly the same, except for one line. When we set the source ID, we just need to set it to a URI and parse out the actual file name instead of a resource ID. You'll notice this is just the lamppost.sfb directly in the assets folder. This is how we would load that. You can define a directory hierarchy however you please and just reference the path all the way from the assets folder to your SFB right here. So there's a lot more to learn about SceneForm and about how to actually display these in your app. When I was doing my speed run, I used the sample, and so that's a great way to just try this out and see how your assets will look. But if you'd like to learn more about how to do more things with these assets and how to display them in the runtime, you should check out this session. It was yesterday, rendering for Android AR apps, and it's available on YouTube, of course. You can learn a lot more there. So I'm going to jump right into our actual app we built, and let's take it for a spin, see what it looks like now that we've tweaked the parameters in the SFA. All right, so there is our lamppost. It's lit nicely. It's got everything that you would expect of a giant lamppost in the middle of your office. And it's looking great. That's just what I was going for. So let's jump back to the slides now. And so I want to talk about one other thing, which is I'm asking you to install this Android Studio plugin. You might wonder, what is this plugin going to do to my project build? Do I want to install this? And so let me tell you a little bit about what's going on under the hood. So we've built a SceneForm Gradle plugin. And this is what is actually doing the asset builds that I showed you. When you import, what we're going to do is we're going to add the SceneForm Gradle plugin to your Gradle build. The first thing we do is we just add the class path dependencies to your project build file. You'll note that we load this from the Google Maven repository, so you want to make sure that that's in your project build file. Of course, this is the default for all new Android apps, so this shouldn't be a problem. And then in your app build.gradle file, we apply the plugin just once. We won't do that more than once. But then for every asset that you import, you'll see one of these asset definitions in your Gradle file. Now, you'll see there are a few paths there, and if you remember the import flow, you'll remember that those look very familiar. And in fact, you're right, those are the exact same paths that we had in the import wizard. This is all the import wizard does. It writes these files into Gradle. So could you edit these Gradle files manually if you wanted? Sure, that would be fine. Now, we think that the Android Studio plugin is the quickest and easiest way to get these in, but of course, they can be edited and changed here as well. And finally, once you build and you've got these asset rules in your project, you'll see that here I'm building an APK using the assemble debug rule in Gradle. And what you see is we're getting this compile asset task. And we have a compile asset task for each of the assets that we've added to our Gradle build. And these are added to the dependency chain so that they'll run before the tasks that merge in assets or resources into your APK. And so you can always be sure that these bundles will be updated or these optimized binaries will be updated and ready to go every time you build an APK, and you'll always get the latest and greatest version of the optimized binary that has all your updated parameters, and yes. Oh, sorry, yeah, I forgot about source control. So one thing you might ask, since we're building these files as part of Gradle, do we need to check them into source control? Where should they live? And the truth is, you don't have to check in the optimized runtime bundles. These could just be built as part of your Gradle build. But we would actually highly recommend that you do check them in. Since these are tracked in Gradle and we understand all of the dependencies and the input files that were used to generate our optimized binary, we can always understand when it needs to be rebuilt. And so if you just check in your SFBs, check in your SFAs, and then pull down the latest source from your source control and build, we'll know which we have to rebuild and which we can leave unchanged. And so you'll always have the latest stuff to run. OK, so now we have our basic app. And I'm going to turn it over to Tom, and he's going to tell us how, after we've built an app, we would test it, iterate, and launch that app. So here you go, Tom.
Cool. Cool. Thanks, Tim. Hi, everyone. I'm Tom. I'm engineering manager on the AR and VR team. I'm going to talk about some of the tools that we've built to make iterating and building and debugging your AR apps even easier. So first of all, earlier this year, we released AR Core support to the Android emulator. So no matter where you are, what devices you've got, you're always able to build for AR Core. So if you'd like to develop your AR Core app without having to deploy to your device, get up and walk around your room, place your objects, then you can do that. If you would like to develop in a coffee shop or on a bus or on the plane, then we've got you covered. The virtual environment that we let you walk around in, it's got multiple rooms, it's got tables, it's got chairs, and if you also want to see what it looks like with a cat in your room, then you can do that too. So to get started, all you need to do is use Android Studio 3.1 or above. Use the latest Android Oreo system image. Make sure you use an image that has access to the Play Store so that you can download AR Core, or there are instructions on our website to sideload it if you'd like. And then it should be the default option, but make sure in the advanced settings that you're using the virtual scene as your camera for the back-facing camera. Once you've settled that up, it's good to go. So walking around your room, it's not as easy as holding your phone up and looking around, but if you've played a lot of video games like me, then you'll find it really, really natural. So you use WASD on your keyboard and the mouse or a trackpad, and you can navigate like a first-person video game. So the really cool thing about the emulator support is we actually run the entire AR Core tracking stack. We don't fake anything. On that rendered image, we just run the full tracking stack, which is really cool because as new features for AR Core come online, then it will just work magically within the emulator. So this week in the keynote, we announced support for augmented images. And whilst all that stuff works, we don't actually have any images in that environment just now. But if you get the Canary build of Android Studio with the emulator right now, then we've added this extra UI, which lets you place an image in your world. You can change the size of it. You can put it on horizontal surfaces, vertical surfaces. And as you can see, we didn't have to do anything to make it work. Augmented images just works perfectly in the emulator. So that helps you iterate. One thing that we've worked really hard on is helping you debug your application. So I want to show you a tool that we've been working on that helps building and debugging these complex immersive scenes really easy. With Sceneform and Unity and Unreal Engine integrations, we've made building your app really easy, but sometimes you want to go under the hood and see what's happening. So we built Gapid, which is the graphics API debugger. So it's a really powerful tool that we've been working on that lets you inspect all of the graphics API commands that your application is calling and lets you replay them later on. So if you want to see exactly how your frame is being built, draw call by draw call, or see what resources your app is being used, or investigate like why your app doesn't look quite as you expect, then Gapid can help. So, and it also helps you understand exactly what your GPU is being asked to do as well. So here's a really, really quick example of Gapid. We're just stepping through draw call by draw call. You can see the Andy model, the raw resources that this is using. And you can see every single GL draw elements call, which contributes to your final image. And you can see it built up draw call by draw call. So we're going to go for a quick whirlwind tour through Gapid. There are two main stages. The first stage is tracing, which is capturing every single API call that your app is making. And then secondly, there's replay, which is on your desktop or laptop so that you can step through and reproduce those issues that your app has. So first of all, to get going, you need to capture a trace of your application. So file, capture trace. You have to choose your device, choose your package, making sure your package is debuggable, and then click OK, and then it will connect to your device, start your package, and then it will start streaming this information back. So once you've captured an interesting part of your scene, this is the UI that you get. And you can replay each frame within Gapid and step through it draw call by draw call. For OpenGLES applications, which most of our AR core applications are right now, we actually capture from the start of the application all the way through until you click stop. Use the film strip UI at the top to choose between the frame that you'd like to take a deeper look at. And then once you've found an interesting frame, you can really dig into the details. On the left, we've got the command view. So this shows every single command that contributed to drawing your frame. It's neatly separated by frame and by draw call, and any of the parameters to those functions can be changed, and you can replay it just to see how that might make a difference. In the center, we've got our frame buffer pane. So that shows what the application looks to up to the current command. In that way, you can step through every single command. We've added a bunch of options so you can visualize that frame buffer in a different way too. So you can edit the histogram, so if your application is particularly dark, you can bring it more into the light, and you can change those parameters. And on the right, there are various tabs for your resources. So you can see the textures that contributed to your application. You can see every mesh. Go and investigate the polygon count. You can see it actually gives the number of vertices and triangles. So you can take a look there. If you also want to, all the shaders that go into building your scene and the raw OpenGL state, you can go and look at that too. So let's take a look at a concrete issue, the kind of thing you might see within Gapid. So this is an example that I created from our Seattle office. This is just an Andy hanging out on a big chess set. It looks like just one or two androids just hanging out there. But a really common issue on mobile applications is overdraw. So overdraw is when you shade a pixel multiple times, that become a performance bottleneck on our kind of bandwidth-limited mobile devices. So you generally want to shade your pixels only 1, 2, or 3 times. So how many times do we think those pixels of that front Android actually get rendered? Well, it's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, keeps going. It actually goes all the way to 20. And that's really, really expensive on our mobile GPUs. So Gapid can let you see and check your assumptions on how your frame is actually being built up. And just lets you kind of go under the hood and see exactly with Seamform and with Unity and Unreal, exactly what they're doing. So to optimize that, you could render your objects front to back instead of back to front. So my ask of you all who are building AR applications here is go and take Gapid for a spin. Go and download a trace of your application, go under the hood, poke around, and see. Just check your assumptions. I'm always surprised every time I go and take a capture. So there are a load more features within Gapid. Go and take a look at the github.io link. And we have a lot of tutorials and guides on there on how you can do extra things. Gapid supports Cardboard, Daydream, and vanilla Android apps as well as the Vulkan APIs that are going to become popular over the next few years. So once you've developed your AR app and you've debugged it and it's looking exactly as you want, your next step is to get it out into the world. So we'll talk a little bit about that now. So with AR, there are two types of applications that you should think about when you're developing your AR app. There's AR optional and AR required. So your AR optional apps, they can be installed and run on devices that don't support AR Core. But you have to go and test for AR Core support if you want to create an AR Core session. On the other side, AR required means it can't be installed on the device until you actually, unless that device supports AR Core. So for those devices, for AR optional device applications, the onus is on you to go and write that code that checks to see if AR Core is installed and also checks to see if the device is AR Core compatible. So we'll go through an example of what that code looks like right now. So we have a very simple availability API. You go and call check availability, and you wait until that returns true. If your device supports AR Core, then you can go and enable your UI widget that takes you into your AR mode within your session. But before you go and check if you have support, you should check whether AR Core is actually installed or not. So we basically have this simple API that is request install, AR Core APK request install. That can tell you whether it's installed. If it's not installed, it can go and install it in the background for you. Once you've done all that, you can go and create your AR Core session as normal. And so for AR required applications, they're really, really simple. There's really nothing to do. We go and do the whitelisting on the Play Store for you, so it will only be available on devices that have AR Core support. AR Core is auto-installed when the app is installed in these cases, and as new devices are AR Core enabled, these devices will just be whitelisted automatically. So we've just before we finish up, we would love to get feedback from you on how on this session. But just to recap, we've shown you how to build your AR applications really, really quickly with SceneForm using assets from Poly. We've shown you how to iterate quickly in the Android emulator. Even if you don't have a device, you can go and build AR Core applications right now. We've shown you how to debug gnarly graphical issues in Gapid and understand what your scene is doing. And we've shown you how to ship them on the Play Store. So we probably have time for 2 questions using the microphones here if anyone would like to ask any questions about developing AR Core to me and Tim.
And ask about OpenThread.
And what are some of the cool features about OpenThread? What makes it sort of an interesting networking protocol?
The first is that it supports IP, and which means it's the same technology that is used to connect any other internet-connected device. And that makes it really convenient. For example, when you're developing using standard Linux, you can use standard sockets APIs to communicate with your devices. But more importantly, because you're using IP, it means you can build solutions that utilize multiple link technologies, such as Wi-Fi, cellular, and Thread, with a single application layer communicating end-to-end. You do not have to have application gateways in between, which often represent a single point of failure. And with Thread, because there's no stateful application gateways, you can have multiple connections into and out of the network that makes it really resilient and have no single point of failure.
That is very cool. And I noticed there's this QR code here behind me. What does that do?
Yeah, so Thread by default requires you to have security enabled, which is actually one of the key differentiators. And because security is always enabled, you need to have a very user-friendly process of getting that device securely onto the network. And so what the QR code does is it enables a mobile app. You just turn it on, you scan the QR code, and it'll securely connect with that joining device to provide the security credentials to get that device onto the network.
I think I've used that when I've set up my own Nest devices. It makes things super convenient.
Exactly. It's very similar to what we do in Nest. In fact, the commissioning protocol was designed following the principles that we use at Nest, so it really does enable a great user experience.
Very nice. And so what is Nest doing with OpenThread?
Yeah, so if we move over here, Nest is actually enabling a number of products with OpenThread. The first is a connected deadbolt for your door. It only communicates via Thread. It's got no other connectivity technology with it. And because it's using Thread, it can actually last for years on AA batteries. And I can do a quick demo here. So if I open up my mobile app, hold down the button, we'll see the door unlock, and there it goes. And that's all happening over Thread. Of course, the mobile is communicating over Wi-Fi. It goes to a Thread border router to this battery-powered device.
Would that work if my phone were not connected to the Wi-Fi?
It would work. So, yeah. So as I mentioned, our application layer operates over any IPv6 network. So it just happens that this mobile phone is only on Wi-Fi, but if it was connected to cellular, that would work as well.
Very cool. That is very interesting. And if I were a developer and I were interested in finding out more about OpenThread to use in my products, where would I go?
Yeah, so we have a website at openthread.io. We have our source code at github.com/openthread. And you can reach us at Google Groups at openthread-users.
All right, so if you're interested in making your own cool internet-connected device that, I don't know, does something amazing that I haven't thought of yet, go ahead on over to openthread.io and check it out for yourself. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Bye, y'all.
I'm a lead researcher on the Google Pay team.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brandon Herring, and I'm the design lead for Google Pay.
And today, we're going to look at how to design great payment experiences with Google Pay. We're going to cover what we've learned with partner integrations and integrating Google Pay into some of our own products. And we'll talk about how you can easily create great checkout experiences to get great results. Through watching many usability studies over the years, I'm well aware that e-commerce experiences can be the high point of frustration for users. That's because they're often the low point of the entire shopping experience. There's friction everywhere. You start typing in information, but something's wrong, right? Red errors appear in the forms. Addresses don't match, so you try again. You add your credit card number, but it's wrong, and so you try that again. You need to create an account, but the password isn't strong enough, and you get told that, and you need to think again. Or the two passwords don't match, or you already have a password, but you can't remember it. Every one of these experiences represents an opportunity for a user to decide it's not worth it. At every red error, at every point of friction, users can abandon their purchase. This results in lost sales for retailers and lots of irritation for users. In fact, we recently did an audit in Europe of more than 400 top sites and found that very many of the basic things that we should do correctly for forms are not being implemented. For example, we found that 46% of top sites don't implement error messaging in real time. So when users make an error, they don't know about it until they go to hit that submit button, and then they're told, and then they have to look for where that error is. It means that almost half of the top sites don't optimize their error messaging for ease of use. And we found that 29% of sites don't allow users to navigate back and forth in the flow, perhaps in the checkout experience, without losing information that they've already entered. So these types of issues lead to much frustration for users who are trying to complete their transaction. So it's no wonder that 69% of digital carts are abandoned before the purchase has been completed. These numbers represent a significant opportunity to improve the experience for consumers and to create checkout flows that bring delight in their simplicity. Earlier this year, we announced that we'd unified our payment systems and products under one brand, Google Pay. And today, we want to talk to you about how Google Pay is changing the way people pay for things online and in stores.
So Google Pay gives users one place to easily manage all their payment information. From seeing their latest cards and keeping sure that they're up to date, to seeing their latest transactions, Google Pay is giving users a flexible and comprehensive digital wallet. And users, they can leverage this account information to speed through checkout in apps, online, and in store. The app already has more than 100 million installs, which is incredible. That's enabling top merchants from DoorDash to Lyft to Airbnb and a lot more to enable seamless checkouts for their users. And Google Pay is powering transactions across our first-party properties, from the Google Assistant to the Play Store, Chrome, YouTube, and more. When developers implement Google Pay, they can create experiences without payment forms. They're super easy for users, really easy for developers to implement. And users with a payment method linked to their Google account can check out instantly anywhere they see the Google Pay button. And because hundreds of millions of payment methods are already saved to Google accounts today, developers can start to implement this solution across the globe immediately and deliver at Google scale. With Google Pay, users are instantly ready to check out the first time they visit an app or site, or even in a guest checkout flow. They no longer need to add a payment method to every single merchant that they want to transact with. They can zip through checkout quickly and easily. And with less friction, the user experience is improved, users are happier, and transactions increase. And we're seeing this already validated with a lot of our partners. Hotel Tonight has found that customers who were enabled with Google Pay were 65% more likely to complete a booking flow. And Airbnb has seen their transaction volume jump 11 times since implementing the latest version of Google Pay. And Jenny's going to tell us a little bit about how we got there.
Thank you, Brandon. So we're going to talk about some of the best principles that went into creating Google Pay, the practices around how you can develop great checkout experiences with the system effectively, and a little bit about how Google Pay is enabling assistive transactions with voice. Because consumer products are dependent on the user experience, we started with a user-focused approach to meet those needs. We began defining an overall vision of what we wanted to do to create safe and easy checkout experiences for everyone, everywhere. We informed our vision through conducting foundational research. And then we carried our learnings from this into our design work. And then we iterated on the designs, all informed through user testing and usability testing. And we published developer guidelines for our community of developers. We're continuing to update and improve and optimize our platform for consumers and for developers. Let's look at this user-centered approach again with more specifics about the activities that we took for each phase. So our first step involved conducting research to understand the broader picture, the user's needs around payments in their lives. And we visited different regions across the globe. We went to Europe and North and South America, and we visited Asia. And we explored users' payment methods and needs through conducting research there. We learned about the importance of speed and efficiency, security and privacy, and these learnings have really shaped the design work that we've done for Google Pay. Taking these learnings, we established a set of principles and created a design system that would meet those needs. And we tested our designs with usability studies. In key phases of the product development, we ran studies every 2 weeks, iterating as we uncovered issues and we could make improvements to the product. We dedicated ourselves to the details and to getting it right with our users. We also iterated through conducting live experiments with our partners and used this data in a complementary way to inform our design decisions. Based on all our learnings throughout this process, we've published guidelines for developers in order to take advantage of this work and make implementation clear and easy.
So let's take a look at some of the principles that we established that guided us through the process Jenny just talked about. First and foremost, Google Pay has to be fast. We know users want a quick and easy checkout flow and experience online. We want to remove that friction with a lightweight UI that's super intuitive to use and easy for users. And we've seen this in practice with Game Time, which is an app that lets users purchase tickets for events and concerts they want to go to. Google Pay is front and center the moment a user encounters an event they want to attend. Even before they've signed in, they're already ready to pay. Because of this, users can check out and purchase their tickets in only 2 taps. Google Pay loads a lightweight UI that shows them their account, the payment method they're going to use. One more tap, they're done. It's really fast, it's super easy, and that means for Game Time users, all they really need to worry about is whether or not their favorite team is going to make the playoffs this year. And I'm optimistic about mine, so fingers crossed there. This is obviously great for users, but this efficiency also leads to results. Game Time found that users who had Google Pay were 2 times higher to convert than users who just had a payment card saved to Game Time. So in other words, even when a user has a payment method already saved with a merchant, the seamlessness that Google Pay can offer leads to a higher conversion rate. The second principle was around scale. So this meant a few things to us. We needed to address a global audience. We needed to support a variety of payment methods. We also need to create a place where users can update their payment information once and have it available anywhere they sign in. And of course, we also need to make sure we're supporting more than just the Android ecosystem, that we're across browser and we're across OS, some of which we announced this week. So we have to enable users to check out quickly and easily, no matter where they are. With our first-party integrations, we already support a wide variety of payment methods, and we're bringing this scalability to developers, letting users pick however they want to pay, from leveraging all the payment methods they have on file with Google to new experiences like eMoney for in-store in Japan and PayPal for in-store. We make it really easy to implement localized buttons. That lets developers reach a global audience. And we've made it really easy to manage your payment methods too. Now users can update that information in the Google Pay app, iOS or Android, or on the Google Pay web, and have that immediately available anywhere they're signed in. This is a huge win for users, but it's a really big win for developers because it ensures that a user's payment information is going to be available and work any app or site that they want to transact with. And of course, Google Pay needs to work anywhere they can access their Google account. So across operating systems from Android to iOS, which we just announced, and browsers beyond just Chrome, but into Safari, Firefox, and more, enabling people to check out regardless of browser preference or device preference. This expands the reach that developers have, and it increases the user benefit.
Now, we know from conducting research that one of the single biggest concerns that users have with digital payments is around security. And we've worked hard to give users the security, transparency, and control they need to feel confident in each transaction. The importance of security, as I mentioned, comes up again and again in user research. We know that it's both important to be secure, but also to convey that security to users. With Google Pay, we meet these needs from the base up, from secure storage infrastructure, card tokenization, and authentication, through communications such as notifications, and supplemental technologies such as device security. So let's take a closer look. As you'd expect, Google Pay rests on Google's secure data storage infrastructure, using industry-standard encryption to keep your payment details safe. For transactions, we support and encourage tokenization for in-store and online use cases. Users transacting with cards issued from supporting banks can tokenize these in the Google Pay app and then transmit a virtual account number, the token, instead of their real one when they pay at participating merchants. We've also worked with payment gateways and processors to securely transmit payment credentials online. But beyond the actual underlying technology, it's important to reinforce security through conveying information about transactions transparently. We provide transaction notifications for supported cards so consumers know if a transaction is being made. Notifications is just one of the ways that we're communicating transactions to users. We're also combining their transaction history across Google properties, your website and apps and stores into a single place on our mobile and web platforms. And this provides a new destination for users to view their transactions. Device security is also important to users when considering payments. Android users can use the Find My Device service to remotely locate a lost device, of course, and one that's associated with a Google account, and then they can secure that device immediately, remotely from a distance. And in terms of user authentication, we're currently exploring different practices. For example, in the Play Store, we've implemented user control options for the scheduling of authentication, as you can see here. Users can choose to authenticate on purchases on Google Play on the device and set a schedule for when this happens. And there's the option to switch from password to fingerprint authentication as they purchase. Here you can see this option in Settings and the request for a password to confirm that. And in the third screen, the confirmation that the fingerprint authentication has been selected. The user now has their new fingerprint authentication option as they purchase. So we're giving users security, but also convenience within their checkout flow. Google Pay is secured in multiple ways, and we're continually learning about and improving the way we convey that security to our consumers so that they can transact with confidence. And all of this means that when users see Google Pay in your app or on your site, they're more likely to choose it as a way to pay because they trust it to handle their transactions securely, as well as quickly and easily. The last principle that we're going to review here is about delivering an experience that's unified. We've unified our services, and we've also made it simpler for users to get started and to pay anywhere with their Google account. Specifically, we've created a singular destination which brings together all of the payment activity under this unified brand. And in addition, we've added new payment use cases and functionality to our app. When we talked about security just now, we talked about the user experience principle of transparency being important. And one way we're achieving this through Google Pay is with this unified destination for users to see and manage their payment information and activity. Having an overview for transactions and payment methods gives users a lot of peace of mind, we found. With the Google Pay app, we've brought together all the functionality relevant to people's broader payment experiences. The home screen of the Google Pay app shows the users in-store payment methods, as well as helpful information like their latest transactions that they've made, and contextual information like nearby places that they can use stored loyalty cards or stored gift cards. With Google Pay, users now have the ability to see and manage all of their payment information, from tokens for in-store payments to payment methods they've already stored in their Google account. This is also where users can fix anything that requires their attention, such as updating existing cards or adding new cards to their account. In addition to storing merchant loyalty cards, Google Pay now stores tickets, so concert tickets, sporting tickets, and train and plane tickets. These can all now be kept in one easy-to-find place, and they can be redeemed through barcodes or NFC. Peer-to-peer payment functionality will also be soon be fully integrated into Google Pay, making it easier to pay friends back or family back for shared expenses. And recently, we've launched new experiences supporting mobile transit in cities like London, Las Vegas, and Portland. And additional transit agencies are coming on board, such as tram, metro, rail, and bus systems in Birmingham and the entirety of the West Midlands in the UK. Including support for activities like transit, loyalty, and paying friends means that Google Pay can be relied upon by hundreds of millions of users as a daily transaction tool. And in this, we're building invested users and a trusted ecosystem for your businesses to rely on. And this adds up to a comprehensive payment solution that keeps users engaged and they're ready to pay anywhere.
Great. So I want to do a quick demo just to show how quick you can actually check out with Google Pay. So if you could switch to the demo, please. So I'm going to use DoorDash today. And Ginny, are you getting hungry yet? It's a little early, but...
Yeah, something for lunch would be great.
Let's see. So we'll get some Mexican food. All right. And I've never added a payment method to this app, so I'm just going to get going here. We'll do quesadilla, maybe veggie. Add that.
That sounds good. Can we have something with chicken?
Yes. How about, let's do a burrito with chicken. Sounds good. All right. I'm going to add that to my cart. And so now I'm going to go check out my cart. And everything there looks great. So I'm going to check out. And this is the point where, as a user, I start to sweat, my heart rate goes up, right? Because I know there's a form that's going to ask for all this information. But when I look here, I'm actually already ready to pay because I have Google Pay on this phone. So I'm going to just place the order, and that's it. I'm actually not going to continue because I don't think we'll get to where this food's going to be delivered in time. But if I hit this button, the burritos are on the way. So if we could switch back to the slides now. Thank you. So I just want to highlight a couple of things that I think DoorDash did pretty well in this flow. First, when I looked at my cart, they surfaced all the relevant details, and they made it really easy to review. This is a really critical step to make sure you're not surprising users, and I'm actually going to talk a little more about this later. But they made it really easy to see what I'd ordered, if I had special orders, if I made any special requests, fees associated with that, the tax, delivery, etc. And then when I got to checkout, they just defaulted me to Google Pay. As a user, I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to say, oh, maybe I'll try Google Pay. It just was already there, and it worked. This is a huge benefit to having to avoid checkout, having to make users think about it, right? It avoided forms, and it kept the entire flow really, really smooth. Of course, you can start to leverage this immediately with the site ge.co/pay/developers. That's got all the API details for you to check out.
All right. Now, unfortunately, we know, of course, that forms aren't going away. But when a user does encounter a payment form, we've made lots of improvements to the experience and made autofill an integral part of Google Pay. Users really appreciate it when websites save them time by automatically filling common form fields, things like names, addresses, and credit card information. And so autofill helps to bypass all those input errors we talked about before. And these can be, as you know, particularly prevalent on virtual keyboards and small devices. Chrome has billions of 30-day active devices around the world. And those users of those devices are already checking out with merchants online. And so this is a significant pathway to enabling seamless payments everywhere a user is signed into Google. Our research found that by correctly using autocomplete attributes on your forms, users complete them up to 30% faster. So by ensuring the autocomplete process is working correctly, you can improve the online experience for your users. As developers, you can give hints to the browser by providing both the name attribute and the autocomplete attribute on each input element to help data be autocompleted correctly. Autocomplete attribute values are part of the current WhatWG HTML standard. Commonly used autocomplete attributes are shown here, and you can find these at the link provided here. Now, here are the specific attributes for credit cards. One thing to take note of is that the attribute for the verification or security code is CCCSC, standing for Card Security Code. It's not CCCVC or anything else. We see that sometimes. And that simple issue can cause autofill not to work appropriately. So let's make sure you get that one right. And let me also walk you through another example of a common mistake we see made with autofill. Now, a user experience best practice is to label form fields outside of the fields, like you can see here. And that's really good because it's this permanent reference for the user of the type of information that's needed in that field. Form fields also have placeholders, text that's shown in the field that typically give examples of the sorts of data that would be placed there. We've seen developers use fake placeholders instead of using placeholder attributes, and then use JavaScript to remove that value. And this makes it hard for autofill to determine if the user had inputted the values versus it being default text in the field. And it results in the fields not being autofilled. So that's another one to watch out for and make sure you use that placeholder attribute appropriately. So by implementing these attributes correctly, you can help ensure that users don't experience errors as their form information is filled in. More information on autocomplete attributes and some of the errors that commonly occur, we've got a list of them there. Some best practices can be found at this link. So now we've talked about users using their cards from Google Pay via autofill. Let's talk about how we get cards into Google Pay via autofill. When a user fills out a form, their credit card information is saved to their Google account, which ensures that next time the user is ready to pay without having to add any card information again. And this saves the user very much time and effort in checking out. It reduces the number of abandoned checkout experiences. And it grows the ecosystem, of course, beyond the hundreds and millions of cards already saved to Google accounts. By aligning autofill with Google Pay, we're ensuring users know that the autofilled payment information is coming from their Google account. The end result is millions of more people, our users, who are ready to pay, enabling frictionless checkout experiences for users and merchants globally. And that's a win-win.
So how can you, as developers, take full advantage of Google Pay? Jenny just walked through some really great examples of how autofill can really improve the experience when you leverage it right and you fill it out correctly and you set it up in a way that's going to work for users. Integrating the button is going to make that more seamless, because even though autofill is awesome, it's still Forms. And Google Pay bypasses Forms altogether. And so to be effective, there are a couple of things that I want to talk through that you guys can keep in mind when you're designing with Google Pay. So first, we covered this. It's really worth reiterating. Make Google Pay the default payment method for users when they're new to your site or app. By doing this, you're going to really create that truly magical experience where payment just happens. And it's not just they had to do it. When they're done, they say, that was awesome, right? Users don't have to do anything, and they're ready to pay before they even sign in, which leads to my next point. Another really easy way to streamline the payment experience is to allow a guest checkout option for your customers. Account creation slows down the process. It's another form to fill out. It leads to more frustration and cart abandonment. There was a recent study from, it's called the Baymard Research Institute. They're an e-commerce research organization. They found that forced account creation was the second biggest reason for cart abandonment. So the second biggest reason. So it's a very real threat to your transaction volume. And when you integrate Google Pay into your guest checkout, you just make it really easy for users to get through and get on with it. They don't have to think about it, and they can complete that transaction. Once they have a successful transaction, then prompt them to create an account. But if you can reduce that initial friction, it's really going to significantly increase your conversions. Make sure you display all relevant transaction details. When a user sees the drawer for Google Pay, that's often the last thing they see before the transaction, as we saw in the demo. So before they do that, you really want to make sure you're eliminating any surprises, any tax that exists, fees, etc. In that same study from the Baymard Institute that I referenced, they found that 23% of users abandoned purchases because they didn't see the total cost up front. So that's 1 in 4 folks. So it's, again, another really easy thing you can do that's just, it's going to have an impact. This example here is from Fancy, which is an online shopping site. Shows a really good example of them creating a really scannable, I can see my shipping cost and if there's tax and the total, and I can see the amount, and it's all right there. I don't have to think too much, right? It verifies what I know to be true. And they're also showing that I'm going to pay with Google. And in this case, they're even showing that I'm going to use my Amex. So that's another important point, that you can minimize user confusion when you if you can surface the payment method that they're also using with Google Pay. This is especially important when users have more than one card on file. There are a lot of ways you can display this information. You can use the Google Pay mark with the card. You can simply have it in a text string, whatever kind of works for your site, your app. But it is a really important thing that you can do to just give users, again, we're trying to build trust through this process and not make users have to think and say, wait, which card did I use? What was it? So these are just ways you can streamline this experience and keep users moving. And then once they have made the purchase, it's not necessarily over, right, from a flow standpoint. They may want to go find that receipt. They may have things that they need to send it to somebody. There's some reason, right? So when they go look for that receipt, or when that receipt comes in, at that point, also make sure you're being consistent and you're displaying this stuff the exact same way you displayed it throughout the process. So again, build that trust, keep users moving, don't make them think too much about it. I think in this case, you also definitely want to show the payment method used, because at this point, the payment's been done, and this is going to just give them that full context. The buttons. The Google Pay buttons come in 2 flavors. There's a dark button, there's a light button. In most cases, we really recommend that you use the dark button, because most sites out there and apps out there are white, and modern apps and sites have a lot of white space. So use the dark button. It's really going to stand out more. It's going to give users a really strong CTA. We've seen implementations where there are the white button on the white site, and you can imagine it doesn't stand out that well, and users are going to miss it. So this is just another easy one to keep users moving through it, let them get on with it. If you do have a dark site, then the white button's going to work awesome. And lastly, for really quick and easy implementation, make sure you're using one of our recommended payment processors. In the demo yesterday, they showed how easy it was to set up the button. And part of that is because these processors have done a lot of the logistical work for you. They make it super easy to get started. And you can get a full list of these guys at g.co/pay/business. So hopefully, these details have given you guys some really concrete things you can put into place right now to make sure that you're enabling customers to check out really quickly, really easily. If you want to know more, you can go to g.co/pay/brand, and that's going to give you all the assets and how to use them and make sure you're implementing them correctly. And then at g.co/pay/developers, you can get more details about the API.
Thank you. So now we're going to take a look at some new experiences with Google Pay. But before we do so, let's just stop to consider that the first online digital transactions happened in the mid-1990s. So it's taken 20 years of research, design, and optimization to get people comfortable with online purchases. The e-commerce industry has come a long way. And as you've seen, we at Google are hard at work making that even easier for our users across a variety of devices. And as device capabilities have expanded beyond traditional experiences, we've worked hard to adapt the lessons of the last 2 decades to new modalities devices support. While the same principles of fast and efficient, scalable, secure, and unified are just as applicable for different modalities, such as voice and conversational transactions, how these principles are applied must change. On phones, users' personal devices, asking users to re-verify their identity before completing a purchase may add unnecessary friction. While on a Google Home, if it's a communal device, say shared with family or perhaps friends living together, verifying identity could be very appropriate, assuring the user they have control over the purchases that are made. We're working towards providing people with the controls to make the right authentication decisions for their context. And all of this helps to ensure that when users want to make a purchase through the assistant, the experience feels natural and easy. So let's make a payment transaction as applied to voice transactions. OK, Google, order my usual from Starbucks.
Hi, Jenny. Starbucks here. That's 1 tall Earl Grey. Anything else?
No, that'll be all, thanks.
And are you picking that up at your usual Starbucks?
Yes.
OK, that'll be $3.45, but the balance on your Starbucks card is only $1.04. Do you want to reload your card?
Yes, put $20 on it.
OK, I've added $20 to your Starbucks card with Google Pay. Your total is $3.45. Are you ready to place the order?
Yes.
OK, I put your order in and it'll be ready soon. Enjoy.
Great. Looking forward to that.
Should have got 2.
As new devices are introduced and new interactions become possible, we'll continue to invest in these new modalities to ensure that we present our users with the best experiences to support their lives.
With Google Pay, we've focused on making something that's fast and efficient, scalable, secure, and really a unified brand that's recognized around the world as something that's easy to pay, right? Whether that's in-store, online, or through new experiences, as Jenny just showed with voice. Google Pay gives users a totally seamless checkout experience. There are hundreds of millions of payment cards on file, and that's a huge benefit for developers as they start to create the seamless checkout experiences of today, but also of tomorrow with assistive experiences and more. You know, I think the future is definitely going to be formless, right, as we go into more voice. So this is really awesome stuff that we can do. And it kind of leads to my final point, which is just I do think this is a really exciting time for payments. There's so much coming. There's so much cool stuff happening. And I'm personally excited to see what all of you guys come up with as we move forward. I want to call out that we have one more session later today that's actually going to go into a lot more detail on the demo that Jenny just did. You can learn about all the assistant actions. And so check out Add Transactional Capabilities to your actions, and that is on stage 5 at 2:30.
And a reminder that we have developer documentation available at these links. And we'll be adding to these as more experiences are built for Google Pay. We'd love to hear from you, so don't forget to provide feedback on our session on the website schedule. And we'll be in the sandbox afterwards to take any questions, so do come and see us in Dome G. And if you haven't checked out this already, you can see some really cool experiences of future payment experiences, including in-store interactive retail experiences that are there in Dome G to try. So do stop by.
I tried it. I tried it, and it was very cool.
Enjoy the rest of I/O, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, should we go?
So it gives me the weather information. What's added is I can continue this conversation using suggestion chips, or I can talk it to ask more questions, such as what about tomorrow? These are called suggestion chips that are relevant to the context and gives me more information. These are first-party actions, and I'm going to show you other third-party actions because Google knows about the weather, but not everything. Google cannot turn on the light on this one because this is not Google product. Would you tell it to let there be light? Say.
All right, I'll do that. Let there be light.
There we go.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Is any other? Cool. Yeah. Any other third-party devices it can talk to?
We actually have a robot vacuum right behind me. So let me try to start cleaning this floor. Start cleaning.
Whoa! Look at it go. Go, little robot vacuum, go.
Conveniently, somebody has thrown.
Get those chips. Get them, get them, get them. That is awesome. And is there an action that will make my kids put their dishes away after dinner?
You can build your own. That's the whole point.
All right.
You can have your own actions.
All right, that'll be available next year. Wow, that was fun. All right, so I have one last question for you. What time is it? I'm just kidding. My last question is, if I'm a developer and I want to find out more about building something cool on Wear OS, where would I go?
So now developers can build actions on Google for the Assistant and just keep the watch in mind and make sure you test on watches. And of course, everyone should come check us out at wearos.google.com to learn about the platform and everything it has to offer.
All right, so there you go, actions on Google and wearos.google.com. And hey, did you like this video? Want to see something just like it or kind of close to it? Head on over to g.co/io/guide for more videos like this. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu and I'm here with Chet Haas, the Android Toolkit lead. Hi, Chet.
Hello, Florina.
Tell me, Chet, what's new in Android P?
Oh, are there new things? Let me think. Yes, in fact, there are. So there's a few new things. One of the important ones that we heard about in the keynote, too, was about dynamic app bundles. But I think there's another video on that, so I'm going to lead people to do their own research on that. Something else that was big was slices and actions. So both of these are ways of propagating intents that your application can take care of deeply in other applications. So you can propagate this information in a way that maybe the assistant or search can take advantage of that and perform that action via like a button, right? So it can say, oh, I can handle this. You put it in an actions.xml file, and then search or some application, assistant, whatever, can propagate a button into the UI so the user can click on that to perform that deep action. Slices is kind of like that. It allows you to perform these actions, but with a much richer UI. Basically, it's a way for an application to propagate rich UI to perform all kinds of things in another process. You can think of it as related to remote views, but way better. So that's exposed in limited ways right now, but we'll probably be building on that in more interesting ways. And there's APIs for developers to take advantage of that.
How about the battery? Is there anything else finally for battery?
How about that battery? Well, we are all power users, unfortunately, which means we need to keep working on things that we can do at a platform level to preserve battery for users to get longer battery life. A couple of the things that are interesting that are going on in this release includes app standby buckets. So we determine the level of activity that a user has with an application, and based on that activity level, we expose capabilities of the platform to that application or not. It may not be appropriate for an application that the user hasn't actually run for a while to be taking up CPU and battery, doing this thing in the background that probably the user didn't want them to be doing. So that's one thing. Another is background restrictions. So if we notice that applications have bad behavior characteristics, things like holding wake locks for a very long period, which means the system can't go to sleep, or waking up frequently, or using services when they're not on power that they shouldn't be as frequently as they are, then they'll be propagated into a list that the user can see through settings and then disable background capabilities for that app to make sure that the user has control of how much battery is being used.
Okay, cool. So we covered slices, battery, anything else exciting in P?
Well, there's exciting and there's necessary. One of the necessary things that's there is that we're preventing applications from calling private APIs. It is possible now to call APIs which are not in the public platform, but through Reflection or JNI, you can get to these methods anyway, and we allow that because we didn't have a way to really stop that. You can sort of query this and go for it. Well, now in the ART runtime, we can detect that you are calling these methods from an application when they shouldn't be, and we can prevent that. So in the preview release, which we encourage everybody to pick up and play with, we have these methods in a light gray or dark gray list, which means that you're going to get either a warning in the log or a toast popping up on the screen. So if your application is calling these and shouldn't be, you're going to get a warning about it. But when that release comes out, it'll be on a blacklist, and we'll simply stop it from being called. So the call to action would be, go run with the preview release for P and make sure that your application is safe from these. And if it's not, then either fix your application, or if it is some facility that you absolutely need, then maybe it's something that we can work on and we can put it on a whitelist instead, but you need to tell us that information, which is why we have the preview, so give us that feedback.
Okay, right. There's this Android there. No?
That's a totally different object. I think we need to talk about text.
Yeah. So what about text?
Text happened in my larger toolkit team, so I understand that. In fact, you understand that. I want to ask you about text. So what happened in text?
So in text, we released a few new APIs. Now you can pre-measure text. So this means that you can move all of that measuring work that takes quite a lot of time from rendering a character to a background thread.
And why is that helpful?
Well, because then the text is displayed faster. So faster rendering means less frames skipped.
Sure. So it's also good because if it's time for you to display the text and then you have to measure it, it's not very helpful, but a lot of times you know ahead of time when you're going to need that, so you can actually ahead of time shove it off to a background thread so that by the time you need it, then you can display the text, which is awesome. What else we got?
We added a new feature for the user, the magnifier.
Yep.
And we also added an API for that. So we now have 3 methods, magnifier, show, update, and I think dismiss. And this means that if you're developing your own custom views that also display text, you can also show that magnifier in your custom view.
Also, it's not limited to text. That's the cool thing, is we are using it for text because we wanted to make it easier for people to manipulate the cursor. But you can use it for whatever you want. If you need a zoomed in view, that API is general purpose.
Okay, that's great. And I think we also added some more improvements on Smart Linkify. Do you know more about that?
I do. Smart Linkify is like Linkify, except it's smarter. So we already have the ability to create links in a block of text for you if we detect things like phone numbers and addresses. That's been there forever. But now through machine learning models that we have on the system, which are used for things like smart text selection, we can detect more complex entities there. Like you may select a word which is part of a larger phrase, which we detect because of this entity detection in the model, you can ask Linkify to detect those as entity links as well.
Can I now go back to this? Because it feels like it's looking over our shoulder.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So what's with the Android with a jetpack?
Well, that would be Android Jetpack. So Android Jetpack is a set of components as well as architectural guidance for helping developers build better Android applications. I would say all Android developers are familiar with a lot of what is in Android Jetpack already, because we have taken all the goodness of Support Library and put it under this banner, and we are going to continue to add to that, specifically with the intent of making Android development better and easier. So I'll give you some examples. One of the big ones, one of my favorite things about Support Library is AppCompat and the way that we baked in the releases for certain APIs into the package names. So now we have package names like V4 and V9 with some of the APIs. We don't even support those releases anymore. So I think all of the existing developers don't even think about it. That's just noise at the top of their file, right? It's one of those imports they never look at. But I think if you're new to Android, or if you're looking at the documentation, I think it's terribly confusing. So we're doing a major refactor where we turn all those package names into Android X dot whatever to be a little more sensible. Major effort. It will require refactoring on our side, a lot of it, but also on developers' sides, but we're giving tools in Android Studio to help with that. The other part of it is the existing architecture components are a big piece of it, things like lifecycle support and Room, view model. All of that stuff is good. Also the new paging library, which went 1.0 this week, paging in Recycler View. And we have two new things. Actually, they're to our sides here at the demo table. We have Navigation Controller and we have Work Manager. Navigation Controller makes it easier to create the links of the flow of your application. It makes things like up versus back easier. And we also have a tool in Android Studio where you can visualize this and create those links. So it's sort of an integration of the APIs as well as the tool for making this complex application flow a lot easier to develop. And then Work Manager is about an easier way for creating and executing background tasks. So before we would recommend, well, Job Scheduler is really good for scheduling things at particular times, when Wi-Fi is there, when you're charging, whatever. And that works really well if you're on KitKat and above. What if you're on an earlier release? Well, we also have Job Dispatcher, which is in the Play Services APIs. Well, what if you're on a device that doesn't have Play Services? Well, then you're probably rolling your own solution. So applications would need to do all three of these. Work Manager is an attempt to have a simpler, more elegant, fluent API for doing all this stuff that handles all of that for you.
Great, so lots of new things, both in Android, but also with Jetpack. So check out all the videos that we have from Google I/O, and also check out the documentation on developer.android.com. Thank you, Chet.
Thank you, Florino.
Android Jetpack is here to accelerate Android development by facilitating a modern app architecture, eliminating boilerplate code, simplifying complex tasks, and providing robust backwards compatibility.
Jetpack consists of architectural guidance supported by a set of libraries and tools in 4 key areas of Android development: architecture, UI, behavior, and foundation. Each Jetpack component is individually adoptable, but are built to work well together.
Jetpack builds on the popular architecture components we introduced last year. These components facilitate a highly testable, robust app architecture while individually addressing developer pain points, such as lifecycle management or data persistence. We've also added 3 new architecture components: Paging, Navigation, and Work Manager. Paging facilitates gradual, on-demand data loading from a local or network data source, allowing apps to work with large datasets, including support for Recycler View.
Navigation provides a framework to build app flows that comply with Android design guidelines, with proper behavior for up and back buttons, support for deep linking, automated fragment transactions, support for the overflow menu, navigation drawer, and bottom navigation. This is combined with a powerful graphical editor included in Android Studio to allow you to visualize, design, and test app navigation graphs.
Work Manager makes it easy to schedule one-off or periodic asynchronous tasks. Tasks can execute in order, in parallel, or in even more complex configurations. It's also easy to query for the state of tasks and to provide constraints, such as requiring unmetered network or charging. Perhaps most importantly, Work Manager takes care of compatibility issues, so you know that no matter what platform the user is on, tasks are scheduled efficiently and with system-wide health in mind.
UI components like animation, transitions, layouts such as constraint layout, text, emoji, and fragments, along with the TV leanback library, the Where UI library, and the Auto library are now part of Jetpack.
Behavior includes support for evolving Android areas such as notifications, permissions, and sharing. Jetpack adds support for slices, which allow your app to expose templatized pieces of itself to integrate with other apps, such as Google Search and Assistant.
Foundation includes AppCompat, libraries for automated testing, and new Android KTX Kotlin extensions, which make Android development with Kotlin more concise, idiomatic, and modern.
And we're just getting started with Android Jetpack. We have a roadmap of useful libraries and tools in development to help your Android projects take flight. To get started, check out developers.android.com/jetpack.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. My name is Britt Minuti. I'm a product manager on the Google AR/VR team. I'm joined here today by my colleague Bruno, a software engineer on the team. We have an awesome agenda ahead for you today. So by the end of today's session, you'll have helped us to demo an AR app. But before we get into that, I'll share a little bit of history as to how and why we built Polly. I'll share what Polly is and how it can be useful to you as a developer. And then I'll pass it off to Bruno to dive into the Polly API before we do the demo. Now, you may be wondering, what is this Polly thing and why should I care about it? Well, I think the best way to answer that question is to take a quick trip down Polly developer memory lane. The team that built Polly was actually originally devoted to the idea of productivity in VR. It was our goal to make people more efficient and effective at work using immersive technology. And we had a whole bunch of hypotheses about how we could do that. And we figured the best way to validate those hypotheses was to build a whole bunch of VR prototypes and test them with real people. We built everything like organizing your docks in VR to training people on how to use the espresso machine in our micro kitchen. But regardless of the prototype that we built, one thing was always the same. We needed 3D models. And finding the right 3D model was really, really hard, especially if we wanted a lot of 3D models that looked like they belonged together. So we said to ourselves, OK, no big deal. We'll make our own 3D models. Turns out, making your own 3D models is also really hard. In fact, what you see here on this screen is a model of a hand created by a software engineer named Chris on our team for one of our virtual meeting prototypes. Now, how many of you actually knew that was a hand before I told you? I don't believe some of you. All jokes aside, this got us thinking that maybe creating models could actually be a lot easier. And perhaps VR was the answer to that. So we pivoted, and we built Blocks. Blocks is an app for the HTC Vive and Oculus Rift that lets you create beautiful 3D models in VR. And what makes Blocks special compared to other modeling applications is that you actually inhabit the same space as the thing that you're modeling. So instead of training your brain to think about a 3D object on a 2D surface, you can literally just walk around it. Thanks to the launch of Blocks, that same engineer, Chris, that I mentioned earlier, was able to make this beautiful fish tank model in less than 15 minutes. He also made this amazing robot workstation, all in Blocks. And I don't know about you, but I think that that robot hand looks a little bit better than the hand I showed you earlier. You might have also seen Chris in some of our launch videos. That's right, folks. One day you too can become famous. And as we were reflecting on Blocks, we started to realize there are a whole bunch of other resources for 3D assets that could be used in AR and VR development. For example, Tilt Brush is another VR app that lets you paint in 3D space. You can create everything from beautiful portraits to entire 3D environments, replete with both audio and visual effects. And we also knew that there was this vast community of 3D modelers out there, already making tons of assets that could be used in AR and VR development. So we thought to ourselves, maybe the problem wasn't that there wasn't an easy way to make models. It was also that there wasn't a single resource to find all of those assets to use for development. And that's why we built Polly. Polly is a library of 3D assets and experiences. And our mission is to organize the world's 3D information and make it accessible to creators and developers like yourselves. When you visit Polly, you'll see thousands of assets, some of which have been contributed by Google, but many more of which have been uploaded by a vast community of 3D modelers using Blocks, Tilt Brush, and other modeling apps. And when you upload your assets to Polly, you have the option to make them what we call remixable. What this means is that you give other creators and developers the right to use your assets under a Creative Commons by license. This means they can download those assets, use them in their apps, as long as they give you attribution. Well, the good news is that over 82% of public assets on Polly today are actually remixable. So what this means is there are tens of thousands of assets available for all of you to use today for free under a Creative Commons license. Now, when you go to Polly, you can browse by category. You can also search for exactly what you need. We recently added object recognition to search, so you'll find what you need even if it isn't manually tagged. And when you find the perfect asset, you can download the file. We offer downloads in the form of OBJ, and in some cases, FBX files as well. Now, you might be thinking, this sounds great, but can I actually find useful assets on Poly? Well, let's look through some examples. Maybe you need a sandcastle model for your vacation mode app. Or perhaps you want to recreate Noah's Ark in your living room. Or maybe you've always wanted to include a realistic version of your BFF Carl in your next game. Fun fact, Carl is actually a real human. He's actually one of the talented designers behind Blocks and Poly. Or maybe you're building an archaeology app, and you need a whole bunch of real 3D scans of historic artifacts. Well, thanks to a recent partnership between Google Arts and Culture and SciArc, there are a dozen of these actual artifacts hosted on Poly for you to download today. And finally, perhaps all you ever wanted was a politically correct cheeseburger. That's right, folks, this burger has the cheese in both locations. No matter what you're looking for, you'll find everything you need on Poly to create a unique VR or AR experience. Like this VR scavenger hunt game, created by artist and developer Harlan Perez. He built this using Blocks, Poly, and Unreal Engine. Or these AR apps. On the left, you'll see an app from developer Andrew Deutsch, where he takes beautiful flower models from Poly and puts them on an otherwise dismal New York City subway platform. Or on the right, an app from developer Ben Ferns that uses object recognition and the Poly API to retrieve low-poly versions of real-world objects in real time. Now, as we thought back to Poly's mission, it occurred to us that we might be falling a little bit short on the accessible portion. Having to go to a website and download an object every time you needed it for your development was perhaps not the most efficient solution. So that's why we built the Poly API. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Bruno to share more.
All right. Thank you. So we're going to talk about the Poly API and Poly Toolkit. There are so many ways that I could begin a presentation about an API. So when I asked for advice, someone said, why don't you start with an inspirational quote? You know, something somebody famous said that's relevant to the topic. So this is the one that I chose. A good API creates more problems than it solves. Does anybody know who famously said this and when? That's right. Nobody. Ever. And that's why anytime you're working with an API, there's a simple but fundamental question that you have to ask. And that question is why? Why would you use this API? How is my life easier or better if I use the Poly API? To answer that, let's go back a couple of decades. So I've always liked building games. So my friends and I would get together, and we would try to build a bunch of games in the old computers of the time. We kind of knew how to do the code, but the problem that we had was that none of us really knew how to make art. We had no skills whatsoever. Like stick figures were already a challenge. But somehow we had very high expectations about what our graphics were going to look like. In reality, however, our graphics look more like this. Does anybody know what that is? It's a dragon, of course. But come on. If this is a valid hand, then that's a valid dragon. Now, you might think that my skills would have improved over time. However, you would be wrong. I am the kind of developer who uses cubes for everything. So with my skill level, I could theoretically make a game about a cube that shoots other cubes to protect the larger cubes from being hit by the smaller cubes, all against a backdrop of moving cubes. If you think that there's no way that that game is viable, if you think that there's no way that that's an actual thing, it's because you haven't played Cubic Pilot. Not only did I launch this, but Google, in some official capacity, actually endorsed this, because this is a sample for the Google Play Games API. Now, my point with all this is that we all have this book as developers in our shelf. It's at the top of my shelf. Everyone has it. It's a bestseller. It's called Apologizing for the Lack of Graphics. Now, sometimes, I know, we can get away with it. Sometimes we can do clever tricks in our games to make graphics unnecessary. My favorite one is claiming that it's magic. The dragon is invisible. But it doesn't work every time. Users end up noticing that we're doing this. Now, to some people, when I show them this, what they suggest to me is, why don't you just buy a collection of 3D assets? You know, you could just buy a collection of like nice 3D assets, and then you don't have to use cubes or ugly dragons anymore. And then I say, well, this is the traditional model for asset acquisition. This model has a couple of problems. One of the problems with this model is cats, obviously. Maybe I should go into more details. All right, if you ever actually try to buy a 3D model of a cat online, you know what I mean. You can't just buy one cat. You have to buy Super Cat Pack Deluxe Special Edition with 700 fully rigged and animated cats. It's very hard to find like separate assets. The second problem is that sometimes you're still in the prototyping phase of your app. At this point in my app development cycle, I'm not even sure if I'm making a game about cats, or about spaceships, or even about cats that fly spaceships. It's a valid thing. So I need that flexibility to try it out with different assets. And the third problem is users. Well, as you know, users are fickle, and they don't know what they want. So what happens if you ship your app, and then I know it's unthinkable, but suppose that you never actually thought about cats at all during the development cycle of your app. And now, when it's in the user's hand at runtime, the users want to have a cat in the app. How do you do that? Well, you would need to somehow figure out a way to pull out a cat from a runtime API. So Polly, by contrast, has the flexibility that you need to try out with many different assets from Polly. It has a runtime API, which means that during runtime, you can go and search for cats and then present cats to the user or anything else that they want. And also, it's not a static collection. It's not something that you just compile once and then you only have that same assets. It's a growing collection because users are contributing to that collection all the time. If you see there, you're going to see that even I, with my limited skills, made my contribution. Can you guess which one is my 3D model over there? Any guesses? Well, it's actually none of them. I uploaded this cube. So whenever you're making a game and you need a cube, you know where to look. So we have this great collection of assets on Polly, and then on the other side, we have our apps, and we want to be able to consume those assets. So what's the missing piece in that puzzle? Of course, what we need in this is an API. So the API is how your app gets access to these assets in Polly. Now, naming is difficult in general in computer science, so we put a bunch of very creative people together to come up with a name for this API for Polly. And after several hours, we came up with Polly API. It's very precise. On a very high level, how does this API work? On a very high level, it's like a search API. Your app wants 3D assets, so it's going to make a search query. In the simplest case, that's going to be a keyword. For example, the app could say, I like cats. I would like some cats, please. And then the API would return some interesting cats for your app to consume. Now, what happens if you're not a cat person? Can you still use this API? And the answer is yes. Or what happens if you want to be much more specific about the kinds of animals that you want in your app? In that case, you can make a more complex request. For example, you could say, I like low complexity assets from the animals category, medium to brush, and I want to be ordered from newest to oldest. So you can make very complex API requests like that. You probably would not get any cats on this one, because as we know, cats are very complex animals. And if the user signed in, you also have the option of getting the user's own assets. So this means that you can get the assets that the user has uploaded to Polly, but hasn't published yet. So you can get assets in draft state. And you could use that, for example, so that the user add those to your scene. So we talked about the what, and we talked about the why. Now let's move on to the next W question, which is when. When do we use the Polly API? Fortunately, the answer to this one is much easier. How about now? So with that, let's do a live demo. You know what's the first rule of live demos on stage? It's you never do a live demo on stage. So I'm going to try and see if this will work. All right, how many people actually think that this demo is going to work? All right. How many people think this demo is going to fail? All right, a couple of people. How many people think it's going to fail in some like epic and embarrassing way, like something's going to catch fire on stage? Well, two people. That's not bad. All right, so here I have my demo app. So this is using ARCore and the Poly Toolkit for Unity. So first of all, this is just ARCore showing me the planes that it's tracking. So we have here this very nice carpet that ARCore is tracking. And now when I tap my finger on the screen, I'm going to place an object. And this object came from Poly, but it's pre-compiled into the app. It's like this little intersection. Now, since I don't want to like bend down to the ground, I have this hack where I can increase the height of this over here. OK. Oops, it's running away from me. There we go. So we have this little intersection. Now, the point of this app is just to add some objects from Poly to make it look more like a real city. So what's one thing that we could add to make it look more real? Cars?
How about some cars?
Yeah, cars. Cars make sense. All right, so I'm going to do a search query. So I'm just going to type car. I'm going to do a search. I made this keyboard myself. And then we're going to do a search. OK, so these are our search results. And now all we have to do is tap one of these cars, and now it's in our scene. I'm going to rotate this car a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to carefully place it here on one of our streets. There we go. So I actually put some, I wrote some scripts in this so that the cars actually do something. So if you click run, then the car will run. And now let's add some other cars. So go back to results. Let's add this one. And it's going to place it over here. All right. You may or may not have played more exciting games. But you know, in some games, your goal is to like save the kingdom, save the world. In this game, your goal is just to make traffic as bad as possible. And the other minigame in this is how many cars can I put in the scene without them crashing into each other? My high score is 1. Let's see if I beat my high score. Wow, my high score is now 2. Let's add something else. What's something else that you would see in a typical city?
How about a boat?
A boat. Sure, why not? A boat. After all, this is AR. Searching for boats. Let's see what boats we have. All right, I'm going to add this cruise liner. Let's make it a little bigger. All right, I'm going to put this cruise liner here on the road. There we go. It's going to be driving on the wrong side of the road. But I think that's not the worst traffic violation that's happening here. Let's see. Oh, my high score is 2 now. Perfect. So let's add something else. I mean, we're not restricted to forms of transportation. It's getting close to lunch, so I'm getting hungry. Let's just add I don't know, a jar of peanut butter or something like that. I'm just making this up as I go. Jar. Oh, even better. All right. Let's put this here. So, giant jar of jam. Does anybody know what this is? Any guesses? It's a traffic jam, exactly. It's a terrible pun. Sorry. There we go. So this just shows how you can continue to just add objects from Poly into this demo. And I think pretty much, nothing else surprising is going to happen in this demo, unless, of course, a dragon were to appear and set fire to everything. So for those of you who thought that something was going to catch fire, I think you were right, in a way. All right. So I'm glad that this demo worked. Thanks. All right, now let's move on to how do I actually use the API. So you have the Poly API on one side, and you have your app on the other side. And it's naturally cross-platform because it's a REST API. This means they can get access to it from any device that has access to the internet. So we support several platforms: Android, iOS, Unity, Unreal, Web. Today, we're going to focus our attention on the Poly Toolkit for Unity. So Poly Toolkit is just an SDK for Unity that lets you use the Poly API. So when you download and install Poly Toolkit, it becomes fully integrated into your Unity editor. So you're going to see that window, and on that window, you can browse for Poly assets. So you can see that's going to show you, by default, it's going to show you the featured ones on the website. But you can change the filters. So you could filter by object type. You could filter by category. You could say, oh, let me look at the stuff in the transport category, in the food category. You could also do a search. So there's a little search button there. So if you need a dragon for your app, you can search for a dragon. If you need a cube, if you need a cat, anything you want, just click search, and then you find the asset that you want. Then, once you find some good asset that you want to import into your scene, all you have to do is click on the import button. For example, I just click on the import button, and now this garden is on my scene. And notice that this is already in your scene, in your project, and this is already a perfectly reasonable app. If you click play, it's going to run, and it's already like a full app. Of course, if you actually want the garden to do something, you have to write some code. Otherwise, it's going to be more like one of those contemplative gardens. But you know what's going to happen? You're going to ship this app, Contemplative Garden, on Google Play. And then the first thing that users are going to do is they're going to say, sure, this garden is very nice. However, I want a cat. That's what's going to happen. So to get the users their cat, you have to use the Poly API. You have to use the runtime part of the Poly API. So let's talk a little bit about the runtime API. It allows you to browse, search, and download assets at runtime from your app. I have no idea what that blue robot is doing. This is an actual picture from what's going on in the data center right now. So this is an overview of how the runtime API works. First, you have to create a request object. For example, you could create, the most typical one would be the Poly list assets request. This request object just encodes your search query. Then you pass that object to one of the API methods, for example, list assets. List assets just means I want to list the assets that match that search request. Then you're going to wait for the callback, and the callback is going to have the results for your search. And then based on that search, you have to figure out which ones you want. If there are several matches, you have to figure out which one you actually want to import. And then lastly, you call polyapi.import to import that into your scene. Start with a basic example. If you just do poly list assets request.featured, this is the default featured query. This means you want to get exactly what Poly is currently showing on the website. So featured assets, no specific category, no specific keyword. Just anything good that Poly is currently showing on the website. Then you execute that request. To do that, just call list assets. You pass your request. And then once you get a callback, you're going to get a list of assets that you want. And then you're going to choose among those assets in some way. For example, you could just let the user pick one of them. And then once you know which one you want to import, you just call polyapi.import and pass in the asset, and that's going to get imported into your scene. So now suppose that you want to do a keyword search. In our example, we want cats. To do that, you simply just set the keywords field of the request to cat, and that's it. Then you execute the request, and then you get cats. Now, by default, you're going to get assets from newest to latest, which is normally a good sorting order. But what if I don't want new cats? I want the best cats. In that case, you just set the sorting order to polyorder.best, and then you get from the best cat to the worst cat. What happens if you are more picky about the cats that you want? Well, you can fill in other fields. For example, you could specify the maximum complexity field and say I want medium complexity cats at most. Complexity just means the polygon complexity of the model. So if you're running an app in a performance-sensitive environment, you might just want low complexity models. If you're not particularly strained about performance, you could ask for high complexity models that are more realistic. You can also set the format filter, and you can request how many cats per page do you actually want. So again, it's getting close to lunchtime. We're getting hungry. So of course, the Poly API has a solution for that. You can request anything from our food category by using an API call. So if you set the category to food, then you're going to get everything from the food category. And so if we're really hungry, let's just set the page size to 100. So we want like 100 items of food at a time. And now the default ordering is newest to oldest. So chances are, if you run this query right now, you're going to get a freshly uploaded batch of cookies, which is nice. What happens if you're worried about the quality of the assets? maybe I don't want to serve just any cookies that anybody has uploaded into the site. I want to have some criteria. So you could just hire a team and have a team whose only job it is to search for assets and mark the ones that are good that you want to present to your user and the ones that are not. But we already had to do that work because that's what we do for the Poly website. So we decided to expose that in the API to make things easier. So we have a flag called curation status, and you can use that in your search query. This means that whatever asset has that set to true, it means that we, that are human reviewers, actually mark that as being a good asset. So if you trust our good taste, then you can use that flag to filter your assets as well. In terms of code, all you have to do is set curated equals true, and that will filter only by the reviewed assets. Now you're going to have a good problem to solve, which is you run the query, and now you have a bunch of choices for the user. You have a bunch of cats that they can choose from. So how do you actually let them pick a cat or a dragon or a car or anything else that they search for? Well, you could, in theory, just download all the models, import them into Unity objects, and then show them to the user, right? But this might be wasteful because you might actually spend a lot of memory and a lot of time downloading those, and then the user is just going to pick one and then never look at the other cats. So what's a more economical way to do this? Well, we have thumbnails. So the API allows you to download thumbnails for any assets in our API. So for example, if you have an asset from a list assets results and you want a thumbnail for it to show to the user, all you have to do is call the fetch thumbnail API call. And then you're going to get a callback with a Unity texture 2D that represents a thumbnail for that asset. You could do anything with that texture. You could map it to an object, or you could just convert it into a sprite and then display on the screen. This is what we do in our demo when we're showing the possible cars. So these are not the actual models. What I'm doing is I'm showing the thumbnails for the models. And once the user actually clicks one of them, and I'm reasonably sure that the user wants that car, that's when I actually import the model. Speaking of placing objects, what happens if you just place an object in the world? Well, if this was a traditional app, that's fine, right? The object is there on the scene. That's what you want. But however, if you're working in AR, you need to make sure that that object is anchored to some real-world surface. Does anybody know what you can use to do this? AR Core anchors. Yes, exactly. How did you know? So that's when the anchors come in handy. So when AR Core detects a stable surface, it's going to report the surface to you through the API. If you want to add an object so that it's firmly placed on that surface, you use what is called an anchor object. So what you do is you import the object from Poly, and then you set its parent to the anchor object. So that means that the object will remain stable on that table. Even if you move the phone around, if you change the orientation of the phone, it's going to be firmly placed on that tabletop. Even if AR Core improves its understanding of the scene, it's going to remain there. So how do you accomplish this in code? Well, after you import an asset, what you do is you set the active member to false. This is going to make it so that the object is invisible before the user places it. And then presumably you're going to show some UI for the user. It's going to say, well, tap the screen somewhere to place this object. Once the user touches the screen to place the object, then you do a raycast to figure out where the user hit. And when you do a raycast, you can figure out exactly what the pose of the raycast hit is. And that's what you use to create the anchor. Once you have that, you create the anchor. And then finally, you're going to set the object's visibility property to true so that the object begins to render. And that's all there is to it. Just import from Poly, set the anchor, and now you have this object in your AR scene. And PolyToolkit has a lot of other features that we're not going to cover. So it does automatic rescaling of objects for you. It can convert units. So if your scene is in centimeters and the object is in meters, it's going to convert. And you can get the featured assets. You can get the user's own assets. You can get even the assets that the user has liked. You can change the material assignments if you have a different look for your app and you need specific materials. We even do automatic attribution generation, so you don't have to keep track of which objects you downloaded from where. We just automatically generate a copyright file that you can display in your app. So let's talk a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes. So this is the part that you don't have to worry about. This is what PolyToolkit does for you. So what's the difference between the two foxes, the fox on the left and the fox on the right? Well, clearly, the fox on the right is sitting down, right? And the other difference between this is that one is a model and one is data. So model is a collection of polygons that you want to render on your scene. And data is just characters. The data represents the model. Now, Poly API, of course, only outputs data. And what PolyToolkit does is convert the data into Unity models. For that, we need to establish a format. This is one of those things that could be easy, but in reality is not. Because apparently, nobody agrees on how to do this. This is a partial list of 3D formats from Wikipedia. Now, we had to start somewhere. So we decided to start with the most basic one, OBJ. So OBJ is a great format, and it has everything that you're ever going to need for 3D objects if it's 1995. For today's standards, it's a little underspecified. It has a bunch of non-standard extensions, limited material support. However, it is widely supported, so we do offer that format in the API. Now, to be a little more modern, we have GLTF. GLTF is more modern. It's display optimized. It has an ample expressiveness, so it can display, it can encode scenes, nodes, animations, materials. And best of all, it's a format that gets everything right. It's stable, it's future-proof, and it's unlikely to change in the near future. Just kidding, it's changed. However, GLTF2 gets everything right and is unlikely to change in the near future. So in practice, in the Poly API, we offer objects both in the OBJ format and in the GLTF2 format. So if you're consuming the Poly API directly, you can choose which one you want. So you can choose OBJ, you can choose GLTF2, and PolyToolkit uses GLTF2 and imports that as Unity objects, doing everything automatically, including material mapping and material generation. All right, so we talked about PolyToolkit for Unity. There's also PolyToolkit for Unreal. And if you're developing a native app on Android, iOS, or web, we do also have samples on our site showing how to integrate with the Poly API on those platforms. So if you're developing, for example, for Unreal, this is an example of PolyToolkit for Unreal. It's the same principle as the one for Unity. It's a fully integrated environment where you can download and then use Poly assets in your scene. If you're developing for Android, there's a sample that shows you how to include assets from Poly into a little and very simple AR app, where you just tap the screen and then you can include a specific Poly object on your scene. If you're using web, there's also a sample, and this sample uses Three.js. This is actually the easiest one because our Poly website is also built using Three.js. And as a fun fact, the guy who created Three.js is the one who wrote the sample. So this just shows the wide variety of experiences that you can build with the Poly API. For example, you're not restricted to just AR. So this is not just an AR toolkit. You can also build VR apps. You can build traditional 3D apps. This is an example of a simple Escape the Room app, a VR app that we made in the office a couple of months ago, just to show, just to try out what we could do with the Poly API and with Poly objects. One thing that you notice is that even though different people created the different objects in that scene, they somehow look nicely together. They look like they belong to the same scene. Then we also added some lighting for an extra effect, and we got that like cheesy, spooky atmosphere that we wanted. The puzzles aren't particularly hard. And I think I just spoiled the game for everybody, because now you know that the exit code is 714. Fun fact, when we actually tried to play this game in the office, the first person that we gave it to, they just put the headset on, and we said, you have to manage to find a way to escape the room through that door. And what they immediately did is to just walk through the door and won the game. Because what's to stop them? And then we had to be more specific for the second user. So you actually have to solve our puzzles before you walk through that door. That just shows you some of the design problems. Well, for me, of course, what it means is that I can stop using assets like that and maybe upgrade my assets to look more like that. Now, I'm not exactly a Dragon expert, but I can sense that there was some improvement in Dragon quality there. So if you're interested in trying out the Poly API and building applications with Poly, please visit our site. So poly.google.com is the 3D gallery site where you can browse assets. Developers.google.com/Poly is a developer site where you're going to find everything you need to start developing with Poly today, including all the SDKs, including the samples, documentation, and everything else that you need. So thank you very much, and we want to hear from you. So if you liked this session, please fill in the survey. If you didn't like this session, the survey is optional. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So it was really easy at some point to start just looking just into nature, because it is science. It is technology. You know what I mean? Like the way everything works. So looking beyond the hardware and the finish of the hardware of it and into the organic nature of it all. That's like a little dive into how it went.
It must have been a very full 14 months working on this film.
Beyond. We were on 3 continents, we were in 2 states, and I had a team at any given moment that were 500 strong just in my department. So we went 14 months, and we went hard as we could go for 14 months to get this done, and put every last, like my whole team put every last inch of themselves. So, you know, it was a beautiful thing because we represented the diaspora, just our crew. So it was a micro version of the macro that we were building in Wakanda. And I lived that every single day for a little over a year.
All right, I want to ask you about what's next, but it doesn't have to be specific projects. But it's like, where do you go from here with everything that you've talked about, right? Like the production design itself, but like the bigger themes and ideas that you're working on.
You know, challenging myself, I think, to try to continue to do things that are out of my comfort zone. Something I learned from Ryan Coogler, who has taken me from Fruitvale Station to a boxing movie, Creed, to a comic book movie, Black Panther. I want to continue the trend on my own and not just be in a place that I feel comfortable. My next project with Melina Matsuko, who is a director for Insecure, I'm just working on the pilot for Why the Last Man, which is a graphic novel.
Yes, I've read the entire series. So good.
So I'm going to be designing the pilot. We're working on that currently. I can't really say much more than that, but it's super exciting. The script is phenomenal. And our approach to it is going to be, I think, something really cool. So I'm really super excited about that. Worked with Beyonce again. That's all I can say about that. And the future is wide open. And if Denis Villeneuve is listening, I'd love to do Dune.
Yes.
I throw that out every opportunity I can get. Denis?
Yes. Hannah, thank you so much for joining me and sharing your story and all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. It's super exciting. I'm so happy to be here, and I think I'm going to learn something today, too. So, you know, it's all about soaking in all this greatness. So, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
All the way up now.
I can't imagine how anybody passes a problem that they know that they can fix and doesn't try to fix it. That's not some complicated thing. It's just stop talking about it and start doing it. I feel an absolute obligation to serve. I did 2 tours in Iraq as a helicopter pilot. I loved being part of the cavalry. But then I got injured, and that caused me to lose my ability to fly. One day you're a soldier, and then overnight they rip off that tag and slap veteran on your chest. I didn't know where to start looking for the next thing. What I do is math and engineering, so I had to find a way to apply those things in a meaningful way. Service doesn't end when you get out of the military, it just changes. And I started reading about the research that they were doing at the Human Engineering Research Lab. And I thought, man, I gotta go be a part of that. HURL's mission is to help people with disabilities increase independence and quality of life. I prepare the software to support the research that we do. One of the big things that I've done is help us transition to using Android tools. They make things really accessible. Anybody can sit down and start using these technologies and perform the tasks that we hope that it'll be useful for. That's the right thing to do, is to make things not just able to be used, but to be used with the same sort of joy or ease as I do. A big part of why open technology is so attractive to engineers like myself is there's such an active community of people designing and innovating.
Welcome to Pittsburgh.
All three of my children have a disability. The fact that my son has autism is just one little part of him, but almost his entire existence is defined by that autism. There was part of me that hoped someday I'd be able to help my son be able to live independently and give him a future. That's part of why I became an engineer, is part of why I got into this field. There's going to be a time where someone like my son will have gotten a better opportunity, a better swing at this thing. I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to fix the problem. There's not a minute to be wasted thinking about anything but the good things that we can do.
All right, let's get started. Hi, everybody. I'm really glad to see all of you here. You skipped lunch to come hear about search. No pressure. So my name is Maria, and I'm a Webmaster Trends analyst coming all the way from Switzerland to talk to you about search.
And I'm John Mueller. I'm also a Webmaster Trends analyst. We're both from Google Switzerland. Our role at Google is to help the web ecosystem to be more successful in Google search. So we hope we can bring some of this across here as well.
Right. So I want to start us off with an example of how this actually works, so you can get an idea of what you as a developer can do to be more successful with search. So this is a Japanese website, Rakuten Recipes, and they wanted to get more users. They also have a ton of delicious recipes on their site. So they were wondering, what can we do to get more people to notice us in search? And what they decided to do is they changed their CMS in order to be able to mark up every recipe that is added to the site with structured data markup. What this does is it lets the search engine know that there are different entities, so things like cooking time, different ingredients, a picture, and lets us display the result in a much more attractive way in the search results. And the site itself was in Japanese, so we decided to switch off the markup for those of you who don't speak Japanese to something more legible. So instead of dumplings, you have here a party coffee cake, but it works the same way for dumplings. And this is how this ends up looking like in the search results. So you can see that in addition to the regular elements of the search page, so they have a title, they have the URL, and then they have the description, they also have a really nice picture of dumplings, and then they have the cooking time as well. So this worked out for them pretty well. In fact, kind of spectacularly. So they got 2.7 times more traffic from search.
Yeah, and we thought, developers usually don't get as much advice around search. And they might not even know about all of the pitfalls and possibilities. Shouldn't we share some of the knowledge with them, so with you all as well? So we hope we can show how search can make your projects a little bit more successful. So today, we'll look into various types of public web presences and give you a broad overview of specific details that you, as a developer, can watch out for and implement. And these details can help make your projects more successful on search, making it easier for search engines to send users to your projects directly. So you might be thinking, as a developer, I don't really care how or if my stuff appears in search, but probably your customers, your users, the people that you're building these projects for, they do care. And since you control how your content appears in search, you can have a huge impact here. Think back about Rakuten Recipes and what they did there. Globally, Google Search and Google News send billions of visitors each month to websites for free. And it's not just about websites. We're going to be looking into various ways that search can work depending on what you're working on. A website is just the most common format. You could also be building a web app, which is kind of similar, but slightly different as well. Or you could be contributing to a content management system, a so-called CMS, which enables others to build websites of their own. Or, as a part of that, maybe you're working on plugins or themes or extensions for these content management systems. We'll take a brief look at these, as well as detailed recommendations for each of them. And as I mentioned before, search brings billions of visitors to websites every month. That's a lot of visitors. We serve trillions of searches each year, and out of those, this is quite surprising for me every time I look at it, about 15% of the queries every day are completely new ones, things we've never seen before. So maybe they're looking for one of your projects. And regardless of what you're building, if search engines understand your content, you could get a lot more visitors and potential customers with search. So you, as a developer, you can control that through the way that you set up your website or content platform. So to understand these better, let's take a quick look at how search works.
Right. So in order to be successful as a developer in search, you need to know at least the basics of how it works. And I'm going to take you through the super high-level picture of how it works. If you're interested in the details, google.com/jobs, welcome to apply. and then we can go into a lot more detail. But let's get started with the super high-level picture. So we generally talk about three things. First, crawling and discovery, then indexing, and finally, ranking and serving. So I'm going to show you very briefly what each of these things is about. So of course, in order for us to be able to show anything in the search results, first we need to be aware that it exists. So we have a series of systems that are going around following links on the web and downloading web pages, HTML files, all the different resources that come into making a website, like JavaScript files, CSS, images, what have you. And those systems collectively are crawlers, and we call them Googlebot. So the goal for us is to find everything that is fresh, new, interesting, relevant, and important, and to do that in an efficient way. And in order to know which URLs to crawl and in which order, we have another set of systems which are known as schedulers. So they queue the URLs for the crawlers to go and fetch. And all of this gets then stored. So you might think that this is a pretty simple process, but if you start thinking that we have to do this 20 billion times per day, then you kind of get an idea that it's a little bit trickier than it seems at first sight. In fact, in 2016, we saw 130 trillion pages. And every new link that we see, usually there's 2 more links that we've never seen before. So there's constantly new stuff, and we have to decide what to crawl, how to update, and to do this in the most efficient manner. So once we find the content, we have a series of other tasks. First, we have to make sure that we're allowed to access that content. And for that, we will first go, every time we access a site, we'll go to a file called robots.txt, which is a pretty simple file containing instructions to search engines and other crawlers. And it tells you, this is OK to fetch, and this is not OK. And we obey this very strictly. So that's the first thing that we'll try to find on a website. The other thing that we'll try to do is to get as much content as possible without troubling the normal work of the server, so the website can function and serve its clients as usual. And then finally, we'll try to handle errors gracefully. So as a developer, you have 2 tasks here. The first, if you remember again that we do fetches 20 billion times a day and we see trillions of pages every year, is that your content should be really easy to discover. So ways to do that, and John will go into a little bit more detail later, is to, for example, submit to us a list of URLs that you have, like a sitemap. Or also check that all the resources that are necessary for your site to be rendered are accessible to our crawlers. So once we've fetched everything that we were able to fetch, we go to the next stage, and that is indexing. So here we're going to parse the content. And into this comes things like, what language is this page? Are there any images? Is there a title? Is there a description? And other different elements on the page. So to do that, we also try to render the page. And as a developer, especially if you're building a lot of really cutting-edge fancy things, you have to keep in mind that currently the search systems are using Chrome 41 to render pages. So not all of the different functionalities that you might be thinking about could be supported by the search rendering systems. And if you want to find out more, I would suggest that you have a look at the talk that John did earlier today in the morning, in case you didn't wake up at 8:30 to see it. It will be available in YouTube, and you'll be able to see a lot more about what we support in search and how to render things properly. So of course, given the huge amount of pages on the web, we also don't want to index more than one of each unique thing. So we have a lot of systems in place to eliminate duplicates and to keep only one copy of each thing. And then finally, we don't want error pages, and we also don't want any spam. So we will kick all of that out. And everything else that we want to keep, we put in the index, and we process it so that it's ready to serve to users when they search. So for you as a developer here, I guess, it's important to remember that key elements like titles and descriptions are available in each page that your users are creating, and then also to check how it's rendered. But John will go into a lot more detail here later. And then finally, once we have everything in the index, when users start searching, we're going to pool a set of pages that we think are relevant results. We're going to add a bunch of information that we've already accumulated to them, like how important they are and how they relate to the user's query. And then we're going to show them in some specific order that we think is most relevant for this user. So this is mostly on our side, and you don't need to worry about anything here if your content is already accessible and easy to render. But if you're really interested in ranking and search quality, again, google.com/jobs, there's plenty of interesting problems to solve. So now that you know how search works, let's have a summary of the two things that you need to remember. First, you have to help us find the content, and second, you have to help us evaluate the content. So if you're able to do these two things, you're pretty much set as a developer. Now, this is super, super high level. So what we're going to do next is show you how you can apply this for each specific thing that you need to build. So we're going to start with websites. And John is going to share with you some very specific advice about what to do and what not to do when you're building a website for someone.
All right. Thanks, Maria. That was a great introduction into search. So, like you said, let's start with websites. You can build and maintain one for yourself to kind of showcase your own content, or maybe you're doing that for other people to let them create websites on their own. You might be thinking that showing up in search isn't really your job as a developer, but like we mentioned before, as a developer, you play a really big role in kind of putting everything in place so that search can pick up the content properly. So that's really important for us. When it comes to websites, I think it's worth taking a really big step back and looking at the absolute basics. So for us, that's a URL. That's essentially the address that's used to address a single piece of content on the web. Perhaps surprisingly, URLs are the cause of and solution to a lot of web search problems. Traditionally, URLs on the web started out quite simple. They're requests that's sent to the server, and the server responds with unique HTML per URL, fragments within the URL, so everything after the hash sign here. They essentially just lead to a different part of the same page. JavaScript changed that a little bit, and suddenly a single URL could do a little bit more and show different kinds of content and provide extra functionality. To keep state, some JavaScript sites use fragments, since these were easy to set with JavaScript. However, Google generally doesn't support this, and as far as I know, no search engine supports addressing unique content with individual fragments. So nowadays, we recommend using JavaScript's history API to use normal, traditional-looking URLs. So in short, with URLs, stick to something more traditional. Another really important thing that comes into play with URLs is that often you have many different URLs that lead to the same content. As a developer, that's usually no big deal. And you can look at that and you think, well, index HTML, that's obviously the home page. I mean, that's like every developer knows that. But for search engines, that's not so obvious. It could be something completely different. Sometimes you also just add tracking parameters to URLs. And all of these different URLs are essentially, for search engines, separate pages that we could look at and say, well, there might be something different here. And you can imagine at 20 billion times a day, that could lead to a lot of inefficient crawling. So we prefer to have a single URL per piece of content. And there are two ways that you can do that. The first is to consistently use the same URLs across your whole website. So if you have internal navigation, link to the same pages. If you have a sitemap file, like Maria mentioned, use the same URLs there. If you use anything to guide people to your websites, make sure you use the same URLs there instead of having these different patterns that all lead to the same thing. And secondly, one element that you can also use is the rel canonical link element, which is something you can place in the head of a page that tells us, well, search engines or Google, if you look at this page, this is actually the URL that I prefer you look at. This is the one that I want you to index. And together, this makes it a little bit easier for search engines to pick the right URL. So we have URLs covered. What else is there? Let's take a look at a typical search results page. So we have on top the title, in this case, the Google I/O schedule page. Then we have the URL, which is right below it. In this case, it's a breadcrumb URL. We'll look at that briefly a bit later as well. And then you have the description. So these are 3 elements on a search results page that are immediately visible to everyone who's searching for something. And they come from your pages directly. So it's something that, as a developer, it's really easy to place. When you look at an HTML page, they're very visible and easy to find. So we have the title on top. This is really easy to put in here. We have the canonical tag, the rel canonical link element, which is also really easy to place here. And we have the description, meta description. So while these elements don't directly affect the ranking, so the order that Maria talked about, they do affect how we show a page in the search results. And with that, they do affect how people actually come and visit your pages or not. So we've seen a few of the basic elements here, like the metadata, the titles, the URLs, and the descriptions. What could you as a developer do to make that a little bit easier? Especially if you have various people who are using your website, your project, to put content online, we recommend making it as easy as possible for them to do the right thing. So not just for you as a developer to put titles, descriptions, and all of that into your pages, but also for those who are creating pages on your platform to put that in there. So here you see a user interface from Blogger with a really easy way to just add a description to individual pages. And we feel the easier it is for people making your pages to actually put this content in there, the more likely they'll actually do that. So when we looked at the search results, we saw this kind of breadcrumb there as well. And a breadcrumb is, for us, something that you can provide on your pages to make it easier to understand where this page belongs within your website. We call this a type of a rich result because it's not just a pure text result. And there are different kinds of rich results that you can also use. For example, you could add markup for articles. If you have articles on a page, you could tell us about podcasts, which is really cool because there's a podcast player built into the search results. So if you have a podcast, if you have a project that includes audio content, then suddenly that content is immediately available in the search results without anyone needing to install an extra app, which is really cool. And then finally, recipes, of course, which we saw with Rakuten in the beginning. So how do you get all of these rich results? Well, Maria mentioned that briefly. Essentially, it's just a bunch of JSON LD markup that you can add to the top of your pages that gives us a lot more information. So this is something that you can just add to the pages here. It's really easy to add. We have a bunch of different types of markup that you can add here. There's a code lab here for I/O as well on adding structured data markup. So if you're curious on how to do that, I definitely take a look at the code lab. I have a link here. The code lab includes information on finding the right types of markup to add, how to add it, and how to test it. So that's a great thing to check out. Another element when it comes to web pages, if you're working on just a general web page project, is speed. For us, speed is a ranking factor at Google. So it helps us to determine which pages we should show in the order, in the search results. But generally, we've also found that speed makes a big difference even outside of search engines. And there are various tools to test speed. We have a link here that gives you an overview of the different testing tools that we have. One of the tools is PageSpeed Insights, which I showed here, that gives you a great overview of what you could be testing, what you could be looking at, what you could be improving. And then one other really important tool when it comes to search is Search Console, kind of what the name says. So within Search Console, you get a lot of information about this whole pipeline that Maria showed, everything from discovery to crawling to indexing and to serving, so how we show your pages in the search results. You can find information about this in Search Console. Additionally, we'll also alert you of critical issues as they arise. So we strongly recommend that everyone checks this out if you're making a public web presence, anything that you want to have indexed in search. And it looks like a lot of you do. So the first step when it comes to Search Console is to verify ownership. We don't show the data in Search Console to just everyone. You have to kind of prove to us that this is actually your website. One thing that I find really important here is if you're making a project for others online, make it as easy as possible for them to verify ownership. So make it possible for them to add any of these verification tokens so that they don't always have to go back to the development team and say, hey, I need this special file that has this content, and put that on a page. So we talked about websites quite a bit, but web app is another really important topic, which I imagine a lot of you have seen in different ways here at I/O already. For us, a web app is kind of like a normal website, but it provides a lot more interactive functionality, interaction, maybe a logged-in view, personalization. Maybe it has parts that don't actually need to be indexed as well. For example, a travel business might have information about timetables and general pricing, but also have detailed information about kind of specific connection plans for individual connections or personalized pricing as well. Or in this case, for Search Console, we have a lot of general informational pages, as well as a lot of content that's kind of unique and where you have to be logged in to actually gain access to that. So for these types of sites, you kind of have to balance between what you want to have indexed and what you don't really want to have indexed. And for web apps in general, I'd also take a look at the JavaScript site session from earlier today. So there are a few things that we found that are kind of unique when it comes to web apps that generally don't play such a big role on websites in general, especially if you're making normal HTML pages. The first one is how to actually find URLs on your site. So we talked about URLs briefly. Maria mentioned how important they are for discovering pages. And within web apps, we've seen that people sometimes don't use traditional anchor tags to let us know about URLs. So in particular, we love finding things like this, where we have an A tag, we have a link to a page, we can crawl that. It's really easy to find. It's a lot trickier when you have something like a span that essentially just calls a JavaScript function with an on-click handler. Then search engines, when they look at that, they're like, I don't know, what do we need to do here? Does this show a dialog? Does this show a new page? Does this go somewhere? We don't know. So we can't crawl this kind of a link. So what you can do, if you want to have an on-click handler and handle things in JavaScript, is combine the two. So you have your on-click handler and you have your href attribute to let us know about the other page that we can go off and crawl. Another extreme when it comes to web apps is that we often run into situations where we see tons of different URLs, which makes it, again, quite inefficient to actually crawl through. So there are different things that you can do here to let us know about this. The first is obviously to avoid us actually going off and crawling all of these different URLs. So if these don't provide unique functionality that you need to have indexed separately, maybe you can use other ways of linking to them other than a element. Another thing that you can do is within Search Console, tell us about individual parameters within the URL that you don't care about. So this is really neat tool, but it's also very strong functionality in that if you set this up incorrectly, then of course we won't go off and crawl all of these URLs. And if this is something that you care about, then suddenly we won't be able to index that. So I'd watch out for this, but this is a great way of handling this kind of duplication within a website. Again, like we talked about before, a lot of web apps use JavaScript frameworks. And for JavaScript frameworks, you have to watch out for some specific details as well, so that we can actually render the content, that we can crawl and index the content in an efficient way. For that, I'd really refer back to the JavaScript sites session that we had this morning. A really quick way, if you just want to have a short view of whether or not your JavaScript site, your web app works for search, is to use a mobile-friendly test, which is shown here, which shows the mobile view as mobile Googlebot would show. This is really important for us because we're switching to mobile-first indexing, where Googlebot is actually using a mobile device to crawl pages rather than a desktop device. So definitely makes sense to check this out. And we also have a bunch of best practices and general guidelines that apply more to web apps that you can check out in the other session as well. So what do you do if you're not just building one application or one website, but rather a whole platform? I don't know. Maria, can you tell us more?
I have some ideas. All right. So you could be building an individual site or a web app for someone or for yourself. Or you could be contributing to an entire content management system or another hosting platform. And here, what I mean by this is any type of platform where other people can create their own online presence. So it can come in different flavors. For example, it could be something like WordPress, where you could download it and host it on your own server. Or it could be a fully hosted system plus your own domain, like Squarespace, for example. Or it could be something where you just get a URL on their own domain, and also it's hosted by them, like Tumblr. So there are all these different flavors, and you could be working for a system like this, which in its own turn has a bunch of users. So what you do affects all of these people, and that is a lot of power and a lot of responsibility. So we're going to talk about what can you do to make all these people successful in search by making some changes to the platform itself. And this is a really important topic for us right now, because more than 50% and growing of the web is currently built on various CMSs. So more than half of the content on the web is affected by the systems. And if you're working on one of them or planning to do so in the future, it's really great if you're able to make those people successful in search as well, because that's why they came on the web. They wanted to connect to others, maybe find some customers, and so forth. So we've been thinking a lot about this, and we've built a set of APIs to help you integrate search functionality directly into the interface of those systems. And I want to show you some APIs and how they've been integrated already, maybe to give you some inspiration and some ideas about what you can do. So as John was mentioning before, the first thing that we need in order to show any type of search information or search functionality is to have proof that you're indeed the owner of the site. And he mentioned how this works for individual sites. So you can have an HTML file, you can use a DNS entry, and so forth. But for those users, especially for the less savvy CMS users, wouldn't it be great if you could actually simplify it to one click? And it is possible with the verification API and three-legged OAuth. So we've built this API so that you can use it, and if the user authorizes you, you could verify their site, which is hosted on your platform, on their behalf. They just need to click one button, and they immediately have access to all the search information. So the experience for them is really smooth. And you can do this for 1,000 users or for 2 million users or whatever it is. And then immediately they get access to all kinds of interesting stats. Which brings me to the next API, which is the Search Console API. And that provides access to aggregated stats per site. So you can see things like clicks, impressions, crawlers. You can submit a sitemap through there. And you can slice and dice this in many different ways. So for example, you can look per country, per time period, or per device. And you could build very interesting interfaces with that. And here on the slide is an example of a request where you just pull the top 10 queries per clicks for a specific period of time. And then as a result, you would get a table with the query, clicks, impressions, position, and so forth. Now, a table in itself might be informative, but it's not really exciting. So let me show you some ways in which existing CMSs have actually integrated this. We've been working with Wix. And they created this achievements sidebar for their users. So they're using the search analytics data to give these little badges every time something happens that they think the user will be happy to hear about. So their users are super excited about this gamified approach, and they're constantly looking there in order to see, OK, what did I get now? What did I get now? So here's clicks and impressions built in an achievement sidebar like this. We've also been working with Squarespace, and actually just this Monday, they announced this new report that they integrated into the interface of their own CMS. So what you see here is the one-click verification. When the user connects to Google, in the backend, their site gets verified, and then this report gets populated with information from Search Console. So here, the user can see clicks, impressions, and the time series over the last month. Squarespace has a bunch of other analytics reports inside their CMS, so people can compare and build the full picture of how they're doing in search. And at this point, they don't even know that Search Console exists, but they have everything that they need to know how they're doing and to accomplish the correct tasks right there in their Squarespace dashboard. So we're pretty excited about this kind of functionality, and we want to build up on it. And we would be looking forward to work with other CMSs if you're representing one and you're interested in this. Another thing that we really wanted to help users with is get their content as fast as possible on the search results. And so we've been looking into ways to use the indexing API that we have in order to get content submitted super quickly and then also be able to share the indexing decisions. So what did our search systems think about this URL and what do they want to do with it? And we worked on this for a few months and at this point is in a place where this can happen within seconds. So again, with Wix, we built a pretty cool integration where when a user submits a page and it matches a certain quality criteria, basically they can click a button within the Wix interface and then the page gets submitted through the indexing API, and then after that, they immediately get a response if their page got on the search results or not. So for the Wix users, this is a pretty cool experience because they can see their page in the search results immediately after they've created it. There's no waiting, there's no wondering, am I on search or not? Within seconds, they're on Google. So we're interested in working with other CMSs. And if you represent some kind of content management system or a platform which lets users create their own presence online, and especially if your users are less savvy and they don't really know what to do with search, we are really interested in talking to you to see if it might be a good fit to participate in the CMS partnership program. So there's a link on the slide which will take you to a forum, and there you can tell us a little bit more about who you represent and how you would like to work with us. So looking forward to hearing from some of you, hopefully. Now, you could be contributing not just to the core product of the CMS, but to a bunch of other things which people install in order to enhance the functionality of their site. And one of those things are plugins. Now, plugin here is defined as any kind of add-on that people would add to their site. So for example, things like a shopping cart, or maybe a way to add reviews, or a comment plugin, things like that. So while it can enhance the functionality of the site, it can also significantly alter the functionality of the site in terms of performance and other factors. So I wanted to give you a few tips on what to do if you're building plugins. First of all, make sure that it doesn't slow down the performance of the site. So in order to do this, have a test site, install the plugin, and then use our speed tools to make sure that the site with the plugin is doing just as well as the site without the plugin. This is webpagetest.org, which is one of the performance tools that we have. And the neat part about it is that it will give you a super detailed breakdown of what loaded and when. So you can see how your plugin is affecting the performance of the site. So test that out. Then, if you're building a comment plugin, and if you've been on the internet in general, you will know that there are a lot of comments out there which are maybe a little bit less valuable than other comments. And especially in some cases, they're altogether spammy, or they're bots which are going around and posting auto-generated stuff in order to create links that they're hoping search engines will follow to some spammy websites. So this is not pleasant for any user. And you can actually help them out a little bit if you're building a plugin like this by adding a specific type of annotation to those links by default so that search engines know not to trust them. This is a link attribute that we call nofollow. And basically what it does is it will just tell the search engines, don't follow this link, don't trust it. So if you're building a comment plugin, definitely consider adding this to the links in the comments. Finally, and kind of most unfortunately, we've noticed that one of the main vectors for attack on websites, and attacks on websites are increasing, is hacks through plugins. So a lot of hackers and other malicious people will get access to a site through an old plugin. And if you're building plugins, there's a few things you can do to make sure that your users are not affected by this. First of all, make sure that every time you add an update, everybody who has this plugin automatically receives it. Then make sure to follow coding best practices so that there's no backdoors that the hackers can exploit. And finally, if you get tired of this plugin and decide not to support it anymore, make sure it's clear to people that this is not supported so they don't go ahead and install something that is actually making their site more vulnerable. Themes are another thing that is very closely related to CMSs, and a lot of people install them in order to improve the appearance of their site and make it look cooler or give it a specific feel. So they can change how the site looks and how users perceive it, but they can also really affect performance, and they can also affect mobile friendliness. So again here, test your theme, make sure that it's responsive. You can do this with the mobile-friendly test that John was showing earlier. And for performance specifically, we recommend, again, having a test site, and then with the theme and with another theme, having a look at how it performs. Lighthouse is one of our speed tools, which is really useful in this case because it's in the browser. You don't need to have had the site processed by search in order to test it. So here's a Blogger site that we used for the purposes of this example. We installed the theme, and then we used Lighthouse to do the performance testing. So you see how long it takes actually until what they call the first meaningful paint, which is when all the elements appear to the user. So the overall score for this team was not super great. And also the specific user metrics were not great either. But then we went ahead and we switched to another theme. So you can see here, it's much, much faster to load, and the user can interact with it much faster as well. And consequently, the score is also great. So if you're building themes, definitely make sure that it's performant and also that it's responsive by using the free tools that we provide. So there's a lot of stuff that we covered today. And hopefully, for any of these things that we've told you that you might be building, you now have enough tools and equipment to go ahead and make improvements and make your users happy and more successful in search. We know that there's many, many different details and links that we've provided. So if you have to remember just 4 things, pay attention to what John is going to tell you right now.
All right. Thanks. Wow, that was a lot. OK, looking back at these things, there are a few common elements that we covered that came up again and again. So first is remember the basics. URLs, titles, and descriptions, they do matter. They do play a big role when it comes to search. They play a big role in how people come to your site through search. Secondly, remember to take advantage of structured data, like the Rakuten example in the beginning. Obviously, they saw a big change in the traffic from search, even without ranking changes, just by making their search results look a lot more visually appealing. And then take advantage of all of the tools and APIs that we have available. So use the Search Console, understand how Search Console works, use the APIs from Search Console to make it better for your users, people who are using your products, to really create fantastic web presences. And then finally, especially if you're making something for other people to create web presences in, make it as easy as possible for them to do the right thing as well. So make it easy for them to put the right fields in, to add data about titles and descriptions on pages, make it easy for them to really create high-performance web pages. So these are only some general tips, I think, to get started with. There are obviously a lot of different aspects that come into play with search, but we think these are aspects that are really critical to start with. We have a lot more information in our Developer Center, developer guides. We have a Search Console Help Center with a lot of more information about search in general and specifically about Search Console. If you have any more questions today, we'll be in the Web and Payments Sandbox area later today. So feel free to come by there as well. And finally, there are, of course, other ways to reach out to us online as well. So you can find us on Twitter. We do live office hours hangouts where you can join us with a YouTube live hangout. We're available in the Webmaster Help Forum if you have any questions. So don't let questions kind of stick around. Make sure you get answers to them from us if you need them. We hope you found this introduction into search interesting. Thank you all for coming. We wish you and your projects more success online through Google Search. Thank you.
There we go. We can just hit View. And in Gallery, it's uploaded to all of our mocks. And because we used Theme Editor, when you enter Inspect mode, you can actually click on things and find what the text style is and all of the different specs that you'll need to actually implement this. So you can select something like a fab, and that will actually give you links out to both the material spec and the platform-specific implementation. So you can switch to Android if you're working on Android, and then click out and be taken right to documentation for that component.
That's really awesome. Thank you so much for showing that to us.
Yeah, thank you.
And if you'd like to find out more about material design and all the announcements from here at I/O, head on over to material.io.
interested in AI?
Woo!
Me too. Me three. Okay, so I'm the moderator today. I'm Diane Green, and I'm running Google Cloud and on the Alphabet board. And I'm going to briefly introduce our really amazing guests we have here. I also live on this Stanford campus, so I've known one of our guests a long time because she's a neighbor. So let me just introduce them. First is Dr. Fei-Fei Li, and she is the chief scientist for Google Cloud. She also runs the AI lab at Stanford University, the Vision Lab, and then she also founded Sailors, which is now AI for All, which you'll hear about a little bit later. And is there anything you want to add to that, Fei-Fei?
I'm your neighbor.
That's the best. And so then the other, so now we have Greg Corrado, and actually there's one amazing coincidence. Both Fei-Fei and Greg were undergraduate physics majors at Princeton together at the same time, and didn't really know each other that well in the 18-person class.
We were studying too hard.
No, it was kind of surprising to, go to undergrad together and then neither of us in computer science, and then rejoin later, only once we were here at
All
Google.
paths lead to AI and neural networks and so forth. But anyhow, so Greg is a principal scientist in the Google Brain Group. He co-founded it. And more recently, he's been doing a lot of amazing work in health with neural networks and machine learning. He has a PhD in neuroscience from Stanford, and so he came into AI in a very interesting way. And maybe he'll talk about the similarities between the brain and what's going on in AI. Would you like to add anything else? Or?
No,
yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. So I thought, since both of them have been involved in the AI field for a while, and it wasn't, it's recently become a really big deal, but it'd be nice to get a little perspective on the history, yours in vision and yours in neuroscience, about AI and how it was so natural for it to evolve to where it is now and what you're doing. And start with Fei-Fei.
I guess I'll start. So first of all, AI is a very nascent field in the history of science, of human civilization. This is a field of only 60 years of age. And it started with a very, very simple but fundamental quest, is can machines think? And we all know thinkers and thought leaders like Alan Turing challenged humanity with that question, can machines think? So about 60 years ago, a group of very pioneering scientists, computer scientists like Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, started really this field. In fact, John McCarthy, who founded Stanford's AI lab, coined the very word artificial intelligence. So where do we begin to build machines that think? Humanity is best at looking inward and ourselves and try to draw inspiration from who we are. So we started thinking about building machines that resemble human thinking. And when you think about human intelligence, you start thinking about different aspects, the ability to reason, the ability to see, the ability to hear, to speak, to move around, make decisions, manipulate. So AI started from that very core foundational dream 60 years ago, started to proliferate as a field of multiple subfields, which includes robotics, computer vision, natural language processing, speech recognition. And then a very important development happened around the 80s and 90s, which is a sister field called machine learning started to blossom. And that's a field combining statistical learning, statistics with computer science. And combining the quest of machine intelligence, which is what AI was born out of. With the tools and capabilities of machine learning, AI as a field went through an extremely fruitful, productive, blossoming period of time. And fast forward to the second decade of 21st century, the latest machine learning booming that we are observing is called deep learning, which has a deep root in neuroscience, which I'll let you talk about. And so combining deep learning as a powerful statistical machine learning tool with the quest of making machines more intelligent, whether it's to see or is it to hear or to speak, we're seeing this blossom. And last, I just want to say, 3 critical factors converged around the last decade, which is the 2000s and the beginning of 2010s, which are the 3 computing factors. One is the advance of hardware that enabled more powerful, capable computing. Second is the emergence of big data, powerful data that can drive the statistical learning algorithms. And I was lucky to be involved myself in some of the effort. And then the third one is the advances of machine learning and deep learning algorithms. So this convergence of 3 major factors brought us the AI boom that we're seeing today, and Google has been investing in all 3 areas. Honestly, earlier than the curve. Most of the effort started even in early 2000s. And as a company, we're doing a lot of AI work from research to products.
Yeah. And it's been really interesting to watch the divergence and exploration in various academic fields, and then the reconvergence as we see ideas that are aligned. So it wasn't, as Fei says, it wasn't so long ago that fields like cognitive science, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, even things that we don't talk about much more like cybernetics, were really all aligned in a single discipline. And then they've moved apart from each other and explored these ideas independently for a couple of decades. And then with the renaissance in artificial neural networks and deep learning, we're starting to see some reconvergence. So some of these ideas that were popular only in a small community for a couple of decades are now coming back into the mainstream of what artificial intelligence is, what statistical pattern recognition is, and has really been delightful to see. But it's not just one idea, it's actually multiple ideas that you see that were maintained for a long time in fields like cognitive science that are coming back into the fold. So another example beyond deep learning is actually reinforcement learning. So for the longest time, if you looked at a university catalog of courses and you were looking for any mention of reinforcement learning whatsoever, you were going to find it in a psychology department or a cognitive science department. But today, as we all know, we look at reinforcement learning as a new opportunity, as something that we actually look at for the future of AI, that might be something that's important to get machines to really learn in completely dynamic environments, in environments where they have to explore entirely new stimuli. So I've been really excited to see how this convergence has happened back in the direction from those ideas into mainstream computer science. And I think that there's some hope for exchange back in the other direction. So neuroscientists and cognitive scientists today are starting to ask whether we can take the kind of computer vision models that Fei helped pioneer and use those as hypotheses for how it is that neural systems actually compute, how our own biological brains see. And I think that it's really exciting to see this kind of exchange between disciplines that have been separated for a little while.
You know, one little piece of history I think that's also interesting is what you did, Fei, with ImageNet, which is a nice way of explaining, building these neural networks where you labeled all these images and then people could refine their algorithms by, go ahead and explain that just real quickly.
Okay, sure. So about 10 years ago, that the whole community of computer vision, which is a subfield of AI, was working on a holy grail problem of object recognition, which is you open your eye, you can see the world full of objects like flowers, chairs, people, and that's a building block of visual intelligence and intelligence in general. And to crack that problem, we were building as a field different machine learning models. We're making small progress, but we're hitting a lot of walls. And when my student and I started working in this problem and started thinking deeply about what is missing in the way we're approaching this problem, we recognize this important interplay between data and statistical machine learning models. They really reinforce each other in very deep mathematical ways that we're not going to talk about the details here. And that realization was also inspired by human vision. If you look at how children learn, it's a lot of learning through big data experiences and exploration. So combining that, we decided to put together a pretty epic effort of we wanted to label all the images we can get on the internet. And of course, we Google searched a lot. And we downloaded billions of images and used crowdsourcing technology to label all the images, organize them into a data set of 15 million images organized in 22,000 categories of objects, and put that together. And that's the ImageNet project. And we democratized it to the research world and released it open source. And then starting in 2010, we held an international challenge for the whole AI community called ImageNet Challenge. And one of the teams from Toronto, which is now at Google, won the ImageNet Challenge with the deep learning convolutional neural network model, and that was year 2012. And a lot of people think the combination of ImageNet and the deep learning model in 2012 was the onset of what Greg
gave people a way to compare how they were doing.
Exactly.
And it was really good. So, yeah. And so, Greg, you've been doing a lot of brain-inspired research, very interesting research, and I know you've been doing a lot of very impactful research in the health area. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So, I mean, I think the ImageNet example actually sort of sets a playbook for how we can try to approach a problem. The kind of machine learning and AI that is most practical and most useful today is ones where machines learn through imitation. It's an imitation game where if you have examples of a task being performed correctly, the machine can learn to imitate this. And this is called supervised learning. And so what happened in the image recognition case is that by Fei-Fei building an object recognition data set, we could all focus on that problem in a really concrete and tractable way in order to compare different methods. And it turned out that methods like deep learning and artificial neural networks were able to do something really interesting in that space that previous machine learning and artificial intelligence methods had not, which was that they were able to go directly from the data to the predictions and break the problem up into many smaller steps without having being told exactly how to do that. So that's what we were doing before, is that we were trying to engineer features or cues, things that we could see in the stimuli that then we would do a little bit of statistical learning on to figure out how to combine these signals. But with artificial neural networks and deep learning, we're actually learning to do those things all together. And this applies not only to computer vision, but it applies to most things that you could imagine a machine imitating. And so the kinds of things that we've done, like with Google Smart Reply and now Smart Compose, we're taking that same approach, that if you have a lot of text data, which it turns out the internet is full of, what you can actually do is you can look at the sequence of words so far in a conversation or in an email exchange and try to guess what comes next.
You know, I'm going to interrupt here a little bit and get a little more provocative here.
All right.
So you're talking about, neural-inspired machine learning and so forth. And so, this artificial intelligence is kind of bringing into question what are we humans, and then there's this thing out there called AGI, artificial general intelligence. What do you think's going on here? Are we getting to AGI?
I really don't think so. There's a variety of opinions in the community, but my feeling is that, okay, we've finally gotten artificial neural networks to be able to recognize photos of cats, right? That's really great. We also, it's now can...
Fei, was that AGI when we recognized a cat?
No, that's not enough
Yeah.
to define AGI.
So the kind of thing that's working well right now is this sort of pattern recognition, this immediate response where we're able to recognize something kind of reflexively. And we now have, I believe, machines can do pattern recognition every bit as well as humans can. And that's why they can recognize objects in photos, that's why they can do speech recognition, and that's why they can win at a game like Go. But that is only one small sliver, a tiny sliver, of what goes into something like intelligence. Notions of memory and planning and strategy and contingencies, even emotional intelligence. These are things that we haven't even scratched the surface. And so to me, I feel like it's really a leap too far to imagine that having finally cracked pattern recognition after some decades of trying, that we are therefore on the verge of cracking all of these other problems that go into what constitutes general intelligence.
Although we have gone way faster than either of you ever expected us to go, I believe.
Yes and no. Humanity has a tendency to overestimate short-term progress and underestimate long-term progress. So eventually we will be achieving things that we cannot dream of. But Diane and Greg, I want to just give a simple example to define AGI. So the definition of AGI, again, is an introspective definition of what humans and human intelligence can do. I have a 2-year-old daughter who doesn't like napping. And I thought I'm smart enough to scheme to put her in a very complicated sleeping bag that doesn't get herself out of the crib. And just a couple of months ago, I was on the monitor watching this kid, 2-year-old, where for the first time, I was training her for napping by herself. She was very angry. So she looked around, figured out a weak spot on the crib where she might be able to climb out, figured out how to unzip her complicated sleeping bag that I thought I schemed to do really, to prevent that, and figured out a way to climb out of a crib that's way taller than who she is, and managed to escape safely and without breaking her legs.
Okay, how about AGI equivalent to my cat or equivalent to a mouse?
If you're shifting the definition, sure.
I see, okay.
But even cat, I think there are things that the cat is capable of doing. That,
so I do think that if you look at an organism like a cat from a behavioral level, like how cats behave and how they respond to their environments, I think that you could imagine a world where you have something like a toy that is for entertainment purposes that approximates a cat in a bunch of ways, in that the sorts of behaviors that the human observe, you're like, oh, it walks around, it doesn't bump into things, it meows at me every once in a while. I do believe that we can build a system like that. But what you can't do is you can't take that robot and then, dump it in the forest and have it figure out what it needs to do in order to survive and make things work.
But it's a goal. It's a healthy goal.
It's a healthy goal. And along the way, like you both, at least we all three agree that AI's capacity to help us solve all our big problems is going to outweigh any kind of negative, and we're pretty excited about that, I guess. Like in cloud, you're kind of doing some cool things with AutoML and so forth.
Yeah, so we talk a lot, Diane, about the belief of building benevolent technology for human use, right? Our technology reflects our values. So I personally, and I know Greg's whole team is working on bringing AI to people and to the fields that really need it to make a positive difference. So at Cloud, we're very lucky to be working with customers and partners from all kinds of vertical industries, from healthcare, where we collaborate, to agriculture, to sustainability, to entertainment, to retail, to commerce, to finance, where our customers bring some of the toughest problems and their pain points, and we can work with them hand in hand to solve some of that. So for example, recently we rolled out AutoML, and that is the recognition of the pain of entering machine learning. It's still a highly technical field. The bar is still high. Not enough people are trained experts in the world of machine learning. But yet, our industry already has so much need to tag pictures, understand imageries, just as an example in vision. So how do we answer that call of need? So we've worked hard and thought about this suite of product called AutoML, where the customer, we lower the entry barrier by relieving them from coding machine learning custom models themselves. All they have to do is to give us provide the kind of data and concept they need. Here's an example of a ramen company in Tokyo that has many shops of ramens, and they want to build an app that recognizes the ramens from different ramen stores. And they give us the pictures of ramens and the concepts of their store 1, store 2, store 3. And what we do is to use a technique, a machine learning technique that Google and many others have developed called learning to learn, and then build a customized model for the customer that recognize ramens for their different stores. And then the customer can take that model to do what they want.
I can write a little C++, maybe some JavaScript. Could I do AutoML?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're working with teams that they don't have not even C++ experience, and we have a drag and drop interface, and you can use AutoML that way.
Because I really believe that there are so many problems that can be solved using this technique that it's critical that we share as much as possible about how these things work. I don't believe that these technologies should live in walled gardens, but instead we should develop tools that can be used by everyone in the community, and that's part of why we have a very aggressive open source stance to our software packages, particularly in AI. And that includes things like TensorFlow that are available completely freely, and it includes the kinds of services that are available on cloud to do the kind of compute, storage, and model tuning and serving that you need to use these things in practice. And I think it's amazing that the same tools that my applied machine learning team uses to tackle problems that we're interested in, those same tools are accessible to all of you as well to try to solve the same problems in the same way. And I've been really excited with how much how great the uptake is and how we're seeing expanding to other languages. Mentioning JavaScript, quick plug for TensorFlow.js is actually really awesome.
Yep. Oh, and you should probably run it on a TPU.
Yes, exactly.
It does give a nice boost, but so you're building. I mean, with machine learning, we're bringing it to market in so many ways because we have the tools to build your own models, the TensorFlow. We have the AutoML that brings it to any programmer. And then what's going on with all the APIs and how is that going to affect every industry and what do you see going on there?
So cloud already has a suite of APIs for a lot of our industry partners and customers, from translate to speech to vision to...
which are based on models that we built.
Yes.
Yeah.
For example, Box is a major partner with Google Cloud, where they recognize a tremendous need for organizing customers' imagery data to help customers. So they actually use Google's Vision API to do that. And that's a model easily delivered to our customers through our service.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, Greg, how do you think that's going to play out in the health industry? I know you've been thinking about that.
Yeah. So healthcare is one of the problems that a bunch of people are working on at Google and a lot of people are working on outside as well, because I think there's a huge opportunity to use these technologies to expand the availability and the accuracy of healthcare. And part of that is because doctors today are basically trying to weather an information hurricane in order to provide care. And so I think there are thousands of individual opportunities to make doctors' work more fluid, to build tools to solve problems that they want solved, and to do things that help patients and improve patient care.
I mean, I think you were telling me that so many doctors are so unhappy because they have so much drudgery to do. Is this a big breakthrough?
Yeah,
or?
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that there's been a great, when you go to a doctor, you're looking for medical attention, right? And right now, a huge amount of their attention is not actually focused on the practice of medicine, but is focused on a whole bunch of other work that they have to do that doesn't require the kind of insights and care and connection the real practice of medicine does. And so I believe that machine learning and AI is going to come into healthcare through assistive technologies that help the doctors do what they want to do better.
By understanding what they do and assist them. No substitute for the human.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No substitute.
Speaking of human, Feifei, do you want to talk a little bit about why you think this humanistic AI approach is so critical?
Yeah, thank you. So if we look at the history of AI, we've entered phase 2. The first 60 years is AI as more or less a niche technical field where we're still laying down scientific foundations. But starting this point on, AI is one of the biggest drivers of societal changes to come. So how do we think about AI in its next phase? What is the frame of mind that should be driving us? Has been on top of my mind. And I think deeply about the need for human-centered AI, which, in my opinion, includes 3 elements to complete the human-centered AI thinking. The first element is really advancing AI to the next stage. And here we bring our collective background from neuroscience, cognitive science, whether we're getting to AGI tomorrow or in 50 years, there's a need for AI to be a lot more flexible, nuanced, learn faster in more unsupervised, semi-supervised, one-shot learning ways, to be able to understand emotion, to be able to communicate with humans. So that is the more human-centered way of advancing AI science. The second part is the human-centered AI technology and application, is that I love what you're saying, that there's no substitute for humans. This technology, like all technology, is to enhance humans, to augment humans, not to replace humans. We'll replace certain tasks. We'll replace humans out of danger or tasks that we cannot perform. But the bottom line is we can use AI to help our doctors, to help our disaster relief workers, to help decision makers. So there is a lot of technology in robotics, in design, in natural language processing that is centered around human-centered AI technology and application. The third element of human-centered AI is really to combine the thinking of AI as a technology as well as the societal impact. We are so nascent in seeing the impact of this technology, but already, like Diane said, that we are seeing the impact in different ways, ways that we might not even predict. So I think it's really important, and it's a responsibility of everyone, from academia to industry to government, to bring social scientists, philosophers, law scholars, policymakers, ethicists, and historians at the table, and to study more deeply about AI's social and humanistic impact. And that is the three elements of human-centered AI.
That's pretty wonderful, and I think we at Google here, Alphabet, are working as hard as we can to do humanistic AI. You know, you mentioned you know, what we need to be careful about out there with AI and regulatory. What are some of the barriers to, you know, I think every company in the world has a use for AI in many, many ways. I mean, it's just exploding in all the verticals. But there are some impediments to adoption. For example, in the financial industry, they need to have something called explainable AI. And could you just talk about some of the different barriers you see to being able to take advantage of AI?
We should start with healthcare.
Yeah, so I think that there are a bunch of really important things to consider. So one of the things is, of course, we want to have machine learning systems that are designed to fit the needs of the folks that are using them and applying them. And that can often include not just giving me the answer, but telling me something about how that was derived. So some kind of explainability. So in the healthcare space, for example, we've been working on a bunch of things in medical imaging, and it's not acceptable to just tell the doctor that, oh, you know, something looks fishy in this x-ray or this pathology slide or this retinal scan. You have to tell them, you know, well, what do you think is wrong? But more importantly, you actually have to show them where in the image you think the evidence for that conclusion lies, so that they can then look at it and decide whether they concur or they disagree, or, oh, well, there's a speck of dust there, and that's what the machine is picking up on. And the good news is that these things actually are possible. And I think there's kind of been this unfortunate mythology that AI and deep learning in particular is a black box, and it really isn't. We didn't study how it worked because for a long time it really didn't work that well. But now that it's working well, there are a lot of tools and techniques that go into examining how these systems work, and I think explainability is a big part of it in terms of making these things available for a bunch of applications.
So in addition to explainability, I would add bias. I think bias is an issue we need to address in AI, and I see bias from where I sit, two major kind of bias we need to address. One is the pipeline of AI development, starting from the bias of the data to the outcome of the bias. And we have heard a lot about if the machine learning algorithm is fed with data that does not represent the problem domain in a fair way, we will introduce bias. Whether it's missing a group of people's data or biasing it to a skewed distribution, these are things that would have deep consequences, whether you're in the healthcare domain or finance or legal decision making. So I think that is a huge issue. Very nicely that Google is already addressing that. We have a whole team at Google working on bias in this.
That's true.
And another bias I think it's important is the people who are developing AI. It's the human bias. And And the lack of diversity is also another bias.
It's so important, and that kind of brings me to maybe we're getting close to the end, but if you, where is AI going? I mean, how prevalent is it going to be? I mean, we look at our universities and these machine learning classes have 800 people, 900 people. There's such a demand. Every computer science graduate wants to know it. Where is it going? I mean, will every high school graduating senior be able to customize AI to their own purposes? And how will, what does it look like 5-10 years from now?
So from a technology point of view, I think that because of the tremendous investment in resource, both in the private sector as well as in the public sector now, many countries are waking up to invest in AI. We're gonna see a huge continued development of AI technology. I'm mostly excited either at Cloud or seeing what Greg's team is doing, AI being delivered to the industries that really matter to people's lives and work quality and productivity. But Diane, I think you're also asking is, how are we educating more people in AI, right? So
both making it easier to use and educating them, and what's it going to look like? What do you predict?
So, that's a really tough question, because at the core of today's AI is still calculus, and that's not going to change.
So I think that from the tech industry perspective or from the computer science education perspective, I think that we're going to see AI and ML become as essential as networking is, right? Like, no one really thinks about, oh, well, I'm going to write some software and it's going to be standalone on a box and it's not going to have a TCP/IP connection, right? Like, we all know that you're going to have a TCP/IP connection at the end of the day somewhere, and everyone understands the basics of the networking stack, and that's not just at the the level of engineers, that's at the level of designers, of executives, of product developers and leaders. And the same thing I think is going to happen with machine learning and AI, which is that designers are going to start to understand, how can I make a completely revolutionary kind of product that folds in machine learning the same way that we fold in networking and internet technologies into almost everything we build. So I think we're going to see tremendous uptake and it becoming kind of a pervasive background part of the technologies. But I think that in that process, the ways that we use AI are going to evolve. So I think right now, you're seeing a lot of things where AI and machine learning adds some spice, some extra little coolness on a feature. And I think that what you're going to see over the next decade is you're going to see more of a core integration into what it means for the product to actually work. And I think that one of the great opportunities there is actually going to be the development of artificial emotional intelligence that allows products to actually have much more natural and much more fluid human interaction. We're beginning to see that in the assistant now with speech recognition, speech synthesis, understanding dialogues and exchanges. But I think that this is still in its infancy. We're going to get to a point where the products that we build, they interact with humans in the way that the humans find most useful, just out of the box.
And I spend a lot of time with high schoolers, because I really believe in the future. We always talk about AI changing the world, and I always say the question is, who is changing AI? And to me, bringing more human mission thinking into technology development and thought leadership is really important. Not only important for the future of our technology and the value we instill in our technology, but also in bringing the diverse group of students and future leaders into the development of AI. So, at Stanford, at Google, we all work a lot on this issue, and personally, I'm very involved with AI for All, which is a nonprofit that educates high schoolers around the country from diverse backgrounds, whether they're girls or students of underrepresented minority groups. and we bring them onto AI, onto campus, university campus, and work with them on AI thinking and AI studies.
And at Google, we're just completely committed to bringing all our best technologies to everybody in the world, and we're doing that through the cloud, and we're bringing these tools, we're bringing these APIs, and the training, and the partnering, and the processors, and we're pretty excited to see what all you guys are going to do with it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
This is IO Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm at the Community Lounge. This is where anybody can swing by, meet up with old friends, or make new ones. I'm going to go find some certification alumni to talk to them about the program. Hey, Marga. Hi, everyone. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you? Awesome. Really great.
I'm sitting here with Henry, Ashesh, and Somya, and they're all alumni in the certification program. I'd like to ask you just a few things about the program, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Let's start with, how did you get involved? Like, what made you want to get certified?
Okay. So, actually, before in Indonesia, they have like a scholarship. So they give out the 500 scholarship for the people to take with the Udacity and certifications. And I registered on that one, and I got it. And then after that, I tried the certifications, and yeah.
So your path was some scholarships to certification?
Yes.
Ashesh?
Okay, so if you see the reason I went for the certification, in our professional life, we strive for few things. One of them is to prove the worth to ourselves, and second is to prove our worth to others. So to proving worth to ourselves, we go for a benchmark, right? We try to achieve it. So for me, that certification was a benchmark, a milestone achieved. And once I've achieved that, there's only one way, that is to go for something higher, right? So this was one reason to prove myself the worth, so that I can, go for more higher things. So certification was a commitment to me, to myself, to go for in search of more knowledge. And second thing is to prove worth to others. So if you see, when you go for the job, there are various phases. There are interviews, there are tests and everything. But the first phase is always the qualification. What degrees do you hold? What certifications do you hold? If you don't cross that door, there's no point. I mean, you might be a very good programmer or something, but to have a certification, you always have a key to open a door. So that was the other thing which I went certification for. So in short, to gain confidence and to be job ready. Right?
Thank you. And Soumya?
So I've been working on Android since 2010. What pushed me to do the certification was probably that, you know, like Ashish said, you know, there's a benchmark or there's a standard with a certification. And after working for so long in Android, worked on various kinds of applications, how do you differentiate yourself from the others?
Thank you. Can you each tell me one thing that has been helpful in your career because of certification?
Sure. So actually, in my current organization, we now have a team of about 20 mobile developers, mobile team more or less. And what I noticed was we had the support of the management for conducting various certifications and things like that. But when we did the certification, and I told my team that, see, I did this and it was cool, and it gave a validation to the team also that how we are doing this. And after that, very quickly, we have almost 10 team members now who are certified already. So that was a big boost, energizer to them too, you know, from a team lead to the rest of the team saying that, oh, you should do this. And then that has worked out very positively for them.
I work for Paradise Publishers, saying we're into ebook publishing. So we provide a platform to indie authors. For that, we have an app, Android app. So the thing is that we had outsourced it to some other company. So when we outsource something, we have to engage our resources. And not being a large company, this could be a problem, right? So we had to talk to them about exposing our internal APIs, and then our boss had to sit with them. So this was the one thing which motivated, like when I was getting into Android, that point of time, I thought, okay, I will try to make the Android app in-house for my company. But the certification was not there, so I was also a little hesitant to ask my boss that to give this job to me, because you know the app matters as such financially. Once I got the certification and I told my boss, he was very happy about it, and of course he was quite confident. So till now I have developed 2 Android apps for my company that is in-house. So we have more control over the app, especially since I'm working already, I know the back end and everything. And our consumers also get a more robust and something, you know, more user-friendly app. So this certification has helped me to gain the confidence with my boss and to move my career in Android app development.
Before I took the certifications, it's like whenever I apply to a company, I always choose the Android developer job. And then they always give me the interview for iOS developer job. So, and then I try the certifications, and then after I get certified, it's naturally, it just knocked them to their senses that, okay, I'm certified by Google. So then they give me more chance. They give me chance for interview, for the test.
Yeah.
Otherwise, before it, no one, they just give me the test for iOS.
Thank you all so much for sharing your story with me today.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
If you'd like to learn more about certification, head on over to g.co/dev/certification. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Having a technical background or having technical knowledge, do you think that it can help make the creative process burgeon and grow, or do you think it can hinder the creative process?
It can go both ways, but I've definitely found myself early in my career kind of noticing that, yeah, I've started thinking about how to actually implement a design, and that sometimes hindered my design process because I was thinking so much of how to actually make the solution happen.
That's quite a challenging thing. So how did you manage to break through so it's not stopping you, but maybe enhancing the stuff that you actually do?
I think one of the things that I always struggled with is that from a visual standpoint, like I'm not a super talented visual designer. I've seen some amazing visual designers that I'm just like, oh my goodness, like that is really, really slick, and I love that, and that's not like my strength. And so I was a lot, came back more from like the coding perspective, being able to actually implement some stuff in code, which they couldn't. But you know, there was this kind of this deciding factor of realizing, am I more of a designer or more of a developer? Like, you know, I'm not necessarily that great at the graphics, but there's still so many other ways of design that can kind of spread in. So really like doing some research and finding out more about UX design and realizing that is really kind of what I wanted to focus on, is kind of what led me to that. So it's it definitely was this kind of process of navigating through it. It's like, where do I fit? Am I a designer? Am I a developer? From the first projects that I started doing, a lot of the time I did a lot of websites, and when people come to you, they go, hey, we need a website built. They don't necessarily say, hey, we need a front-end developer to come do this, especially if you're working with smaller businesses and clients. So you do take on the designer and developer hat to kind of make that happen.
A lot of developers are very afraid to learn about design. It's like, because I get question like, if I was to write an article, the perfect article for the developers would be how to learn to design, or how do you which makes no sense to me, because learning to design doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, what part of design, what discipline of design? But there's still that question of, okay, what is the first step that someone who wants to really, as someone who's gone through this process yourself, what was your first step to say, okay, that's it, I'm becoming a designer?
Right. I think, following a lot of design patterns, at that time I didn't really understand that they were called design patterns, right? You implement them in the sites doing a lot of web work. You kind of take on, okay, the navigation menu, where does that live? And you're following a lot of the patterns that have already been created. And so you kind of learn to explore through that, and then, testing out the site and realizing, oh, this doesn't feel right, like something's off. Let's work on how to make this better. But I think one of the great things that can really help a designer or developers wanting to go into design is looking at a lot of like the material spec guidelines are actually really, really helpful, because not only does it actually tell you, hey, here's some guidelines of what to follow, but it actually does a really good job of explaining why you're doing that certain thing.
And the rationale and logic.
And yeah, exactly. So that actually is really helpful, because then you're able to understand, why was this created? Like, what was the thought process behind adding potentially a bottom navigation, or why would you have a side nav? It's really getting to kind of explaining that, so you're able to learn from actually interacting with something and seeing how they're doing it, but also finding out why they decided to do that. Because I think so much of design is it's problem solving, right?
Yeah.
So many people forget that when they think of design, they think of the finished product. But there's so many different stages of how you got to that finished product. And so a lot of it, being able to understand how someone was thinking through that really, really helps you, from a development perspective, get into that design field of understanding, oh, okay, how do I get from thinking of how do I develop this versus how do I even arrive to the solution? I think that's kind of the big difference there. As developers, you have something that's already designed for you for the most part. I mean, some people get handed things. Some people get handed an iOS mock and said, hey, make this into Android. So then at that time, you kind of become an Android designer in that aspect.
What do you think is like the biggest thing that stops developers really understanding design?
One of the things that we do at Google is we do design sprints. So the design sprints are really great because it brings people from all the different disciplines and specialties together to work into solving a challenge that we have. So you have product managers, engineers, designers, researchers, everyone in the room together and kind of thinking and working through a problem, which is really fantastic because you get all these different ideas. And one of the things that I really notice is as we're bringing in designers, and engineers and all these people together, is when we're walking through the challenge, the engineers are already thinking of the solution and already thinking about how to implement it. They go straight to that, which makes sense. That is their role, right? As engineers, usually you are given something and you have to go, oh, how do I make this happen? How to thinking through problem solving, how to actually get to that solution. Whereas designers, we don't know what the solution necessarily is. So I think a lot of the blockers is automatically wanting to know the answer instead of being more aware and being okay with saying, I don't know the answer to that, but let's explore it together.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest hindrance that can really stop developers into getting into design, is wanting to have all the answers. It's okay not to have them.
I mean, and what do you think developers can actually do to get past that? I mean, because I find, for me, it's always sketching and just experimenting. Right. So I suppose it's how does the developer maintain that kind of playful space where they're not thinking, right, here's the library we're going to use to do a whatever widget or a fab or whatever, but what can they actually do that allows them to not thinking about the end result or breaking from that cycle?
Yeah, you actually bring up a great point with sketching. That's probably one of my favorite exercises when I'm working with different people to get them thinking of solutions. So it's particularly if you're developing an app or so, is, hey, let's get some sketches out there, get a Sharpie, and just start sketching out through some ideas. Because that really, that doesn't, you can really get some ideas on paper and not be married to them, and not feel like really connected because you spent all this time developing the solution and realizing, oh, it doesn't really work. And so if you start really low fidelity with some sketches, that can really open up your mind in terms of thinking about different solutions, because as you're sketching through it, you're realizing, oh, like maybe I want to use this fab button or something, or everyone loves fab, right? So you want to incorporate it somewhere, and then you realize, maybe that's not the right thing to do, and I haven't spent all this energy developing or even designing this, so then I can kind of toss that and move on and create a different solution. So sketching, I think, is a great resource instead of people go straight. A lot of people like to prototype in the code, but I usually like to challenge people and go, hey, start sketching some ideas, and then once you've landed on something that you think you want to explore some more, then dive into code or dive into Sketch or whatever you're using.
So I suppose for the engineer to really understand design is almost like, okay, just start sketching first and start thinking about the thing you're going to build and the possibilities rather than straight to the end solution.
I always wanted to do that little hop up the stairs. So thank you for coming. We got the coolest people at I/O right here. Give yourselves a hand. Excellent, excellent. So thank you for joining me. We're going to dig into the world of persona. First, I want to see a show of hands. How many people brought a persona with them today? Great. It's a trick question. You all did. So, oh, I better get the clicker. So we're going to talk about how persona can make your actions stand out, they can extend the brand, and they can increase usability. First, I'm Wally Brill. I'm the head of conversation design, advocacy, and education here at Google. And I've been teaching robots to talk for about 20 years. Actually, I've been teaching them to talk longer than that, but when I was a kid, they didn't talk back, which was kind of depressing. So this is a previous persona of mine. I even had hair. I just want to tell you folks, there is no distinct correlation between hair loss and designing personas. It's okay. All right, so years ago, when I had hair, I was a record producer. I was working mostly in the UK, and I had this idea, whether it was good or not, I'm not sure, but I wanted to create an opera that was interactive. I wanted you to be able to talk to the characters and change plots, like one of those choose-your-own-adventure stories, right? So what did I do? I decided I would find a technology that would work to do this. And in those days, we were thinking about things like CD-ROMs. I don't know if any of you remember CD-ROMs. Yeah, oh, I see a nod. I see a couple of nods. OK, good. So I went to the company that invented speech recognition, and I said to them, can you tell me about this stuff? And they said, well, you know about sound. Come in here. And they made me take a job there. And what happened was they sent me to see a man called James Giangola. I don't know if any of you know of him. He was one of the pioneers of conversational design for interactive speech. And he gave a talk at Stanford which completely blew my mind because it was about how you can speak naturally to a robot and it will speak naturally back to you. He wrote a book called Voice User Interface Design, which I recommend to anybody who's interested in this stuff. So moving along, this is our fabulous conversation design team that I recently joined at Google. Lots of happy faces there. Now, let's get down to it. What's a persona? How do we go about designing the perfect digital employee that's going to work for us and make us stand out? So what is a persona? It's the aspect of someone's character that's presented or perceived by others. It's your face that you show to the world. It's the who of who you are that you let people see, right? Now, in acting, people use personas all the time. In the 1930s, Leslie Howard and Norma Shearer did a version of Romeo and Juliet that was very successful. It was very widely liked. And it did well. Now, spin on to the 1990s. And here's Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes performing exactly the same content, but with very different personas. And it came across very much more contemporary, and it was a big success at the time, but very, very different from that original film. Now, everybody's got a unique persona. You get it when you're born. It changes with you as you develop and as you grow. And like I say, it's the who of who you are. It differentiates us one from another and makes us individuals. But now we live in the future, right? There are 500 million devices that have the Google Assistant on them. 500 million. Can I get an okay? Right, that's a lot of people. It's a lot of devices, too. So people have high expectations of what an intelligent assistant can do and how and where we can interact with it. And it's not just this thing that you talk to. Now we're talking about surfaces that the AI moves across effortlessly, from your Google Home to your TV, to your smartphone, to your car, to your watch. All these surfaces we have to take into consideration when we're designing persona. See, it's not just voice. It's also audio content like sound design. It's visual content now. It's interaction design. The interaction design actually has a lot to do with how your persona comes across. And it's even typography. Here's a quick example. This is a joke. I'm not holding up any hope for it being a great joke, but you can see that the punchline is really punched up because of typography. So we got to think about visual surfaces as well as audio situations. So let's pivot for a second and now talk about a voice-first world and understand why persona design is so important. So we're going to talk about a series of documents that you will make when you're designing a persona. And what they'll do is they'll help you keep the writing, the things that this system says, consistent and clear. Because otherwise it can appear fractured, and if the persona is fractured, people lose trust in the actual action. So in Wired for Speech, oh, sorry, there is no such thing as no persona, by the way. That was my trick question I stuck in there. There we go. In Wired for Speech, Cliff Nass and Scott Brave said, when people hear any voice, they automatically and unconsciously assign a personality to it. This is a really important thing. Within a second, second and a half of hearing a voice, you create an image in your mind. You have an idea of who you're listening to. You know what I mean? So whenever you hear something, somebody calls you up that you don't know, you've got an idea of who they are. You have a sense of them. Because you know what? We can infer age. We can infer gender. We understand their educational level by the kind of things they say. We get register. Now, register is the social context. It's where this persona is in relation to me. Is it my boss? Is it my employee? Is it my peer? Who is this that I'm speaking with? We also get a sense of locale if they have an accent that's different from ours. We just don't recognize accents if we have the same one. So the other inferred traits we get are intelligence, trustworthiness, and likability. All these things come through in that first second and a half of hearing a voice. So it's really important that we get this right. We have to set ourselves up for success. Because now more than ever, the experience of the action is the brand to the consumer. What happens is every touch point matters. So billboard advertising, the web, radio, TV, absolutely, social media, absolutely every touch point carries the brand essence. And so it's vital that we get it right, because if we leave it to chance, you never know what you're going to get. So you don't just use anything. You've got to design your persona, because otherwise the results will be unpredictable. So how do we do it? How do we actually design one? This is where some of the fun stuff starts. We need to make that digital employee. And what I've done is I've suggested we take 2 airlines to map this out and to talk about how we do it. These are 2 airlines that obviously don't exist. One is Important Airlines. It's a national carrier. It's important. You can see their strap line. We're important and we will get you there. Right? Kind of traditional, kind of straight, you know. On the other hand, there's Millennial Airlines, and their strap line is, it's an awesome day to fly. Do you want to say that with me? It's an awesome day to fly. Once more, with feeling. It's an awesome day to fly. Great, thank you. So, the first step in designing a persona is we need to understand the brand. We need to interview the stakeholders. We need to talk to people in brand, in marketing, in customer experience, customer service. We want to look to see if there's a style guide. Now, the marketing people and the brand people will have already done this. They'll have distilled their brand down. But you want to go over it and understand it and really get it. So you're going to experience the product, too. You're going to get on the plane and go take a trip somewhere. You may visit the contact center, because those contact center agents are actually carrying the brand essence with them when they speak to customers over the phone. You're going to check out social media, and if there's a retail component, you'll go into a store, right? So let's talk about important for a second. Let's talk about my water for a second. Here it is. So Important Airlines brand is solid. They're confident. They're experts. They know what they're doing. They're reliable. They're utterly straightforward. There's no frills or anything. And they're safe. They got a great safety record. But you're not going to get wildly excited flying on Important, right? No surprises. Now, Millennial, on the other hand, where it's an awesome day to fly, thank you for helping me with that. The Millennial Airlines brand is bold, it's hip, it's fun, it's friendly, it's even exciting and delightful. It's a whole different kind of world. It's there to bring excitement of travel into your life. So those are two sets of brand essences, right? Now let's understand the customer. We need to know who's going to use this interaction. So we want to understand their context and their customer journey. We want to know who they are through their demographics. Where do they live? What do they like? How old are they? We want to understand the frequency of engagement, because that's going to have a lot to do with how verbose your prompts are. If they're frequent users, you can keep things really short. If they're infrequent users, you might want to give them a little more information. And we want to understand their expectations and needs. Now, one thing you should know is that people generally like to be mirrored. They like the idea of interacting with someone who at least relates to them in some ways. It's a preference, right? So the Important Airlines customer, mid-30s and up. These are business travelers. They're frequent flyers. They're road warriors. They're high value because those business class and first class seats are expensive. Whereas on the other hand, our millennial customer is late teens to mid-30s. They're millennials. They're holiday makers. They're backpackers. They're young families going to Orlando maybe. They're budget conscious. And they don't use the airline very much. They use it for holidays, you know, once or twice a year. So we know the brand, we know the customer. Now, what task are we going to do here? So what I've chosen is FLIFO, flight information. That's what's the status of my flight. Is it going to take off on time? Is it late? Has it been canceled? When is it expected? All that kind of good stuff, right? Which leads us to choosing the medium for the audio. Now, there's two ways to do this. You can use text-to-speech, TTS. I'm sure you all know what that is, versus custom recording, which is when you have an actor in front of a microphone recording prompts, right? Text-to-speech is the computer-generated voice. Custom recording is the human actor. So text-to-speech is infinitely scalable. It's really easy to use. It's really cheap, because what it's doing is it's reading written content. It handles dynamic content really well. So in our case, we've got an airline with a lot of changes going on. You know, Duluth to Minneapolis, blah, blah, blah. All these things that are going and stuff changing on the fly. So we'll probably use text-to-speech there. Oh, can you go back one, please? There we go. The cons are limited voice availability. And occasionally you'll hear, I think Sundar mentioned this in the keynote, you hear prosody. And the prosody is the melody of speech. And occasionally, certainly in the old days, text-to-speech prosody wasn't great. I think you'll agree from what we heard this week that it's now phenomenally good. It's almost indistinguishable from human speech. So Time Out magazine in London decided they would use text-to-speech. They do listings of events, whatever is hip and happening. As you can see, Sanjay Vikal said, from secret tango lessons to breakfast raves, using the assistant to connect Time Out visitors to the coolest stuff to do. And they do. They created Tio, who's a millennial. She's hip and happening. She knows what's going on in London at any given time. Let me give you an example of what she sounds like. Okay, Google, talk to Timeout.
Hey, you again. Got a quiet week ahead? Not anymore. When do you want to go out? Today, this week, or this weekend?
Who are you?
I'm Tio. No one knows the city like me because I've been discovering the brilliant and searching out the secret and extraordinary for a long time. If you want to know about food, art, culture, and nightlife, then I am your social companion. Try me. What do you want to do and when do you want to do it?
Where are you from?
In West Kensington, born and raised. On the estate was where I spent most of my days. Chillin' out maxin', relaxin' all hipster. Skatin' so much that I would get a blister. With a couple of mates, I'd go out on the town. Started seeing my bank balance go down. I got into debt and my mom started to shout. She said, you need to get a job at a place called Timeout. What else do you want to do?
Quit. That's pretty cool, right? It's pretty interesting. That's a pretty solid persona. And you get a sense of who she really is. Now, on the custom recording side, Headspace, which does meditation guidance, needed to use an actual real voice. Andy Puddicombe, who is the guy who started Headspace, and he does guided meditations. And I won't play one now because they chill me out so much I couldn't carry on with this talk. But they're really, really good. And the thing about custom recording is it's natural, it's expressive, it's comprehensible, and any voice in the world can be used, right? You can go and hire anybody to be the voice actor. Now, luckily for Headspace, they've got Andy. He's there all the time, because sometimes it can be expensive to record and maintain, and it relies on the availability of that artist. Andy goes there every day, so he's okay. So, let me play you an example of Headspace. Just a short one to hear what the voice sounds like.
Hi, my name's Andy, and welcome to Headspace. Using proven meditation and mindfulness techniques, I'll show you how to train your mind for a healthier, happier, more enjoyable life. To get started, try one of our short sessions. They're each under 2 minutes long and can help bring a little more mindfulness into your life. There are 3 options to choose from: wake up, take a moment, or unwind. Which one would you like to try?
Okay. Now, because we're doing flight information, we've chosen TTS, right? So, the fun part, how do we design this persona? How do we create that perfect representative, our digital employee? What are the steps we have to take? This is where we get creative, dig into that creative brain, and let's get going. So we go back to the airlines. We understand the brand, the customer, the task, and the medium. Now we're going to go and invent some people. We're going to write biographies for imaginary characters who might be a good fit for the job that we have for them. So who's that perfect representative? Who can it be? They got to make the action useful and usable. They've got to be comprehensible. They've got to be somebody that you'd really want to work with. The first step is register. We need to know what that social context is, right? We talked about this a little bit before. What's the relationship between me and that persona? Is it my peer, a really close friend of mine? Is it an employee, somebody that works for me and just does whatever I ask whenever I need it? Or is it an advisor, somebody who maybe knows more stuff than me, is at somewhat of a higher level and that I'm taking information from? Now, when we do this for real, you'll probably want to create 3 different personas, and you may make them of 3 different registers. One's a peer, maybe 2 are employees. You'll play around with it a little bit. And you'll make the register different for them. Now have a look at this chart. This again comes from Clifford Nass. And you'll see that there's a vertical axis which is dominance and submissiveness versus friendliness and distance. This is kind of handy because when you're deciding what kind of persona you want and how it's going to relate to your customer, you can use this quite effectively to position them. Now, for important airlines, we decided we wanted a butler. Somebody like a butler who would relate to that demographic that we had. Remember, they're 35 and up. So we wanted somebody with some gravitas. I'll give no hints, but it's a British airline. And so we wanted a sort of concierge character that you could trust. So we have Terence Butler. He's 56. His occupation is butler. He comes from Bromley in Kent, which is a lovely suburb. Now, why do I care about his height and weight? Because it affects voice. It affects the largeness of the voice versus the smallness of the voice. So there's a lot in there in terms of size. He's solidly built. He's got thinning silver hair. That's just a shout out to people who are losing their hair. He lives where he works. He's single. And he went to the Ivor Spencer International School for Butler Administrators, which is a real place. Can you believe it? Phenomenal. Carrying on, he's a collector of rare wines. Why do we care? Because he's detail-oriented. His parents, Jack was a retired hotel manager, so he understands the hospitality industry, right? His mother was a retired nurse. Again, a caretaking profession. So he doesn't have any siblings. The reason we're interested in siblings is if you're the oldest of 4 kids, you may be a little better at being a caretaker than the youngest. And my family actually works that way. I'm the youngest, and I'm a little crazy, but my eldest brother is very straight ahead. What does he like to watch? He likes to watch Upstairs, Downstairs, Downton Abbey. He reads the Daily Telegraph and historical fiction by Hilary Mantel. He's also been 30 years in this job, so he really knows it. Now we flash back to the brand attributes of Important and see how they match up. So Important is solid, it's confident, it's expert, it's reliable, it's straightforward, it's safe, right? So how does Terence relate to that? Well, he's a butler. He's been a butler for a long time. He's confident, he's expert, and he's reliable. He's very straightforward, and he's worked for that family for over 30 years, so he's somebody you can trust. And the fact that he's an avid collector of rare wines tells you that he is detail-oriented, and he is an expert. Now, the next step is we're going to create, beyond this bio, we're going to create 2 more documents. We're going to create a monologue, which gives us a sense of who this character is. It's a paragraph, like a conversation that they're having with a friend in a bar or somewhere, where they're just telling them something that happened that day or that week. And it's really just to get us into the character a little more deeply. And if you're using custom recording with voice actors, it's a great way for them to dive back into the character if they've recorded that monologue once. Because on Monday, they may be in the studio recording for a sausage company. And on Tuesday, they may be doing a car commercial. But on Thursday, they're coming in to do your action. And you want them to be in your persona. So that's why these materials really help. The monologue really helps. So, let me give you an example of one.
I quite enjoy this occupation. It's extremely gratifying to know that one is indispensable. If Sir is stepping out of an evening, I shall have prepared Sir's dinner jacket and accessories. And I shall, of course, assist him in tying his bow tie. The work of a gentleman's gentleman is never done.
So he's pretty formal, right? His language is pretty formal. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a sample dialogue. Now, I know that all of you, whenever you decide to make an action or create an action, you start with conversation. You start with sample dialogues, right? You write the conversation out like a 2-part play. Here's the user, here's the system, here's the user, here's the system. And that really helps to tell you whether this conversation is natural sounding. So, here's Terence in an actual interaction the way he would be if he were working in the action. Okay, Google. Talk to Important Airlines.
Getting Important Airlines.
Good morning. You're through to Important Airlines. Am I speaking with Wally?
That's right.
Thank you. And do you require information regarding your flight to London today?
Yes. So, and do you require information regarding your flight to London today? Very formal language, very much in persona, very much locked into what we would expect for this character. Now let's move along and go to Millennial, which is, as we know, a very different airline indeed. So the Millennial Airlines persona is a young woman we call Helen Highwater. I'll say that again, Helen Highwater. She's 26 years old. She's a gate agent at San Francisco International. She comes from Mill Valley, California, another nice suburb. She's 5'5", 115 pounds. She's general physical description shows that she's kind of a hipster. She's got this wild asymmetrical haircut. She lives in a 3-bedroom apartment in the Mission with a couple of friends of hers, Jack, who's a software developer, interestingly enough, and Natalie, who's in med school. She's going out with Gary, who's a drummer in a band called the Ironic Three. Now, the reason they're ironic is because there are 5 members. She studied drama and English, which gives her a lot of help towards what she really wants to be, which is a stand-up comic. That's her dream. She spends every free minute working on her act. So her parents, Ron manages Mill Valley branch of the Bank of Marin, so she has a certain sense of responsibility. Lucy teaches English Lit at Mill Valley Middle School, so again, a love of language, right? These all kind of factor in. And you may think some of these things are not that necessary, but I promise you, if you get into a studio with a voice artist, they're going to go, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This gives me some depth. It gives me something to work with. She doesn't have any siblings. Her work history was that she was a bartender at Cobb's Comedy Club. She likes Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, Broad City, Dua Lipa, Amy Schumer, Amy Sedaris, all the good stuff. Now, go back to the brand. This brand is bold, hip, fun, happening. They're friendly, they're exciting, and they're delightful. I think she could be a really good match for this. So, let's see how she ties up for it. 26-year-old hipster. She's hip. She works as a gate agent in San Francisco International. She's done it for 3 years without missing a day. She's reliable. We can count on her. She's a people person. She gets along with everybody, even drummers. That makes her friendly and fun. And her dream is to make a living as a stand-up. Now, if you're going to be a stand-up, you better be bold, you better be friendly, you better be fun, and please be delightful. So she's got a monologue. Let's have a listen.
I use everything. And believe me, when you deal with the passengers, there's endless amounts of material, like the woman who was going to Boston but her luggage was on its way to Austin, or the parents off on holiday who each expected the other one to bring the kids to the airport. Then there's the guy who thinks he deserves an upgrade because he was in some obscure rock band from 20 years ago or something. Let me tell you, it's great training for a stand-up, and I get paid for it. And if I can deal with them, there isn't a heckler in the world who can bother me.
So, pretty consistent. She is who she is. We get a sense of her through the monologue. Now let's see what she would be like in a sample dialogue, actually doing the job. Okay, Google. Talk to Millennial Airlines.
Getting Millennial Airlines.
Millennial Airlines. It's an awesome day to fly. Is this Wally?
Yep,
Great. Do you want info about your flight to London today?
that's right. So, completely different kind of language. Do you want info? It's an awesome day to fly. Very different than our last persona, Terrence, because these brands are so different, and we need to be consistent to the brand. Okay? So as you can see, it makes a difference, right? So in terms of positioning these guys, where do we think they would fit on this chart? Well, let's start with Terrence. He's kind of submissive. He's introverted. He just does what he's told. He does the job. He does it very, very well, but he does the job. He's not overly friendly. He's not distant. He's just kind of in that middle place somewhere. And what about Helen? She's super friendly. She's an extrovert to the extreme. And she's a lot of fun. So she belongs right there over on the right. The next step, which we're not going to dive into too deeply right now, is what we call user testing. Sometimes you do what's called Wizard of Oz testing. And you can do this effectively with Dialogflow by actually mocking up quickly the main paths of your interactions and then playing them for people. Have people work through them and get a sense of how usable it is and how much that persona matches their ingoing expectations. So, we got a few takeaways for you. First, review the actions you've already made. And they're wonderful, I know. But is the persona clearly defined? Do you feel confident that the persona is well imagined and well created? Is it representative of the brand, the user, and the task? Does it work right? Number two, define that persona. You're going to follow the process, learn about the brand, know the user, know the task, and define appropriate characters, which is, for me, the fun part. And then bring it to life. Write these monologues, write these sample dialogues, and make recordings of them. Because you can only tell about conversational voice user interface by listening to it. If you read it on the page, it won't have the same effect at all. And if you've got stakeholders that you're trying to talk to about what you're doing and to explain this is the right thing, they've got to hear it. You don't want to give them anything with writing on it. Just say, close your eyes, listen to this. And then test. Test your action with real customers, low-fidelity prototypes, Dialogflow, however. But you want to derive some data and some proof points for your stakeholders to say, customers, users really felt this was right for our brand. And that gives you success, I hope. I'm sure. And it will be wonderful. And you'll make beautiful personas. And so with that, I'm going to ask you to give us some feedback. You all know the drill. And finally, here are a couple of resources that are really quite wonderful. Developers.google.com, google.com/IO. Kathy Pearl, who just recently joined our team, wrote a wonderful book called Designing Voice User Interfaces, which I recommend highly. Clifford Nass's book, Wired for Speech, I also recommend highly. He talks about persona at great length. And James Jangola's Voice User Interface Design is a really, really important baseline book. This kicked off a whole generation of VUI designers. So with that, thank you very, very much for coming, and have a wonderful rest of I/O.
Hey there, everybody. Todd Kerpelman here at the accessibility section of the Sandbox, and I am joined by Patrick Clary, who is a product manager here at Google. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. So tell us what's going on here at the Accessibility Sandbox.
Yeah, so in the Sandbox, we're doing various things. We're showing demos of Liftware. We're showing off some of our wheelchair accessible transit directions we have in Google Maps. We're showing off our automated captioning for YouTube. We're doing accessibility design reviews over here. And we're also showing a brand new product which we announced yesterday called Lookout.
Oh, and what is Lookout? Tell me more about that.
So Lookout is a product for users who are blind and low vision, and the goal is to help them become aware of physical objects and the space around them. For example, people that might be present, text in their environment, and also physical objects or products.
Can we see a demo of Lookout telling us what's in our environment?
Yeah, let's do that. So I have the app here, and I'll go ahead and select the icon. And then for this, I'll select an experimental mode, because that's kind of fun, right? And we'll see what it shows.
Drink with text NB18NOND. ISVO HIMON.
So it detected some text on that, and it read it out. As you can see, it said Murphy, which is the brand of wine we have here. Let me point it at this glass and see what it does.
Wine glass at 12 o'clock.
So what else can you do with Lookout?
Well, one interesting about Lookout is it's designed to basically be worn, so we can put it in a lanyard like this. And this allows the user to be hands-free and just engage in their activity. And there's controls that facilitate this. So for example, if I want to start recognition, I can knock on the device. And then if I want to pause recognition, I can cover the camera. There we go.
And if I'm interested in trying Lookout, where would I be able to get it?
Yeah, so we'll be rolling out to trusted testers pretty soon here. And you can go to google.com/accessibility to sign up for a trusted tester spot. And then later this year, we'll be pushing it to the Play Store.
All right, so be on the lookout. Ha! See what I did there? Be on the lookout for Lookout coming soon to a Play Store near you. Thank you very much, Patrick, for the tour.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Welcome to Google I/O's Main Street. I'm Timothy.
I'm Farina.
I'm still Todd.
And we're going to go have some fun.
So how's your I/O been?
Amazing.
What's been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
I think that the session on artificial intelligence and creativity.
TensorFlow.js, TensorPro.js, and Node.js, which has been launched today. Awesome stuff.
You're a JavaScript programmer, I take it.
Yeah, that's correct. I actually run and organize a meetup in Bucharest.js.
Awesome, that's cool.
So that's super exciting for us.
What about you?
I think the future of AI session this morning.
Hello, welcome.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming. Oh, it's been a long day, huh? It's been a long 3 days. And I know Starin and myself really appreciate all of you sticking around and coming to our session. So just one more time, thank you, everyone.
It's good to have you with us. This is Miles Borins. Miles is a developer advocate on Google Cloud. We've been working together for the last year. He also happens to be the director of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. And of course, he's a long-time Node.js lover. I think the first time you used Node.js was for an art installation, something like that? Nice.
So this is Starin. Starin is a product manager for Google Cloud Platform on the serverless team, and we've been working really closely on new Node.js technologies. Previously was involved in the Stackdriver error reporting product, and you used Node in production in 2011? Was that like 04 or 06?
06, I think.
06. Did anyone start with Node 06 in the audience? Right on. That was buggy. I think that's like right when they introduced util. But fun fact about Starin, his wedding invitation was actually written in JavaScript, and it's still online. And that means your wedding invitation will never break.
Never. The web. All right. So who can name this French pastry? So it's called a millefeuille, literally translating to 1,000 layers. So it's basically a cake made of many, many, many layers. So one of my teachers used to say, in French, tout problème est un millefeuille de choses simples. So translating, every problem is a millefeuille of simple things. So you should understand every problem can be broken down into many simple things. And I think this is also true for software, for code, but also for software architectures. If you break down your big app into simple things, it will be simpler. You break them down into microservices. So that brings us to microservices. Why microservices? Well, maybe your app has grown too big. Maybe it is actually hard to understand, develop, maintain, manage. This is why microservices can be a solution. You break up the monolith. You decouple those microservices. You make them simpler to understand and maintain. And potentially, each service will be written in a different language, owned by a different team, and deployed independently. As a consequence, they will scale independently. If you decouple them, the scaling is independent too. And by making them more fine-grained, that will result in a better utilization of your resources. That will result in a lower bill for you. And lastly, microservices pair great with Node.js due to the asynchronous nature of Node.js. So microservices break up the monolith, scale independently, and pair great with Node.js. But what is Node.js?
So I was given this slide. Node.js, JavaScript. How many people like JavaScript? Sweet. So I don't know if any of you have seen this little emoji thing before, the rocket turtle. That was the Node.js logo. It was kind of like a joke. Substack drew this turtle on a rocket ship because JavaScript was not supposed to be a fast language. And it was like pretty amazing how fast, both as a runtime, but also for iteration. Like Node is one of those things that just, you have an idea and you can get it done in like 10 or 15 minutes because someone's already written the module. You just need to find it. But so at its base, Node is a JavaScript runtime. We take the V8 virtual machine that comes in the Chrome browser. We wrap it with libuv, which is an underlying architecture wrapping all the system calls. And that kind of abstracts all the different platforms and allows developers to just write JavaScript and be able to do compute, write servers, and all those different things. It allows you to leverage your front-end skills. It's event-driven. What that means is that compute is driven by events. Something computes when something happens. That can be an HTTP request. That can be some sort of message coming over a socket. It can be user input with a keyboard. It can be some sensor if you're working with IoT. Any form of I/O. So anytime there's input, some sort of compute runs. The event-driven architecture plays really great with async, non-blocking I/O. Multiple things can run in parallel without blocking each other. When I make some sort of request over a socket, I'm able to suspend, let other things execute, and resume when I'm done without requiring the developer to program any of this. It just happens. Many events execute without blocking each other, and this ends up being really great for web servers because it means multiple people can connect to the same process at the same time, and it just works. You don't have to worry about mutex. You don't have to worry about timing. You just worry about handling the events. So to sum that up, Node.js is a JavaScript runtime that's event-driven with async, non-blocking I/O.
And the last term that we need to define from the title of this talk is serverless. So who here is using a serverless product? So we should agree that there are a lot of definitions for serverless. I'm going to highlight here the key characteristics that we will use along this talk. The first one, that to me is the main characteristic, is that you pay for what you use. So it's a billing model. If you don't use it, you don't pay, and then the bill is proportional to your usage. Of course, you don't need to provision in advance any resource. All of this is done on demand. So why are we able to achieve that billing model? Because of an operational model. So a serverless product will scale with usage without having to worry about it. It grows with you from a single developer to a company with thousands of developers. It follows your usage. And why can it scale? Well, because of a programming model. The cloud providers takes care of the rest. You focus on your code. That means that no infrastructure management, no VM management, everything is abstracted from you. So you focus on your code. That also means that you focus on delivering business value and value to your users. So to recap, serverless, pay for what you use, it scales, and allows you to focus on code. This is the principles that we are going to, these are the principles we are going to use along that talk. And you will see it's not actually, not only for compute.
So Google Cloud has a number of different serverless offerings. We have Cloud Functions. How many people here have been using Node and Cloud Functions so far? Cool. We've got App Engine Standard. We've got Data Store, Cloud Storage, BigQuery PubSub, Dataflow, ML Engine, the Firebase suite, as well as AppScripts. And all of these different products, what defines them as serverless and makes them all serverless is the fact that you don't have to manage them. We will scale them for you. We'll manage them for you. You can utilize them as much as you need it.
And today, we are very proud to share with you the preview of Node.js on the App Engine Standard environment. Thank you. So yes, we are adding a new language to App Engine Standard, Node.js. We will release it in a few weeks. So let's see a small demo of Node.js on App Engine Standard. Miles is going to tell you more about it.
So this package.json file is outlining a Hello World application. We have a single start script that calls Node on server.js, which, fun little fact, if you don't define the start script and you just run npm start, that's actually the default command it will just do, which can be really confusing if you're not expecting it to do that. And it has a single dependency, which is Express. Here's our Express app. We're making an app using Express. We have a single route, and we celebrate Node.js on App Engine Standard. We listen on an environment variable for the port, or fall back to 8080 for local development. And there's one more thing that we'll need to get this onto App Engine Standard. It's just a tiny bit of YAML. This one line of YAML, runtime Node.js 8, is the only extra thing that you need to add to the majority of Node.js apps. And it will work as soon as you run a single command. And that command is gcloud app deploy. So Starin has something loaded up on his computer, So we're going to switch over to it right now. And you're going to see Staren's in the Cloud Shell. He's got that app that we were just showing you. And he's going to type in that command that I just mentioned, gcloud app deploy. So this is how you know it's a real demo. But we haven't actually deployed yet. We're ready to deploy now.
Ready to go?
You ready?
Let's do it.
So we're starting to deploy, and in the time it takes to deploy, I'm going to try to list all the things I like about it. So it's an idiomatic Node runtime environment. So that means we're using the exact version of Node that gets published by Node.js. There's no special runtimes. There are no special APIs. It's the same app you can run in other places. It scales to 0. So when you're not using it, you're not paying for it. It's a managed runtime. So that means everything but your code and the Node modules that you're using will get updated by us. If there's a security fix that needs to land into Node or OpenSSL, and trust me, there are, we're going to patch that for you without you or your users really ever noticing. Oh, wow,
like
I couldn't even get to it. It's already deployed. You also get npm install in the cloud, so that also did npm install. You get hybrid monitoring for free and free HTTPS. Wow, that was fast.
Right,
and we can go and we can see the service right now is already running.
Oh, sorry.
The bar was hiding it. So there you go. This service has been deployed. We're already running it. And this is, in my opinion, it's a really great user experience, being able to deploy, have it up in the cloud so quickly, and be able to share that with people to take a look. Okay. So now that we're done with the demo, we're going to talk a little bit more.
So this was Node.js on App Engine standard environment. It is idiomatic, which means that you can use any module from the NPM registry that you want. There is no API or language restriction. As you've seen, it deploys fast and scales instantly. And as Miles said, it is secure. So you get one-click HTTPS for your custom domains, and it auto-updates. So I will now do a deep dive into 3 updated pieces of our infrastructure. The first one is what we call internally faster than light builds. So what's that? When you type gcloud app deploy, we will first only upload the files that have actually changed since last time. OK, this is an optimization for the upload process. The faster than light build arrives after. So what we do is we look at your package.json and package.lock.json to install your dependencies in the cloud. So we do npm install for you in the cloud. Good. But actually, so this is what we defined as the speed of light. But actually, if we notice that your package.json and your dependencies haven't changed, well, what we are going to do is just give you what we just gave you before if you do a new deployment. So we use our caching system to give you the cached modules. And that's how we can go faster than light. This was the first piece of updated infrastructure for this new runtime. The second one is a new runtime environment. So let's see a little bit of the technical stack. So first, you gave us your code when you did gcloud app deploy. So this is your application code. As I said, we installed the Node modules for you. So including the native modules. They can be any modules. Good. Under that, of course, there is Node.js. And here, this is an off-the-shelf Node.js. There's no special customization here. Node is relying on the OS packages. And for example, you might have heard about headless Chrome. And yes, all of the packages needed to run headless Chrome are present in the App Engine image. And that lives on top of a regular OS, which is Ubuntu. The last 3 pieces, Node, OS packages, and Ubuntu, are automatically updated without you having to worry about it. So we will automatically update your Node.js version, the minor and patch version of the Node.js. The OS package and the OS is also automatically updated. All of that lives in a secured sandbox. And this is a new sandbox technology that we are introducing with this new runtime. Under the hood, the sandbox is based on gvisor. So gvisor is a container runtime sandbox that we open sourced last week. Check it out. This is our new runtime environment. And the last piece of infrastructure I would like to highlight is automatic scaling. So what is automatic scaling? Let's take an example. So App Engine constantly monitors the instance capacity and traffic, your application capacity and traffic. And it ensures that the appropriate number of instances are available to run your application. So what does that mean? Let's take an example. So as I said, if there is no request arriving to your application, there is no instance scheduled. And when I say instance, it's not a VM instance. It's an abstract that we name instance. OK, now some traffic arrives to your application. Well, we will scale up as fast as possible one instance. Here, I'm going to pause for a second. I want to highlight one concept that is very important for developers. The very first of these requests will hit what we call a cold start. That means that this request will actually hit the instance while it is starting up. And this usually results in a higher latency than usual. Of course, we try to, not we try, but we do boot up the instance very, very fast. But you also have a responsibility here. You have to ensure that your start command is fast too. So in the start script of your package.json, make sure to not do things like build or a lot of initialization. Do the minimum required to start your application, because this will have an impact on the cold start of your application. OK, so here, as I said, the very first request will hit this cold start. But the next ones, everything is fine. But then your traffic will start to increase a little bit. And here, before this first instance arrives at capacity, we will anticipate that you need a second one. And we will actually schedule a second one, so that when you actually need it, it's there. Doesn't need to scale more. And now let's imagine your app is featured on a popular blog post, and you have a huge spike of traffic. Well, don't worry. App Engine scales very fast. So we will scale up instances as much as needed. You can tell us a maximum of number of instances if that matters to you. And of course, when things go down, well, we will ramp down the number of instances to 0. So that's what we call automatic scaling. You did not have to do anything to get this behavior. But this is not new at all. App Engine has been doing that for 10 years, 10 years now. What is new is that actually we updated our automatic scaling algorithm. So the updates include, it is more predictable. As a developer, you will better understand how it behaves. When you look at your instance chart, you will better understand it. Second, it actually improves instance utilization and performance. So we measured a reduction of 30% of those cold starts. So that means that the tail latency of all of our apps across all of App Engine has went down. And also, better utilization means lower bills for everybody using App Engine. And this was released in the last months. The third point are new settings that we are introducing to better control these automatic scaling algorithms. Those new settings help you balance between cost and performance. Also, as I said, help you cap the number of instances so that you can cap your bill, but also the number of database connections, for example. So this was 3 pieces of infrastructure we updated. Up to you, Miles.
So we built a product with Node.js comprised of microservices to share with you today. And Staren's going to demo it on the machine for us right now.
All right, so go for it.
So we created a web page watcher, and we're able to put an address into the submission bar, and it will start watching it. And at 5-minute increments, it's going to use Headless Chrome to take a screen capture of the website, and it's going to compare it to other screen captures, and it's going to only take screen captures when there's actually been a difference in the page. This website allows you to set any number of different websites to watch. And this has been a lot of fun to use on like the Google website to see the changes to the Google header. You could use it to watch your own site to make sure that things aren't going down if you have a personal page that isn't changing a lot. But it was a way for us to experiment with breaking things into different services and put together a really great example. So, Stern, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I want to tell you how it's done.
That sounds great.
Let's switch back to the slides. So this is our product. This is our application, a website watcher. How did we build it? Well, every 5 minutes, there is a cron job that will trigger a first microservices. This microservice is called Task Scheduler. The job of this microservice is to ask our database for a list of web pages to screenshot. When it receives this list, it will actually enqueue into a PubSub topic a message for each page to screenshot. This is our first microservice. Then PubSub will push to a second microservice the web pages. And the job of this microservice, it has one job, is to take screenshots. So as I said previously, this is using Headless Chrome under the hood in order to take those screenshots. So it opens the web page, takes a screenshot, saves it into Google Cloud Storage. That's its only job. Now, a new file arrives into Cloud Storage. This will trigger an event. This will send an event that will trigger a Google Cloud function that will compare this new screenshot with the last known reference screenshot for that web page. We call it ImageDiff because the job of that function is to compare two images, and if there is a difference between the images, it will store the new image into a new folder in Google Cloud Storage. So this is how we continuously get the updates of all of the web pages that we want to track. OK, now a user arrives onto our website. So an HTTP request arrives onto our web front end, another microservice, that will query our database, asking for a list of web pages. You've seen that list. And when I see the detail of one of those web pages, we actually display the screenshots. So it also queries Cloud Storage. So that's how we've built our product. 4 custom microservices, all communicating with each other. And now Miles is going to tell you more a bit about the code.
So the first microservice that we're showing is our screenshot server. You're going to notice we're using async functions because App Engine standard comes with Node 8 out of the box. We're going to start a browser session by awaiting Puppeteer to launch. We're going to then await a new page from the browser object. We're going to await surfing to that URL. We'll await setting the viewport to the size of the image that we want to take. And then we'll await a screenshot in the image buffer. We then await closing the browser, and then we return the image buffer. We're doing a lot of asynchronous work in here that is going to allow us to use the same service to pull lots of different images at the exact same time without blocking. We're able to do it in a single linear fashion without having to manage a whole bunch of callbacks or any sorts of promises, although under the hood, there's lots of different promises going on. Now, this is deployed using App Engine standard. And there were some other talks going on this week about Headless Chrome, and you can find those if you go and check the I/O webpage later. So this is our service, the part of the service that actually saves to a bucket. Similarly, we're using async and await to be able to do this in a linear fashion. But we go to the bucket, we rename the images to be based on a timestamp, and we save it and await that information and then log it. And because all of the Node.js client libraries support promises, you're going to be able to use our various client libraries to talk to all of our various servers using async await right out of the box. And then the last thing that we wanted to show you was the image diff from our Cloud Function that's doing the image diff. Every time a new file gets added to a cloud storage bucket, this function's automatically called. And what we wanted to just show is how quickly, from the event that the function's executed with, we can grab the file and the context at which of that file inside of cloud storage. So we don't even need to write any logic to tie the two together. We just need one service to save it, and this new service just reacts. And one thing that's really great about all these different services is that out of the box, if you start logging, Stackdriver is going to grab all of those logs, and you're going to be able to use Stackdriver logging to look at all the logs of what's going on. And I don't know about you, but I never write a service right at the first time. I run it locally, and then it works differently in the cloud. Being able to just log and have it working is really awesome. And for the demo that we put together, you'll see online later, we used Bunyan and have a pretty robust logging system that you'll be able to take a look at.
So let's look at the Cloud Console to see those microservices in the console. So as I said, we do have 3 App Engine services. So you will see them on the App Engine dashboard. So opening my services. Oh, we have 4 because I just deployed one earlier with you. So default, screenshot, and task scheduler. We have one Cloud Function. So if I open it, it will display here. Image diff, as you see, the trigger is a Cloud Storage bucket trigger. Now, as Miles said, out of the box, all of your logs are going to be collected into Stackdriver logging. So here, let me filter out some of those logs and only show the application logs that are here. So these are the logs of our app across all of our services. So as you see, we loaded the website. We also, what else did we do? We saved screenshots. So all of this gets logged and with a different severity. Here we had an error apparently. And the last thing I wanted to show is that when your logs go to Stackdriver, they are going to be collected and grouped together by Stackdriver error reporting. So here, what you see here is a list of error groups. So all of your errors, if they are the same, are going to be grouped together and displayed as one group. So this is out of the box when you use App Engine, especially Node.js on App Engine. That is all for the demo of the resources. Let's go back to the slides. And now I'm going to talk a little bit more about how to connect microservices. So, of course, you can directly call a service. So that's the case, for example, when a client calls our front end. So an HTTP request arrives, that's a direct call. It's also the case when you receive a webhook. When you receive a webhook, that will be a direct call. And lastly, 2 microservices can call each other directly, of course. Another kind of communication between microservices, which actually can be quite convenient and useful, is what we call asynchronous execution and events. So if you remember, every 5 minutes, one of our services was scheduled. So this is one kind of scheduled services. Now, you remember, anytime we put a file into cloud storage, something happened. A function was triggered. So this is another kind of communication. We call that reactive services. So when something happens, this is triggered via events. Another way to do asynchronous execution is to actually use a task queue. So one service will enqueue a task into a queue, and then this queue will make sure that the task is executed by retrying if needed and by dispatching at the rate that you want. So task queues can be quite convenient for asynchronous task execution. And lastly, as we've made in our demo, you can use a publisher and subscriber pattern, where one service will publish a message into a PubSub topic, and one or many other services that are subscribed to that topic will receive the message. And lastly, maybe this is obvious, but sharing storage is also a way to communicate between services. You can have two services sharing the same database. That is a kind of connection. In our case, we used Cloud Data Store and Google Cloud Storage. So connecting microservices, you can directly call them. You can use asynchronous execution and events and shared storage.
So after kind of talking about all these different types of services and products, you may be wondering, like, when should I use functions, or when should I use App Engine, or maybe when should I use a Kubernetes? These decisions are things that teams need to make. So I want to dig a little bit more into functions first. So we talk about events and async, and that's a lot of the programming model that's used for this. So you have different kinds of triggers. You have PubSub, you have Google Cloud Storage, so whenever something ends up in a bucket, it triggers it. You can have database transactions. One that's really interesting is logs. So you can have a function run every time you see things in logs. You can use that to filter certain kinds of error messages, or automate PagerDuty or something fun like that. Maybe not PagerDuty. But you can also use webhooks. Any sort of HTTP can go and call in. One of the things that's nice with Cloud Functions is they can be really single purpose. It has a well-defined programming model with a really quick way to get to the data that's coming in from the event. One that I really like is an emailer, for example. So you may have a whole bunch of different services that need to send email. So if you have one Cloud Function that just does all the auth and all the message handling to whatever email service you're running, you can make an email topic on PubSub and just publish a to, a from, a body, and a title, and an email will just go out. And let's say you decide to change your email provider service, you just have to change that one Cloud Function, and no one else needs to refactor their code. As long as you have a defined API surface between all your services that isn't broken, you could change it to any language or any service you want to. So on the other hand, we have App Engine. App Engine, for example, HTTP services are generally what are exposed. Now, it's multi-purpose, though. You could use it for front-end applications. You can use it to serve static resources. It does not have a defined function wrapper, so you can just take any Node application for the most part that you've already been running and just launch it. If you have multiple different things that are going, multiple routes that you're handling, database queries, templating, you may find that running something on App Engine makes more sense for the use case than a Cloud Function. But you can define your own compute relationship. Cloud Functions and App Engine work really great together. If your team prefers thinking about things as functions, run with that. I know entire websites that have thousands of page views and hours, and they're written their entire infrastructure on functions. And there's tons of big Node apps that could just run on App Engine and scale as necessary. You could really break apart the problem as it makes sense to your team as you need to go, and they both share a lot of similarities. They're both going to scale to 0 when you're not using them. You're going to pay for what you use. And under the hood, they're using the same sandbox. They're using the same auto-scaling. There's no right or wrong. One of the cool things about it, too, is you can start thinking, it almost becomes more of a difference of how you want to think about your compute and how you want to factor your code. But from an ops perspective, they're very similar. And we also wanted to announce today that Node 8 is going to be coming to GCF really soon. So you're going to be able to use all of these features both on Cloud Functions as well as App Engine.
All right. To recap, deploying Node.js microservices, serverless Node.js microservices. What have we seen today? First, breaking up the monolith. So as you've seen, we've built an entire product made out of very, very simple pieces. Each of these pieces is a few files, or even one file for some of them. Break up the monolith. Microservice architectures can help you build rich products from a decoupled, small, scalable, maintainable, understandable components. Second, we showed you a preview of Node.js on App Engine standard environment. This is coming in a few weeks. And lastly, what you should remember is that Google Cloud Platform has everything you need to build serverless microservices using Node.js. And personally, I can't wait to see what you will build with Node.js on App Engine Standard and all of those products.
So,
thank you.
Thank you. So if you enjoyed the session, you can go to and get your feedback here through the schedule link. You can use web or Android or iOS. Just let us know what you think. Here are some resources. You'll find the docs for the App Engine Standard. You're going to see the functions, and the demo that we were showing you today is all there. And so just a quick round of applause for everyone who is watching at home on the live stream. And one more quick round of applause. You don't really see it, but there's some amazing people at the back of house and the back here who have been working all day tirelessly. Just a round of applause for them. And so don't go yet. Hold on.
One more thing. One more thing. Look under your seat. No, joking. Look over there. Look over there. We have a stand where you can scan your badge, and we will send you invites to try tomorrow or as soon as we get your emails, Node.js on App Engine Standard environment. So if you want to give it a try, scan your badge over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a fun 3 days with all of you here at Shoreline Amphitheater for Google I/O 2018. We've checked out a lot of really cool in-person experiences that you might have missed if you just tuned in for the session videos. If you want to experience all the fun again, or for the first time and at your own speed, go to g.co/io/guide. To learn more about Google Developer products, make sure to fill out a form at g.co/dev/form. I look forward to seeing you all next year, on-site and online for Google I/O 2019. Until then, make good things together. I'm Timothy Jordan. From all of us here at Google, goodbye from I/O 2018.